They got well past what they needed to do, with Malor Stanek the star of the show, 38 off 15 after Masood Kabir smashed 57 off just 20 deliveries. And then it was on to match number 33, where Vetin were again too good, this time for St. Gallen CC. A strange day for St. Gallen. They were probably coming into the last day thinking one win might be enough to get into the mix to the top of the table, but they had a defeat and then a washout. But Vetin posted 116 for 3 off 8 overs. Mohamed Akhtar, who's been one of the stars of the show with the bat, one of the Fab Four as we've christened them. In fact, he's the leading run scorer in total with 302 runs. The only man to go past 300. He was the player of the match again. And then match 34, which is the final completed game. Geneva beating Winterthor in a Duckworth-Lewis shortened game. Ali Shah made 46 off just 16 deliveries. Always difficult when the Duckworth-Lewis is around, but 116 for 4 off 10. Probably not going to be enough for Winterthor anyway, whatever happened. But Duckworth-Lewis adjudged Geneva the winners by 8 wickets. The final game, match 35, it was freezing cold. And there was rather a lot of rain abound. And the guys, even though they got out there and Grant Cupido hit a couple of big ones, it wasn't too long until they had to go off, and that was that for the day. So 1 point apiece in that final match. And this has meant that the standings, well, we thought it might get congested, and the 2 games that we haven't completed now are only going to add to that. Suppose for St. Gallen, I think it's going to be enough for the top 5 for sure, but it may not be enough for top spot. The winners of this tournament advance directly to the grand final, and then second place 5th and third place 4th. So the top 5 are the spots you need to get into for the Zurich Lions and for Winterthor, even for Cossonay. Well, they've got to get winning, don't they, to get themselves into the mix. But for the Nomads and Geneva, well, I don't want to say it's a must-win. It's by no means that as we look at the fantasy dashboard, but both sides would be pleased with another 2 points. It would probably give them 1 foot or maybe a couple of toes into the top 5. There's your fantasy dashboard. The players to keep your eyes on, well, it's the 2 left-handers at the top, isn't it, for the Nomads? Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed have both been standouts there. 2 of the Fab Four, 2 from the one team. So unless you get them out early, you're going to be in trouble. And for Geneva, it's really Idris Hack who I would be keeping an eye on. Certainly the one to watch. But we're all set now for game day number 5. Geneva, interestingly, winning the toss, choosing to have a bowl first. And it is another very cold, very fresh morning. Not what I was sold in my advance of coming here to Switzerland. I was sold 25 to 30 degrees, the heart of summer. But it's basically been rainy, a little bit drizzly, and a bit miserable throughout. But we're good to go. It should be okay, at least for the first 2 games this morning. There's a bit of rain on the forecast for this afternoon. And we're all set for day number 7 with Jamil Jabber-Keel to take the new ball for Geneva. The crease is being marked out. Gives me a perfect time to welcome my co-commentator. Hopefully going to join me for maybe the first 2 games. We'll wait to see what happens with the schedule. Vinny Sandhu's gone MIA, which has never happened before. I'm sure he's around somewhere. In fact, I know he's here, but he's not going to hear from. We're not going to hear from him for a couple of overs. So a very good morning to Srinath Sripath, who plays with the Cossonay CC. We saw him in action a few days ago. If I so remember, we might have even seen him hit a boundary, also get out for a low one. Maybe did he drop a catch? I can't remember. Very good morning, Srinath.
Morning, Lenny. Pleasure to be on air with you as the first ball is delivered by Jamil.
Clipped away. Just going to be a sedate start. Sedate start in T10 cricket is starting with a boundary. Srinath, how have you been enjoying the competition thus far?
It's been quite hectic, hasn't it? It's a fast-paced format. I'm more of a longer form cricketer, if that helps. But quite electric, big hitting, absolutely exciting to see over the past few days, and actually be part of a couple of games so far.
Good half stop from the bowler. Tell us about the format. It is different, 10 over cricket. It's not easy if you're not a power hitter.
It's not easy for a power hitter at 50-meter boundaries. Not a good place to be a bowler, is it ever in cricket, but even more so in a format like this. Absolutely no mercy, especially with hitters like Fahim.
And right on cue, you've absolutely nailed it. Out of the ground. It's the first Maximo of the day. I think there's some construction work in the background, but the heavy action is on the pitch. It's just maybe a little bit too full. And how easily does he just swing that away for 6?
That's the Fahim zone. Put it into his pads and just disappears way into the distance.
There certainly is some heavy action. Maybe it's the tidy up after St. Gallen FC's big win yesterday. Pumped into his opening partner. I think he's worn this around the midriff. Good fielding. You can see all the grass clippings. The construction team, excuse me, the curation team had a nice trim of the grass this morning. It's a great facility, Shernat.
It's a wonderful facility, especially with the stands overlooking the ground. And of course, most cricket grounds in Switzerland are absolutely pretty. A sight for sore eyes. Hassan Ahmed there, copping one straight into the midriff, ambling across for a single.
Yeah, very good morning to everyone in the YouTube chat as well. Always lovely to hear from you. Tell us where you're watching from. There's a little change of pace from Jabber Keel. Nicely bowled. Will be a dot ball, the rarest of things in this 10-over game. How have you found the 10-over format and the kind of the adjustment to something that Castanet maybe don't specialise in?
Yeah, you called it the other day, didn't you, Lenny? We're not a big hitting side as much, but we've got some powerful, great timers with the ball up front in the order, and we're hoping for them to come good as we head into the final 7 games, really, of our tournament.
Your schedule is a little bit different, isn't it? You kind of were you the final team to come into play, and then you've actually got quite a bit wedged into what is it 4 game days in total?
Yeah, it's backloaded fixtures. We've got 2 triple headers, one that happened on Saturday and one this Wednesday. Got a double header today later. So yeah, it's quite backloaded in terms of the fixture scheduling for us.
That one's smoked away. Going to be a Maximo all the way, 6 on any ground you would like. Probably gone, what, 20, 25 metres over the rope, just dragged it down and pumped away. He's a real touch of class. I like Hassan Ahmed. Remember, he's playing with something approaching a broken finger, or certainly a deeply bruised one at least. How did the T20s go yesterday? You had 2 T20 games. Actually, we'll get to that in a second. Yesterday was the highest scoring day of the competition so far. Maybe I'm going to put a little asterisk next to that day 7 because it was a rain-shortened day. So there wasn't actually many 10-over contests, but still a higher run rate than any other day. And the trend continues every single day in 2023. Has now been a higher average run rate than 2020. Shows how the game has advanced, as it's going to be Kermatullah Tarakil who will bowl up. 2 T20s yesterday. Where were they held? In Winterthor?
Yeah, another doubleheader in Winterthor, one against the Swiss Afghans, and a high-scoring one against Power Winterthor. Arjun Vinod, our captain, with a big 100, back to form. Hope to see him go big again today.
Clipped around the corner. That's going to be 4. Nicely played. Just too much angle. 100 in a T20 clash, was it?
100 in a T20 clash. As part of a score of 218.
Wow.
Incredible hitting towards the end from Arjun.
Is that a permanent artificial mat in Winterthor, or what kind of a ground is it?
It is. It's more of the Notts County Strip equivalent. More of a permanent fixture than the one here in Dunedin.
Yeah, everyone giving Srinath a nice shout out in the chat. Good morning, Rob Thompson. Good morning, Mohammed Shayafat Hussain. Alaman Gaji. A little bit round arm. It's come off the thigh pad now. There's no fine leg in place, so the keeper will have to do the work. And Fahim Nazir wants to get back on strike. He will, comfortably enough. Yeah, great to hear from everyone. Subhas Panta, very good morning to you. Alam Magir Khan, Tipun Salton. Everyone saying good morning to my co-commentator for, I think he's going to join me for the first 2 games before he, I was going to say gets the whites on, but no one wears whites anymore. Gets the colours on. Srinath Shripats. Srinath, the Castanet approach for the remainder of the tournament. You're 1 and 2. You're going to need to get winning.
Yeah, 1 and 3 actually.
Oh, 1 and 3,
and,
sorry.
It's time to get the skates on, as you will up the order, and pretty confident actually after yesterday's power hitting from the boys. Speaking of
big hit, yeah, that's going to go all the way. 6 more, and these 2 left-handers, well, they're as dangerous as they come in the competition. The Nomads who had that slow start, well, they're trying to make up for it. You're selling yourself short, mate. Castanet played 3, 1 and 2. You only played 3 games.
1 and 2, that's right, yeah.
I didn't think you'd played a fourth one just yet.
No, I was saying 1 out of 3.
Yeah, 1 and 2
yeah.
would be the kind of the American style, 1 win, 2 loss thus far. But realistically, have you discussed what you're going to need to target to maybe get into the top 5?
Absolute key games today, facing the Nomads actually later in the afternoon and later in the evening against the Lions. So 1 day at a time. Karamatullah, interestingly, wearing a new jersey a day. He was turning out for the Swiss Afghans in the T20 yesterday.
Look at him. Can't get enough of his cricket. Do enjoy the name of the Swiss Afghans team, and also that, I don't want to call it a beanie because it's not, but it's a very, 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 very thick headband that he's wearing. A head warmer, if you will. That is monstrous. Well, just turn and look away. There's no need to watch it for him, Nazir, because it's gone 20, 30 metres over the rope. There was a beautiful crisp ping off the bat, and it's a massive 6. The Nomads off to a flyer.
Too many on the pad so far, Lenny. These two are absolute smashers of the ball, anything into their body. Fahim, of course, is one of the stars in the T20 international circuit, on track to be among the fastest to 1,000 T20I runs.
Nicely bowled, but very well played. I think he's going to be happy with the single because it means he will keep the strike. End of the second over, the score 36 for none. Let's take a look at the points table. We'll try and work out how Kosane could maybe weave a path towards the top 5. Your bowling's been really impressive. I think you've restricted your sides to 126, 128 and 130, something like that. But the batting's just struggled a bit. You're actually bottom of the pile right now.
Yeah, not for want of games to play as well.
Yeah, not easy, is it? Winterthor probably going to struggle too. I suspect they'll need to win out. 3 more wins would get them in the mix. Probably about 10 points you're going to need, or at least 9.
The top 5 to go through to the final playoff stage.
Correct,
don't
yep.
they? Yeah.
And is that something that you've kind of lined up? Obviously the Nomads going to be a tough challenge. Who's your other game against today?
Zurich Lions later in the evening. So a couple of Zurich games today.
It's going to be a must-win, the Lions game in particular, you'd think. I just wonder, the Nomads thinking, can we win out? Can we actually get into the mix for the top spot? I know they've lost 3 games, but just the way these two left-handers strike the ball. And that's very slow, and the little change-up from Afif Katak isn't put away. He has a smile on his face because he knows that this probably should have travelled out of the park.
Bit of variation to all the balls coming into Fahim's pads, and a bit of banter and smile between the two international teammates.
Nicely bowled, but dug out will just be a single. Yeah, you spoke about the fact that I think all 3 of these have represented Switzerland.
That's right, Hassan and Fahim. Hassan actually kept wickets in the recent tournament in Malta, and Afif, I believe, played his first game of the tournament in the final for Switzerland. So all Swiss action this over with these two facing Afif.
I think I was saying to Vinny Sandhu the other day, and it's probably no different in many associate nations. This one's smoked away. Going to be 6 from the moment it left the bat. It's a banker on the full. Wow. Now that is a big hit. That has to be, what, 85, 90 metres out to that bank at least, and it's got there comfortably on the full.
It's deposited into the edge of the car park, really. Hassan Ahmed, another one on his pads, and that's absolutely belted beyond.
Yeah, that's a big hit, isn't it? That might be the biggest we've seen to that corner of the ground. Certainly haven't had any higher up the bank. Katak, well, it's pretty friendly, little gentle medium pace, and right now Ahmed showing what he can do to it. Just holds his shape at the last second, pulls it back. Thought he was going to go inside out over extra there. You talk about the associate sides and how do you pick a team, because I know there's a Swiss Premier Division, but the facilities are so different, players from so many different parts of the country, and then they all come together for something like this in European Cricket Series Switzerland. Can't be easy to get your best 14 or 15 together and understand who are the best cricketers in the country.
That's absolutely right, and there's also the question of availability from time to time. One thing I think they've done well in recent times is assemble a bigger squad of 30, and that gives more players a chance to shine in even conditions, training together, and then narrowing down from there.
Monstrous again. That's the word of the morning. Where's this one gone? Oh my lord. That's nearly gone to the very furthest part of the cut ground. Well, we're going to measure that one out later, Srinath. I reckon that has to be 90, 95 metres, something in that vicinity.
It's about 1 million metres, Lenny, by this ground standards. And it's very interesting. The first 3 overs, they've backed the offside field, and most of the balls have gone into his body and into his pads. Completely disappeared into the distance.
Well, a soaring start for the Nomads. 50 up off just 18 deliveries. Just trying to work out how long that might be here, Srinath. That if we look at it almost with a straight line effect, it's exactly 50 metres, the guys from the curation team tell us, to the edge of the boundary. It looks almost that again, but probably not quite that again to the edge of the cut strip there. So I'm going to conservatively say 90 metres plus. This one not as big, but big enough. It's going to be 6 more. The 6s, they are travelling in every direction, but right now the leg side being favoured. These 2 left-handers, well, they're a touch of class. And the new batter just welcomed, new bowler even, Zahidullah Abdul Rahimzi, welcomed by being deposited over the long on. Good change up the slower ball. Have you been surprised by the height of the scores? They've been really quite something. How big the scores have been?
The scores, yeah, I think it's been significantly more than what it was 3 years ago, when 100, 120 even was quite defendable, whereas it's just gone up significantly by 30, 40 runs. 150, not a safe score anymore.
It's going to be 6 more deposited onto the... Oh, there's the bang. That's a long way back as well. We can kind of get the echo of it. We're underneath the roof of the old wooden grandstand here. It's pinged off the roof and somehow travel another 20 metres and come back to the man at long on. Sensational batting.
This is some of the cleanest hitting you're going to see at this level, Lenny, and you watch a lot of associate cricket. Absolutely technically perfect batting, but depositing it into the roof nonetheless.
Muscles this one. Doesn't get out of the middle, but gets enough. He's gone to 49 off 16, and the Nomads, well, I know it's an early call here. I think they're hunting down maybe the tournament's leading score. 184 is that so far from 10 overs. Their projected score 183. I think that's conservative the way these two are playing.
Zahid needs to bowl more of what the second ball was, outside off, variation, slower. It's still a packed offside field, mind you. You've got 4 in the ring, 1 deep cover. The balls cannot keep flying into the middle stump and into his pads.
Edged and edged away with fortune for 4, but it's going to get him to 50. It's come from just 19 deliveries. Probably the only one that hasn't come out of the middle. A sensational innings to start the morning, to warm us up on a cold Monday morning. How good has this knock been from Fahim Nazir?
It's the best of Fahim, really, with all those straight hits. Couple of edges here and there, but it's been clean hitting for the most part. Pleasure to watch.
In fact, 17 deliveries is all he's faced, and he's going to be put down. Big moment. Well, was that the moment as the field went out with the power play restrictions having eased in this over? It probably should have been taken, to be honest. Alvinder Chandok. Chances don't come much easier.
DC, I think playing his first game of the competition, if I'm not mistaken. Straight into him.
Played yesterday. Fielded well yesterday, actually, as well, from the stuff I saw.
Occasional wicket keeper as well. Straight into his hands, really, at deep square leg, and that's a costly one to miss. You don't drop for him.
So that run rate right now, over 18 runs per over. That'll get us up to that 180 marker. 184, the highest of the tournament thus far. Well, there's a few tingles of triple figures maybe Team 200s coming into the mix as we come back live. You see that wide, a long way down the leg side. Free runs are going to help. 2 free runs to the total. Ahmed just happy to almost walk through for the single. Which of the two batters impresses you more? They complement each other nicely, despite the fact they're left-handers. They have different styles.
Fahim's more of your copybook cricketer, successful across formats. It's an absolute beast, even in the 40-over competition over the years. Hassan's your big power hitter, more suited for the shorter formats really, but again, a consistent performer. I believe he's got the highest individual score so far this comp, hasn't he? 98 against Vetin.
Yeah, 98. We've had 2 men into the 90s, and Arif Sanger with that 85 not out that really threatened the unmentionable C word. Not allowed to say it on air till we get there. You can guess what it is, of course. That's going to be a Maximo, a big one. Fitting word. Went very, very high indeed. And right now, Geneva, who had such a good start to the tournament, they're being blown away.
Always wanted to say this, listening to Winnie over the years. It's a Maximo.
Yeah, one of a kind, our own Vinny Sandu, isn't he? He's been on at me to get a catchphrase going. I don't really have one, but I was saying Carnaggio the other day. It has been Carnaggio, almost from start to finish down the leg side. That'll be given as a wide. When you're bowling at bowlers like these two, batters like these two, the margin for error must seem very, very small.
Absolutely, and the captain has backed the field in the offside, as I've said probably for the 5th time in 4 overs now. The line and length of the bowling simply hasn't been in sync. There you go again.
Going to be 6 more. Yeah, there's only 3 men on the leg side. Now they're all on the rope. The problem is these two, they don't mind if the men are on the rope. They'll just hit it over their heads. That's gone almost all the way to the bank again. And Ahmed, who actually hasn't got anything like as much strike, he's actually hitting them even more cleanly. 30 off 8, including 5 6s, a strike rate 375.
It's blistering hitting, isn't it? Fahim going at 300, and he's the slower of the two.
Yeah, it's remarkable. 30 off 8. And it's coming so quickly. The projected score gets to that double century mark. There are we. I've said the C word. Didn't use it in an individual sense, but one thing is certain: if either of these two are there in the 10th over, we'll very much be on century watch.
Bilal finally pulling it back with that one. Slower one. Almost swinging into him.
That's better. See, I think at least if you're aiming for the block hole, I know you might feel early to go to death bowling. Even if you miss the block hole, a low full toss is a lot harder to hit than one halfway down the wicket that's just going into the hitting arc, into the legs of the left-handers.
It's a different sport, isn't it, Lenny? After the power play, you're pretty much into death overs territory. 7 overs of bowling at the death, really.
Lost his run up. No surprise with that, because the pressure is very much on the Geneva bowlers right now. We are seeing something special to start our Monday morning. We really are. It's cold, it's chilly. It probably doesn't look as cold as it actually is. I think it was 8 degrees when we woke up this morning. And that's going to be 6 more. There's almost an inevitability right now. If you bang the ball in anywhere barring the block hole, it's just going to travel over the rope. It's not quick enough to trouble him. And that just sat up to be hit. 6 more to the total.
Spoke about how cold it is, Lenny. It's really been the most pleasant morning of this tournament so far. The sun peeping out at 8:30. It's not too bad, is it?
I'll have to kindly disagree with you this morning. It is what we call in Ireland brass monkeys right now. This is very, very chilly. I can't believe it's the summer, to be honest. And that's going to be 6 more. Ahmed is maybe hunting down a 13 ball 50 here, because he's got to 43 off 11. The strike rate soars up towards 400. Well, 100s come up. 5 overs have been bowled. 103s on the screen. This is sensational.
That's their memo. Then the Geneva CC folks need to do something different, really. It's been pedestrian, to be fair, throughout the first half of this innings. Full tosses, balls into their pads, not even an over of worthy balls outside the off stump, where you predominantly hide your balls post the power play, especially against these two.
Yeah, look, it's been very dominant, isn't it? These two left-handers, so impressive though, the quality of the hitting. 49 days to go to the Euros of Cricket, something I know everyone across the continent is really looking forward to. A carnival of cricket down in the south of Spain at the Cardama Oval. It's going to be Masood Kabir, maybe a little harsh to say the next lamb to the slaughter, but something in that vicinity. That's just a flick of the wrists and brilliant fielding. Well, credit to Jamil Jabbarkil. We'll have a boundary check. But I think this is clean. I think he's done enough. Just a flick of the wrists. Look at the timing.
Just wonder if he stepped onto the rope as he was pulling that in.
Oh, I think that looks okay to me. I think he's done really, really well. That would have been difficult. So it was just a single, and even a small moment like that, a single rather than four, followed by a dot ball.
Pretty good start from Kabir.
And look, he's got a plan, yeah.
Almost showing those new ball bowlers how it's done.
And what he's gone there is for the wide Yorker. Tries to repeat it. At least he's getting them to hit towards where he has protection, because he's got 6 fielders on the offside, only 3 on the leg. It's an interesting tactic for two batters who love hitting it to the leg side. And there he's forced him to hit it along the ground. So just a slight break in the momentum. Single, dot, single. Brilliant bowling, much more like it. Geneva showing there is a way to contain these two.
Kabir, of course, no stranger to power hitting in this tournament so far. Absolutely smoked a few yesterday en route to a smashing 50. Knows where to bowl.
And now there's a step across, and it's going to go all the way for 6. He says catch it. You feel sorry for him, but instead it's going to be 50. 50 coming off 14 deliveries. My oh my, are we being treated to an exhibition of the highest quality of ball hitting you'd ever want to see. He hasn't hit a 4. He's just hit the 8 sixes. He's only faced 14 balls. Hassan Ahmed, magnificent.
Making room for himself, stepping outside the off stump and depositing it on the roof yet again.
And add 6 more to that total. You don't need to think about whether he's hit it well enough or not, because Hassan Ahmed is all class, and he's now the leading run scorer in the tournament. He's gone past Mohammad Akhtar. He's gone past the 300 run marker. Those runs, listen to these numbers here, Srinath. They've come at an average now of more than 40 per innings and a strike rate of over 300. Ludicrous hitting.
He's averaging 40 in a T10 tournament. It's got to be unreal to have that kind of consistency over multiple games.
And the strike rate, crucially, Srinath. If you're scoring it over 200 in any format, even this format, you're going well, and the runs are just going to keep coming. Just a gentle medium pacer from Ali Shah right into the slot. Didn't need to get it out of the middle of Nasir. He knows he's got the power. And these two, well, there's a detailed chat now. They're saying, come on, let's make the first double century partnership in a T10 game. I'm sure Vinny's going to correct me on that. But did these guys, I'm not sure they made a double century. We haven't had 2 Centurions in the same game. I know that for a fact. The highest total ever, 229. Is that under threat? Maybe it is, Srinath. Oh my. Another banker, this one on 1 bounce. Poor bowling, yes, but brilliant batting.
You're spot on. It's not easy to have this kind of consistency with your power hitting, no matter where they bowl. And I know this was a full toss. Fahim's up to the task. He's almost telegraphed and smashed into the deep square leg fence.
Right now you can see how shaken the bowler is. He grimaces as he walks back to his mark. Loses his run up. You don't want to add a no ball into the mix, do you? It's maybe the only thing actually that Geneva have done well. They've kept the
There's a couple of dots every other over, but it doesn't matter because there's 3 big hits.
Big swing and a miss, more like it, from Shah, just getting it to duck away. There has been a double century partnership in the European Cricket Network. That was the ECL final in 2019. Max O'Dowd and Scott Edwards, who were part of that Dutch team that qualified for the Cricket World Cup recently down in Zimbabwe, I was at. So Vinny, well, he took about 10 seconds to correct me. I knew he wouldn't take long, Mr. Maximo. Going to be 6 more. Well, there's a certain sense of inevitability when you bowl onto either of these two batters' pads. They love it there.
It's another Maximo from Fahim. The way this is going, Max and Scott may need to watch out for their record to be rewritten here at St. Gallen.
Six more. There's a real chance, not just to the double century partnership. We may see the highest total in history. It's another banker on the full. Gigantic hitting of the highest quality. 229, the highest of all time. Could that go here, Srinath?
Yet again, another full toss. And Fahim's having it easy here. It's almost like he's smashing a bowling machine to all parts where he pleases, when he pleases.
That's what we've got to look forward to in about 7 weeks' time from now. 49 days left. 7 weeks' time exactly, actually. As 30 teams will come together alongside the reigning champions, the Netherlands, who advance automatically to the championship week. And the winners of each of those 6 groups goes straight through to join the Dutch side in what will be a real festival, a carnival of cricket at Cardamom. Tara Cale, the next man in. This one is sliced away, not going to be 6, but will be 4. Is this a situation where you don't even want the ball, you're avoiding the captain's stare in the outfield?
Small mercies, Lenny. It's the first 4 that Hassan Ahmed has hit the whole innings.
Yeah, good shout, yeah, 9 sixes and 1 4. How do you get to 60 without hitting a 4? This is quite ludicrous, the quality of hitting. It is almost, well, you'd think a certainty we're going to go past that 184 mark the way they're going, which is the highest total of the week, but very much 200 plus on the cards, and all the chat comments are coming in a rare dot ball. They are saying, rain, come please. He wants something to give a little bit of help towards Geneva, but great to hear from you all. Do give us a shout out if you're watching on YouTube Live, or if you're enjoying the action on Swiss Sport TV Live or in Fan Code. Jump into YouTube, give us a comment. Me, Andrew Leonard, alongside Srinath Tripats, who is my co-commentator for the first 2 games. The rarest of things, consecutive dot balls.
Karamatullah pulling his length back at long last, I must say. And a couple of dot balls unseen so far this morning.
That's going to be a no ball and a free hit incoming. Will it have the pace to get to the rope? Oh, yes, it will. So 5 free runs to the total, the harshest 4 byes you could imagine. Probably something that the Nomads needed after those 2 top balls. 150s come up. Where do you bowl against these 2?
Especially on a strip like this, so narrow and no room for error really for the bowler. That one landed on the edge of the cut strip, so that's a no ball. 4 runs and a free hit. Not like Hassan's needed free hits, but there we go again.
He doesn't need the encouragement, but he can't be out off this delivery, and it'll have to be re-bowled. Just as I said, the extras is maybe the one thing that Geneva have done well. They give away a couple. The free hit signaled again. The lasso comes out over the head. Nazir 19 short of a century. Ahmed will have time to get there only if he can hog the strike. 15 deliveries left. 200 watch, century watch, individual century watch, double century watch. And this one goes a long way up. Remember, it won't be out if it's caught. Don't get excited at home. They could run him out, but they'll get home comfortably for what will be a single.
It's really the first one either of them's edged or not got the middle of the bat with. Even the chances before ping to the middle of the bat straight to the fielder. Karamatullah stringing together a decent over so far.
He's just bowled a better line. Like, I know that's gone for 4, but at least he's forcing him to hit to the offside. Nazir 15 shy, and I just want to see if this was maybe signalled as a no ball as well. Just see if we get one more look at this replay. There's nothing wrong with the front foot, and I think he's saying that it's just clipped the side of the mats. Keep your eyes on the umpire here. Yeah, no ball. So a free hit's going to come in now. Yes, last thing they needed.
Absolutely no mercy, as I said, Lenny. Umpire Yeti Singh referring that.
I think he's called it live, and then there was no evidence to overturn it.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's called it immediately. The two umpires just having a quick chat. The free hit does stand, and it was a no ball signalled. It hasn't been revoked, so definitely still a free hit incoming. Not that Nazir will need the encouragement. Going to be 6 more. Yes, had to check my call. I didn't know whether he got enough of that. He's into the 90s. The third man to go into the 90s this tournament. Surely it's going to go. Will we see 3 figures in your commentary debut, Srinath?
Fahim Nazir gets there most days in a T20, turning it on in a T10, en route to break his own highest score of the tournament with the next ball, really.
That's going to be 4 more. It was Hassan Ahmed who's got the highest score, so he wants to rob his opening partner.
Fahim was on 91, wasn't he? His highest was...
Yeah, but he wants to rob the 98, get past Hassan Ahmed. So the 2 highest scores, in fact the 3 men who've got to the 90s, they're both at the crease now. This one's edged for 4, 95 not out, projected score 210. Surely 200's going to go, and surely one of these 2 is going to get to the 100.
Feel absolutely horrible for the bowlers. Karamat nailing a few of those, keeping it wide outside off, doing everything he could. Gets the no ball call, which may have been inches away. Then a couple of 4s, which themselves are small mercies, given the 6 hitting on offer so far.
There's been something like 3,000, maybe a few more games than that across the network. We've only seen 200 gone by a few times. Ahmed doesn't get this out of the middle, but it means Nazir will come on to strike with 11 balls left on 95, and just a rattle of the dugout from his teammates. They know he's on 95. 5 to get. 1-6 will get them here. And can he do it? Fahim Nazir, we've had a couple of false dawns. Boom! Boom! And there goes the century. He does it in style. It was dropped over the rope. It didn't matter anyway. It's come from just 31 deliveries. And he acknowledges his teammates. The dugout is being clattered to oblivion, just like almost every ball was. 12 6s, 5 4s. Fahim Nazir, well, you take a bow, sir.
Can barely believe it. 17 hits to the fence of 31. He's got into his 100, the first of the competition. Wonderful hitting.
Yeah, what a moment for Nazir. And oh, he could have probably left that alone. It would have been a wide or a no ball. We have finally got there. We didn't jinx it this time. And Srinath, I think it's the first time you're in on the mic. You managed to bring a century. You should maybe do it more often.
Wish I could be with Costin at play as well. Be wonderful to cheer on one of our blokes get to 100, but for him, my God, the consistency, astounding.
Angling down the leg side, I think, going to be given not out. Kabir convinced with 1, 2, 3, 4 appeals, and as a consequence they're going to run 2. Leg bye is given. He can't believe it, but when he watches the replay back this evening, he'll see it was going to miss leg stump.
9 balls to go. Kabir wants to get rid of at least one of these 2. Hitting him outside leg, isn't it?
Yeah, it's funny how he can be deceived, isn't it, as a bowler? He was convinced. That's going to be 6 more. So insult to injury, and I just wonder, is Hassan Ahmed thinking, plotting, maybe I'll take a single here, maybe we'll make it dual centuries, I'll go monstrous in the final over. Extraordinary hitting of the highest quality, and right now Zurich already have the equal highest score of the week. And they're going to go soaring by that. We're going to see 200 broken almost certainly. 7 balls left, they need 16. But Ahmed, is he thinking of how can I get 32? There's going to be 6 more. He moves into the 70s. This is quite awesome. The power hitting Kabir, one of the best bowlers. He's still gone for 35 from 2 overs.
Have to see it to believe it. Hassan Ahmed clattering a couple into the stands. It's a wonder that the ball's not been replaced so far, Lenny. It's hitting the chairs, pinging off the stands, into the cement turf just outside the boundary. It's gone to all parts really today. Some of them almost disturbing the early morning walkers in St. Gallen outside the boundary rope.
Well, ludicrous hitting. Quite ludicrous, it has to be said. The 190s come up. It may be cold out there, but they're going to go into, I think, the top 5 of those team totals. They may have to settle for 5th. They'd need something freakish to get to the 229 that the Badalona Shaheen's made. 190 with 6 deliveries left, and this is tactical. Make no mistakes. Nazir has intentionally run the single with a big smile on his face to say, I know you still need 26, my friend, but you've got 5 balls to do it. 4 6s and a couple would get him there.
Big grin on Afif's face as that single crossed over. He's got the job now to stop Hassan from smashing 26 of the last 5, is it? Yep.
26 he needs, 5 deliveries left. And he's going to start with 4 runs, just 1 bounce, inches away. They may want to check the boundary rope here, but we're pretty certain on first viewing it just bounced inside. And rightly signalled as 4.
Right. The only battle left in this innings, 22 of 4. Hassan Ahmed en route, is it, to beat his highest score of the tournament, which has since been beaten by Fahim.
Unbelievable, really. 195 run partnership coming unbroken, of course, off 59 deliveries. Just the 1 chance in the deep, that was the only one they gave. Hasn't got it out of the screws. Can he get back on? In fact, he's going to turn down the single. The problem is, with only 3 deliveries left, he can't get there barring a no ball or a wide. Probably should have run that one.
The mathematics don't work out unless Afif oversteps. How's it going against Scotty Edwards and Max O'Dowd's record? That's off the table as well, isn't it?
Might not have carried, and just when he needed to find 5th gear, he's kind of drifted back down into 2nd or 3rd. That one comes off the outside edge. Clever piece of bowling from Katak. Remember, he's got that Swiss national team pedigree too, so just a little bit too clever. We're not going to see 2 centuries, but we should see the double century partnership, surely. They need 4 off 2. Can they get there? Not quite ready to see this delivery yet.
Has there been a 10-over stint so far, Lenny, where we've finished no loss this tournament?
Not in this tournament, not the full 10 overs. Little off cutter, clubbed away, very nicely picked up. That is the 200 up. It gets there. It's not going to go past Max O'Dowd and Scott Edwards. They can sit tight back there in the Netherlands with the 2-2-2 partnership they made versus the German side back in the ECL final in 2019. But it's been simply sensational here in St. Gallen.
It's a 200 partnership in a 10-over game. It's a good one in a 40-over competition in Switzerland. 200 partnership.
Yeah, fully agree with you. And big numbers watching on as well. Very good morning to you wherever you're enjoying the action from. You have seen something quite special here. Just going to check the ball. I think Nazir is going to finish in style. He's going to finish with 6 more. 208 for none is on the cards, and surely it's going to be far too many for Geneva. The Nomads, what a start. It's not going to be a maximum. The low full toss again is a better delivery than 1 ball into the wicket. And the man who dropped the catch, Dalvinder Chandok in the deep, well, he might want the ground, the earth to open him up. The Nomads guys on the sidelines, a couple of them got pad rash, but lovely to see this. Warm congratulations. There's a great fraternity, a great camaraderie amongst the Swiss cricket community. And they're as happy for him as he's delighted himself. A humble man, but a cricketer of the highest quality.
Absolutely. And as we referred to early on in the coverage, Fahim, 700 odd T20 runs. He's on track to be among the fastest T20I 1000 international runs. absolutely wonderful cricketer.
And they're lining up to cheer him on. Let's take a look at the highlights. It might have started a touch sedately, if anything, just with a few worked around the ground, but it didn't take long for Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed to get into full stride. Between the two of them, they hit 24 sixes. They're the highlights you're going to see here. Big blows all around the ground. We haven't seen many up on to that far bank on the leg side. Even the mishits were going for 4, and the ones that were coming out of the middle when they were speeding along as fast as the cars on that main highway, probably just as well we're not a little further down. We'd have seen a few hit onto the highway. Look at how big that hit is all the way up onto the far bank. Monstrous stuff across the board. Maximos rain down here in St. Gallen. An unbroken 203 run partnership. A little streaky, yes, but just the one opportunity of a catch. There were a few good bits of fielding too. That was a boundary saved as 2 were kept from the total. A couple went onto the roof and even clonked down back off it. Maybe some poor bowling at points, Trinat, but brilliant batting.
24 Maximos there of 60 balls, Lenny. Just the 7-4s, absolutely incredible. Talk about the boundaries being 50 meters, pedestrian bowling, but that takes a lot to get to 24 big hits.
That is the 18th century of the year in 2023. 110 not out, what a memorable one. Coming from 35 deliveries. Hassan Ahmed had his chances too. He didn't quite get as much of the strike, and even though his partner gave him a go at hitting, I think it was 24 he needed off the last 5 deliveries, he couldn't quite get it done despite some good shots down the ground. That one just one bounce for, and warm congratulations. A lovely spirit of cricket on show from Geneva. They were happy to congratulate their opposition as the Nomads, well, they have cruised to the highest total of the tournament, unbroken. Katil Zabiullah, Azim Nazir, Jawad Danesh, Kazim Chowdhury. There was no need to put your pads on because it was all about those 2 men at the top. Have you ever seen a better partnership in Swiss history?
Not in T10, definitely, for sure. I've seen a few patient ones, Lenny. Our viewers may think I'm an old-timer who plays 40 over cricket in the longer formats, but absolutely blistering stuff to do this in a 10 over game.
Yeah, quite something. There's the bowling wreckage, really. Maybe Jabberkeel was the surprise that he only bowled the 1 over for 18, and then there was a few economy rates, particularly Bilal Muhammad's and Ali Shah's 24 and 30 respectively. One thing is for certain, the Nomads are going to be big favourites to take another win and maybe soar into contention with a big net run rate boost too for the top of the table. That's going to wrap up our coverage from the first innings. The Nomads, they've scored 203 for none. Geneva, well, they'll need a very speculative, a very fanciful, it would be a record-breaking chase in the history of the ECN if they're going to do it. They'll need more than 20 and over from ball 1. Do come and join us for the second innings. You've seen something special here. Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed. Remember their names. Well, here we are back in beautiful St. Gallen. And if you've missed this morning's action, you've missed something quite special. Ball striking of the highest quality has led the Zurich Nomads to what is the highest total of the European Cricket Series Switzerland thus far, and also one of the highest in the history of the European Cricket Network. And on what is a very, very chilly morning, can't be much more than 11 or 12 degrees centigrade. We have been warmed up by Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed, the two Swiss opening batters who play for the national team. And well, I think the future is looking pretty bright for Swiss cricket if those two can hang around and stay together for the next 5 or 10 years, because they are quality cricketers. And now the two joint leading run scorers in the tournament, they've #1 and #2 on the list. Nazir, fresh from his century, well, he's going to open the batting, and maybe he can be spared that full toss that he's delivered. I think we could have a no ball. We'll have a check anyway. Certainly maybe a little tired from his bowling action. Let's have a look at this. Oh, I just wonder, is this maybe got away with it? Got to dip in beneath the waist high position. He does get away with it. I suppose he's just made a century. Deserves that little bit of luck. As this is clubbed down the ground, going to be 6. Well, Zurich are the Zurich Nomads are defending 200 odd, but Geneva are in a hurry to chase it down. Andrew Leonard here with you. I've got Srinath Sripats alongside me. Srinath, what have we just seen?
Just having a chat with someone, and we'd have to run the entire innings as a highlight package for Fahim and Hassan.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout, mate. It was really quite something. It's my first taste, really, of 10-ball cricket. 10-over cricket, not 10-ball cricket, 10-over cricket. Seen a little bit, but never commentated on it before. I didn't know quite what I was in for. It's nicely bowled, the angle chopping Hack in half. It's different, isn't it? It's almost a different skill set entirely.
To do that consistently takes quite a lot. Say what you will about the quality and the consistency of the bowling, but just to deposit every second ball on the roof, it's just incredible stuff. As Fahim steams in for the next one.
Yeah, Hack has shown us in phases that he could make that fantastic, or Fab 4 that we're calling a fantastic 5. The ones that stand out for me, Mohammad Akhtar, Arif Sanger, Hassan Ahmed and Fahim Nazir. There's been just a few signs from Idris Hack that he could join in. The other one to mention, of course, Sher Mohammed has got pretty good numbers too, close to 300 runs. And that's why Hack has got potential. If he keeps going, if he can face the majority of these 60 balls, maybe, just maybe, we could be in for something quite ridiculous.
Couple of maximos from Hack to start off that innings with Geneva. They need a lot more to be within sniffing distance of that target, which is it's quite a tall order. Fahim already around the stumps for the last 3 balls.
Into the hitting arc and out of the park. 3 6s in the over. Well, they need 20 and over. They've got it from the first. As Fahim Nazir, maybe after you make a century when you bat, maybe you shouldn't open the bowling.
It's just an easy changeover. Came back in. Started off really well. And then Idris Hack going bonkers in the last 3.
Yeah, 99 matches since the Golden Ball. I think it's highly unlikely we have that broken here today, but apparently I'm not getting paid for this gig unless I stay true to my message to Vinny Sandhu that we will have the Golden Ball broken on this European Cricket Series Switzerland. Here are the highest totals in the history of the European Cricket Network. 203 we've seen from the Zurich Nomads. Still a long way behind the Badalona Shaheen. I can't quite get my head around that game. 229 played 174 at the ECN Spain in Barcelona. That might have been at the baseball stadium that they play at. Now, what can Nouman Ahmedzai do? In fairness to Geneva, they've batted well when they have batted. 204 surely too many though.
We'll see, Lenny. We'll see. Not willing to bet on anything, seeing the hitting this morning. There we go.
Just a chip for 4. I've been really impressed with young Amjad Ahmed. He's 17 years of age. How much young talent do you see going around the leagues in Switzerland here?
There's a lot more younger cricketers coming through as Swiss cricket matures and makes its way back into the associate world. Remember, we were out for a few years, and a few clubs, or more than a few clubs, have a junior program. You see more folks like Amjad come through the ranks.
And that's going to be 6. Yeah, not out of the middle, but it seems like everything's going today. I don't know what it is about this morning. The boundaries are just flying around this ground. I really like the way he's bowled, Amjad Ahmed. He's changed things up, but the first 2 deliveries he's bowled, they've both gone for boundaries, 4 and 6.
Not the worst result, Lenny. It's not 2 sixes at least.
There is his name added to the list, number 18, Fahim Nazir. It only took about 2 weeks for us to see the next one after the century made in Czechia. Whatever happened with that bat, it apparently wasn't good enough. So despite the fact he's hit the last ball for 6, Ahmedzai says he wants a new blade, and this one more to his liking. 20.07 per over required. They're going at more than that at the moment. Really good start in the power play here from Geneva. And that's not going to help. A wide down the leg side. We've got Srinath Sripats here with me for the first 2 games from the Kostanay Cricket Club. Srinath, you're playing against Zurich.
Yeah.
How are you looking forward to that?
Looking forward to it because some of our bowlers have actually done really well against Hassan in the past. It's usually a good length outside off.
This is chipped down the ground, but it's chipped for 6. We have had a few questions in the chat about the boundary sizes. They are 50 metres. They're not as small as you'd think. It's just the quality of the ball striking has been that good. An off-cutter, nicely bowled, but equally well played.
And they're standardized across the European cricket circuit, isn't it, Lenny? Which makes those stats comparable across players and leagues and countries.
It's also what has made the scores we've seen here so impressive. Oh dear, now that's going to be a no ball. He's tried to play a baseball shot at it, and he's got it all the way for 6, I think. We're going to have a boundary check, but this is quite unbelievable. It's going to be a 7-up, I believe. We'll check the boundary. How has he got this one for 6? From over his head almost.
That's a pure baseball home run swing from Nomads.
And credit to Jawad Dinesh, who does rightly signal it's gone over the rope. Pressure on young Amjad Ahmed. He's 17 years of age. I think that would have been over his head height, let alone over his waist height.
It's one of the harder boundaries to access with any ball, leave alone that one.
Yeah, the jumping 6 will be followed by a free hit. And the free hit's going to go for 6 more. Well, do not adjust your TV sets, your smartphones, your laptops, wherever you're watching us. Right now, we're seeing Carnaggio. 10 deliveries bowled, 50 has come up, and the runs are flying. Geneva, I can't believe I'm saying this, they're ahead of the required rate.
I think that's 250 up for the day already, Lenny.
In 11.4 overs. Yeah, quite ridiculous what we're witnessing here, to be honest. And right now, the required run rates come down to a more manageable 18.5 per over. Another little off cutter, helped away. Man out there should take the catch and puts it down. Oh dear. Now that should have been taken. It's as easy as they come in the deep. I think it might be Wakas Khawaja. We'll get that checked. This surely should have been held.
Couple of really easy ones put down now by that fence. It's where the hitting arc is. You ping them higher up on the bat and you get these sort of chances. They don't come too often, as we've seen. It's a 50-meter boundary. Sometimes the miss hits go over and above. You've got to take them, as Dalvinder Chandok found out in the first innings.
Exactly. Drops can be very, very costly. Was indeed Wakas Khawaja. who's put it down. Well, we saw Usman Khawaja catch brilliantly throughout the Ashes, in the slips in particular, as well as bat beautifully. He didn't quite bat at this rate though. I'm not sure Usman Khawaja will be made up for this 10 over cricket as the boundaries keep raining. Remember, Hack is someone we've been so impressed with, and poor Amjad Ahmed, well, he's gone for 37 in the over, more than the maximum allowed because of that 7 up. And my, oh my, what a start to the chase.
Straight into the lawnmower, that one from Idris Hack. By the cow corner, long on fence.
Now, this just shows you here, Srinath, as Cullen chased this down, it would massively throw the cat amongst the pigeons. Problem for the Power CC, look at that net run rate, minus 0.3. So they're probably going to need to win.
It's a good job that Geneva are plus 2.5.
Exactly. And that's the other thing, even if they don't get there for this total, if they could get 160 plus or something like that, that will at least keep the net run rate damage to a minimum for them. It's going to be Arbab Khan to bowl. That's a full toss down the leg side. They're going to try run a by, direct hit. Oh! It would have been gone, but it's hit the edge of the mat. And the main man, it's Jawad. Ringo starred, and Eshi saying, I was on track to hit, but the edge of the mat's done me.
It's one of the most unlucky things that can happen on any wicket. And there you go, that pings off the edge. It wasn't travelling towards the stumps though.
I think it was. Well, that's what Jawad Danesh is saying. 37 runs from the opening over. That was given as a wide, so it won't count as a legal delivery. Again, I'm going to say it, do not adjust your television screens. The score is 59 for none after just 2 overs. And that's going to be 6 more. What are we witnessing here? Carnaggio of the highest order. It's gone onto the bank. Let's hope the mower doesn't keep going towards it. The ball might get run over.
It's a race between the fielder and the mower. It's more competitive than this battle between bat and ball here at St. Gallen. It's just disappearing. Idris Hack swiping right into the grass banks.
These are the highest chases in history. Well, if Geneva keep going the way they're going, we may see something that will never be broken, because 174 we thought was impossible. That got done as Hungary beat Portugal. But now Geneva are not just ahead of the rate, they're well ahead of the rate. And the ball is still being searched for out there. Finally come back. That's another 75, 80, 85 metre hit. Hack's got 32 off 8. Ahmed's eye 29 off 6. There's only been 13 legal deliveries. They're going at 5 a ball. It's 65 for none. And that's going to be 6 more. Well, this is, I can only use one word, ludicrous.
That's an absolutely beautiful shot. It's a 6 over covers. It's not a wild hack. It's not a slog. It's beautifully done from Idris Hack. Maximo.
Yeah, unbelievable. It really is. And as you said, it's not even a slog. It's a beautiful cricket shot. I've been really surprised by how well batters have hit inside out over extra. We just keep clocking them up. I don't think this will be 6, but it will be 4 just about. And Geneva, they're starting to believe.
Arbab Khan coming around the stumps, trying something different to stop this carnage. Goes over the infield and out for 4. Once again, not the worst result for the Nomads. It's not a big hit. Small mercies this game.
Well, the comments are flying in. Remember, when you do give us a comment, tell us where you're watching from. We love to hear what part of the world you're into. Boundaries keep raining. That one won't go, though, as the deep extra cover, or very wide long off, is being placed in. We see Karen Dami. He says, easy chase. They're going to get there easily. I'm not sure, Karen. Kroom says, this is too much for a Monday morning. I'm there with you. My morning coffee or my morning peppermint tea hasn't kicked in yet. We hear also Vinny Sandhu sitting in there saying the most runs in a match ever is 403. That's very much under threat right now. That was that 2-2-9 game, the Badalona Shaheens versus the Men in Blue in November, last November in Barcelona. Good ball striking on offer, but this time just a single. Somehow this power play has got miles out of hand. If you think about the first 3 overs, you want to get more than a third of the runs chased down. They're well past that.
And the Nomads, to be fair, keep trying something different. Hassan Ahmed, the big hitter you saw earlier in the morning, is positioned at a straight long on now. Long off for the left-hander.
Hack doesn't quite get this out of the screws, but it will be 4. I'm not sure about the field, to be honest. I know you can only have 2 out, but a straight long on. When Hack favours the leg side bowling round the wicket, he can just hack it across the line. And the power play, well, it belongs to one team. It's the men in red, or maroon if you will. And at the end of the third, Geneva, they're 81 for none. They are 31 runs ahead of where the Nomads were.
Absolutely incredible. I think we're running out of words here. The field, both Idris and Norman, toying with the field really. You place a fielder at straight long on, there's a hack down the leg side. You place someone there, it's a straight hit. It's an impossible job for the bowlers really. Just put the ball on that hard length, get your variations right, and then pray. There's only one way to hope here.
Well, all the comments are coming in. Can you find an adjective for us to describe what is going on? Navin Sapkota watching on says unbelievable hitting, absolutely amazing. Stephen Kelk says it's a bonfire, but it's a bonfire for the bowlers. Well, I'd agree with that. We're hearing, well, I think Carnaggio's kicking on. Kroom says welcome to Carnaggio. I think it's the only word that I can think of. WTF is going on? Well, I tell you something, it is all happening. And right now, if Geneva, particularly if Hack and Ahmedzai, can just keep going for maybe 3 more overs, then we've got a game on.
As we see spin for the first time today. Azim Nazir, faster off breaks or ping seam balls, seam up balls.
Well, the captain has been called into action. He's just going to bowl some little off-spinning darts from around the wicket. In fact, he tosses it up and tosses it up beautifully. Oh, pace off, the way to go. That's wicket. More like it. The first wicket we've seen in 14 overs of cricket. And it's a good catch held at short third. The captain strikes Ahmedzai. He was only out there for 8 balls. He's made 30.
It's Taranitharan at short third. Just about held on to it, I think. First wicket of the morning in the 14th over.
And badly needed. It was Tharanatharan, Thanabalasingham, who takes the catch. Azim Nazir strikes with his first delivery. He was out there for 8 balls. He hit 1 4 and 4 6s, 375 his strike rate. But now Ahmedzai is gone as Ali Shah will come in at number 3. Interesting change to the batting lineup as well. We initially thought Ahmedzai would come in at 4 with Ali Shah opening the batting alongside Idris Hack. But instead, Ali Shah now at 3. He comes in with a brilliant platform. The problem is they can't even afford half an over, let alone a full over to go by. They need to keep hitting.
They have to get all their big guns up top and as high as possible at the order. Ali Shah, one of their biggest hitters, makes sense for him to be here. There he goes.
Puts it away. Clever bowling. Great credit to Azim Nazir. Your default as a spinner, particularly when you come to the crease and the score is 81 for none or 80 for none after 3 overs, is to dart it in. But the medium pacers have gone the distance today, so he went slower and slower through the air. The left-hander, he went across the line of it and he paid the price. Hack gets a good piece of that. He's going to get to 50. It's a 13-ball 50, the fastest of the tournament thus far, I believe. Unbelievable hitting. And Idris Hack very much wants to turn that Fab 4 into the Fantastic 5. One of the best batters of the tournament.
One of the more consistent hitters in Switzerland when he's on song. You really have to get him early to have any chance. He's going out wide outside off and he's hacked that in.
That's going to be surely given as a wide, probably very close to a no ball. You can see the plan here from Nazir. It's to hide it away out to the offside. Doesn't want to allow Hack to go into the leg side, but that's too wide outside the off stump. Pressure back on the bowler. Amazing how these games swing. Well, that's going to be too easy. Surely 6 more. Yeah, straight down the ground. Maybe not out of the middle. Didn't need to be with Hack's power. He is flying.
Hassan Ahmed down there, not amused after having dished it out for 10 overs.
It's his second 50 of the tournament, Hack. And all of his runs have come at a strike rate of over 300, would you believe? Quite remarkable hitting here we're witnessing in Switzerland. That's a little leg break. It's very, very friendly. And Hack says, don't bowl there to me. I'll send it up onto the bank.
Lawnmower still in danger, Lenny.
Well, Vinny Sandu used the driving range analogy where some of the golfers try to hit him. I don't think he needs to try and hit him. He just needs to keep sticking it over the rope. The 100's up. They're nearly halfway there. They're yet to face 4 overs. They're well ahead of the rate. The required rate was nearly 20.5 per over at the start. It's 16.7 now. Oh, this one, surely it was there to go for 6. Instead, it's going to be 4. He goes to 69 off 16. 4 overs bowled. What a welcome to you, Srinath, for the commentary. It's 105 for 1.
It's only 4 of the last ball. And Azim, who started off so well, base off, revs on the ball, got him top edging, got the first wicket of the day, finishes with a couple of half trackers and a slot ball. He's just disappearing up here in St. Gallen.
Well, remarkable, and that's the perfect graphic to show it. I do think that member of the St. Gallen FC curation team who's in the ride on Gang Mower, it's not like the ones you see at the driving range. They've got the cage around them. If he keeps going out there, he could be in trouble. This is a critical over. Tharnatharan, Thanabalasingam, the left arm spinner, he bowls very flat. If he gets it right, he can prove difficult to hit. But he could angle it in sometimes into the hitting arc with the 2 right-handers. Can Shah complement Hack, or does Shah just get him onto strike?
Don't think there's any time to pass on the strike, Lenny. Got to go from ball 1. Let's see what Ali Shah does here.
Nicely steered away, much more conventional stroke. I think he's happy to get Hack onto strike. Well, Vinny Sandu, I said he's not working this morning. That's a lie. He was here at 7:30. He was dabbling away, making graphics, and now he's telling us that is the second fastest 100 of all time. Just 1 ball outside of the record set at the ECS Romania back in 2021. He's into the hitting arc, but he doesn't get it. He moves to 70 off 17. What's the approach from here? Almost impossible to answer.
It's a great result for Tharani to start off those 2 balls. I think base off is the approach for the Nomads, clearly. If you can get 2 more overs of spin, keep them under, I don't know, 15 and over. It's a winning result, almost.
You see, the interesting thing is, if you take this game away, as there's a bit of a collision, and just keep it inside the boundary. Might just check it just in case. I think they're both okay. Who ran into each other then there? Wakas Khawaja, who dropped the catch into the Centurion. Fahim Nazir, here we go, just getting a second look. Yeah, no real contact. They're okay, and definitely inside the rope. Back live with you now. That's going to be monstrous. 6 more. Fahim Nazir can just watch it onto the roof. Well, what have we lost? 30, 35 balls up there now, maybe more.
I feel like every 4th ball has gone up to the roof this morning. Some elite hitting as Idris gets to 76 of 18. The strike rate under 300 seems below average here, Benny.
You see, right now, you almost would make Geneva favourites. I said at the halfway stage, surely the Nomads are not just in for a win, but in for a big net run rate boost. That doesn't look like it's going to be the case now. And we are seeing pure and utter simple carnaggio here. That's disappointment from Hack. Just a bit more bounce from back of a length.
I think that landed on the seam and bounced off the wicket. Top result, a dot ball.
That one's going to be a wide down the leg side. I do think even though the previous over of spin, it did pick up the wicket, it still went for 24. It seems to me as though spin looks to be harder to hit, if anything.
Absolutely.
But Hack is somehow doing it. There's 6 more. Well. Geneva at the halfway stage of the chase. They're well above the halfway point of the total. They're 1-2-1 for 1. Is it as much a case as anything now, Srinath, of just holding their nerve?
2 more overs of spin surely to come. And then it's a question of holding your nerve in the chase. Even if they lose the wicket or two, remember Masood Kabir, the star from yesterday, is still to come. As we take a look at the calendar coming up, we go from here, Germany, and all the way around Europe over the next couple of months. Lots lined up on the European Cricket Network.
Well. I'm finding it hard to get the superlatives in here to describe to you what exactly is going on. The next lamb to the slaughter is Amjad Rahmani, who's bowled really well in this competition. He's going to need to. Shah, he tries to get in the act. It skews off an outside edge. It's going to be put down. Not easy. In fact, a good effort from Amjad Ahmed. The end result will be 2 runs. He's an athlete, the young 17-year-old, but he couldn't hold on.
Saved a couple of runs, crucially. Wickets not going to do the job. As we take a look at Amjad's save by the boundary line.
We are just trying to get a check as to what the fastest century of all time in the European Cricket Network is. I think it could be 25 balls, if I remember correctly, from something Vinny Sandhu told me earlier in the week. Hack is 82 off 20. The strike rate's over 400. Almost don't want to say it, but 3 Maximos. You get there in 23 balls. There's a gang rider out deep cow corner. Could be in trouble. Down the ground. Has he got enough of it? Yes, he has. He's 2 away. He's 88 off 21 deliveries. I don't know how to describe this, Srinath. What are we witnessing?
Who wants to be a bowler in St. Gallen? Hide it outside, bowl it short, keep it tight, doesn't matter. Maximo after Maximo.
Short, wide, carved away for 6 more. He's 1 away. 94 of 22 deliveries. Are we about to witness history? I think it's going to be the fastest century in the history of the European Cricket Network.
Idris Hack having a whale of a time here. 94 of 22.
Well, he zoned in. It was indeed 25 deliveries, the fastest in history. Idris Hack gets it away. It's going to be 4. He's got 1 more ball. He's got 2 runs to get. He's inspired. He's Idris Hack. Cher Ali it was who made the fastest ever. That came off 25 deliveries. Geneva, we're almost forgetting about the game for a moment. They're well ahead. They need 64 off 25. They've got 9 wickets in hand. Is this the history-making moment? Gone! Edged out! 98! And the cartwheel from Jawad Dinesh. Oh, you would not believe it. If that's gone inches over the head, it's instead going to be the history-making moment, but he's not got there. It takes nothing away from his innings, but the umpires, oh, what's this? Controversy. What are we checking? We're going to check the height, I think, from the side on replay.
Umpire Yati Singh had just signalled 1 for the over, the ball before.
Might just try and get that once more. He's definitely edged it. Now, is it over the head of the batter? Well, for me, no. Don't think it's gone over the shoulder either, so no controversy. Look at the celebrations from Jawad Dinesh. His trademark cartwheel comes out.
Absolutely worthy of that celebration, given what we've witnessed from Idris Hack. A 6-a-thon, a hackathon, if you will. Absolute scenes in St. Gallen.
Yeah, 24 deliveries he faced in total. He hit 13 sixes. He gets a massive ovation. And unbelievable what we've seen. He takes a long, well, there's probably mixed emotions, aren't there? He would have desperately wanted that century. And Geneva, they're all on their feet. They're patting him on his back. He's going to have to watch on from the sidelines. He's finished with 98 off 24 deliveries, a strike rate of 408.33. I think we can officially upgrade the Fab Four to the Fantastic Five now. Idris Hack more than deserving of his role and his place there but more importantly, is this a way back into the game now for the Zurich Nomads? Because they can only defend 64 off 24. It's 16 per over. Yes, it's a tall task, but with what we've seen thus far this morning, maybe, if anything, Geneva are favourites. Kabir, the new man to the crease. He's at the non-striker's end. The runs, they keep coming. It's 6 more. It's only inches over the head of the man out at deep square leg. Another Maximo.
Perfect swing from Alisha, giving himself room, moving himself away from the firing line. That's another short one from Tharani into his body. Swung away for 6 over that deep square leg fielder, just about. Alisha, known to be a big hitter, and he's got a job on his hands here. It's 58 of 23 needed.
Tossed up, hit down the ground, long on in place, takes the catch under pressure. Amjad Rahmani holds his nerve. It definitely wasn't anything like it was out of the middle of the bat from Ali Shah. The bat sort of skews in his hand, and that's a good catch held under pressure, maybe a yard or so inside the rope.
Another one, Lenny, where the bowler has given some air, slowed it down, looped it, and Ali Shah finds the fielder at long on. Couple of wickets to spin. It's interesting that Geneva did not have a single ball of spin bowled throughout. That carnage from Fahim and Hassan. Maybe that's the way to go. Maybe Nomads will bowl the rest of them out. Ali Shah, 12 of 7. You're 146 for 3 after 6.2. A good 58 needed of 22 for Geneva CC.
Well, if you had thoughts of a sleepy start to your Monday morning, a chilly start, we've had the polar opposite. It's Jabberkeel to the crease. And the big question is, can the new men hit from the off? It's the first time in the innings since the openers were together. We've got 2 men on none. Geneva, they have the platform, but maybe finishing the job is going to be even more difficult. Well, he says no. Jabberkeel goes boom, boom, out of the ground. 6 more, the 150's up, and it's 52 now to win off 20.
Very much in gettable territory. As ridiculous as that sounds, they only need 16 and over, just a touch under 16 after that 6. Jamil Jabberkeel is one of their more consistent hitters in recent times. Swings against Tharanitharan.
Well, comments are flooding in. Santosh Kapazi says, I told you guys the commentator's curse is real. 98 and out, how else could we call it but being set for the fastest 100? He was too short. He did every ball for 6 pretty much. Game change, says Sapiens. Comments flooding in. Big numbers watching. You can't get enough of this European Cricket Network action. I think the highest concurrent viewers we've had throughout the entire week. It's a rare dot ball to close out the 7th. 51 off 18. Come on, Srinath, tell us who's winning this game.
It's a rare moment also to praise the bowler, Lenny, this morning. It's been one of those days. Tharanitharan finishing with a couple of great Yorkers there.
That's what's coming up next, Srinath. That's the 10:45 a.m. game. I'll be off for a lie down. I'm not going to be able to keep going at this rate. It's too helter-skelter. There's too much going on. Geneva are 3-2. Will they be 4-2, having taken victory? And for the Zurich Lions, they're going to rely heavily upon Ankush Lal and Ashwin Prakash. Surely Kanik Shah, the other one to watch, who's bowled really, really nicely with lots of wickets. Surely they have to win to get into qualification permutations and get into the mix, as Rahmani is brought back on. Is this another one? Yes, it is. The Nomads are fighting back. It goes to show just how difficult it is. It's a good catch held by the youngster. He's dropped one. The 17-year-old Amjad Ahmed holds on.
Rahmani finally finds the magic ball to get the first wicket by a medium pacer today. It's taken 17 overs to come. And Jabberkeel goes for the wild heave through leg side again. Only manages a top edge. Finds the fielder in the circle. It's young Amjad Ahmed.
What an incredible game we are witnessing here in St. Gallen. We're in the beautiful east of Switzerland. You might be looking on and thinking that it's a gorgeous summer's day. It's not. It's freezing cold. It's probably 10 or 11 degrees, something like that. But somehow the batters are warming us up. The latest man to the crease is the Geneva captain, Ansar Mahmood. He's held himself back. Is that going to be a good move? It's about 15, 16 per over required. Up towards 17 per over now is Ringo Starr. Jalwa Dadesh, he's great to watch, isn't he?
Great celebrations. always active on the field, never a dull moment. Also keeps well, that helps. Here's Masood Kabir. He's not had too much of the strike since he came on. Obviously, the man who smashed his way to a 50 yesterday. Keen to see how he gets on here. You really need to go from ball one.
Up to 18.75 per over. Amazing how a couple of dot balls just swing the contest entirely. I think what we're seeing here is a classic example of it's easy to get off to a flying start. Well, not easy, but you can. It's finishing the job in a big chase, so difficult.
Captain Azim Nazir from long off, urging his players to keep calm, not give away overthrows and cheap runs here as they start getting a semblance of control.
Oh dear, all of a sudden it's going wrong, and thanks to Rahmani, he's got 2 for 20 from 10 balls, which in the context of today's game, it could be match winning. Brilliant bowling. Another one, well, it's almost an action replay. Kabir in a game where everyone else is striking at 300 or 400 is none off 4. Is this game swinging inexorably towards a Zurich Nomad, Srinath?
Some astonishing Yorkers and consistency there from Rahmani. Last couple of overs, the Nomads seem to have found their length, nailing it. The toe crusher always helps.
Oh dear. He looks down at the bat. Kabir, Masood Kabir. Our original team sheet had him down to bat 11. Why is he in up the order, and are Geneva going to rue that fact? He's 1 off 5.
Well, you saw yesterday, probably on your day off, Masood Kabir teeing off into the distance. It's grown into a bit of a
pinch hitter,
power hitter, pinch hitter,
yeah.
I'd say. And those 4 Yorkers, never easy for anyone, leave alone someone known to bat lower down the order, to get away. As we see the Centurion back into the attack, it's Fahim Nazir.
He's got plenty of runs to defend. Back live with you now. And right now, poor old Masood Kabir. It's always difficult when you come new to the crease, but this innings, sadly, for Geneva, unless something changes quickly, it's running out of steam.
Shows you how hard it is to come in, especially in this cold, and start teeing off from ball one.
Finally gets something on a deep third in place and taken. Oh dear, an innings that Kabir is going to want to forget after a sensational start to the chase. It's all gone horribly wrong in overs 8 and 9. It all happens in the 9th, but all that's happening is the Nomads are tightening their grip on this victory. Surely they're going to close out the win now.
Some consistent bowling and some desperate heaving towards the end, as we see Bilal Muhammad walk in at number 6.
And that's where he was originally scheduled, so that gamble, he gambled by throwing Kabir up the order, who batted so well yesterday. He just couldn't get it done today, and right now the Nomads are surely going to do enough to close it out. They've had more than a shock. They've had the fright of their lives with Idris Hack's 98 off 24 and Nouman Ahmedzai making 30 off 8. But all they need to do is just show that little bit of professionalism now, do the basics, and they'll get over the line, because the equation has swung violently against Geneva. It's 48 to win off 9. We thought we were in for history, but history's going to have to wait.
The good bit for Geneva is they kind of save their net run rate, given how they've gone. That's the consolation, despite the slowdown.
Good shout. They'll still want more runs, no doubt. They just haven't been able to get anything going. Goes to show that Idris Hack was making it look like stick cricket out there, wasn't he? And definitely, I agree with Di Maria's shout in the chat. One of the best matches in the ECN history, hands down. We've been treated to a specky this morning. Yes, the Nomads are going to do enough, but my oh my, they've been given a real fright. And it's been that length, the sort of Yorker angled into the pads that's done the business in the last 2.5 overs.
Fahim Nazir, as if it wasn't enough to hit 100 in a 10-over game, coming back to do the business at the death for the Nomads.
And even there, when he gets one into the slot, because it's 2 new men at the crease, it shows how awesome and simply awesome Idris Hack was, with 98 off 24 deliveries. His wicket was the game-turning moment. Since he's gone, nothing has really happened. In fact, the last couple of overs, Srinath, they've gone nowhere. After we had double-digit overs for the first 7, Rahmani and Nazir have conceded back-to-back overs with just 2 runs each from them and a wicket in them. Game, set, and the match to the Nomads.
It's 14 balls, Lenny, since the last boundary, which is absolutely crazy given how this game has gone.
And I agree with Meyer Patel, one of our admins on the YouTube chat. The poor guy, not easy coming in and hitting straight away. It's going to be Khan to close things out. It will be a Maximo. And for Geneva, maybe they're just thinking, how many can we get? Can we pick up 20 or 25 off this final over? Close that gap on the net run rate, keep it somewhat in shape. They should be so proud of their efforts. Remember, after 6 overs, they were 140 for 2. So the last 3.1 have only gone for 23. And this will go for more runs. Just the one. Oh no, it's going to be a save boundary, just inches in front of the rope.
Azim Nazir.
They're going to run an overthrow here. We'll get back for 2. Rather farcical circumstances.
Desperate dive there from the captain to save that from going to the boundary. Amjad Rahmani with a bit of fancy footwork. It's just 2 in the end for Geneva.
Massive. Well, that's more like it. And I just wonder, is Ansar Mahmood, the captain, thinking of what might have been those 2 overs, overs 8 and 9? Somehow they only went for 4. Everything else today's gone for double digits. But just when they needed to keep it going in cruise control, they ran out of puff.
Also got to be appreciative of the consistency of lengths from the Nomads bowlers. Tarni Taran and then followed by Fahim with that wicket over in between from Rahmani. Incredible consistency to pull this game back.
That's going to be 6 more. All this will do will leave that little bit of bitterness, that little bit of, oh, how close were we? How could we have nearly got there? And where was this from Ansar Mahmood? Poor old Masood Kabir. Well, he's going to be inconsolable, isn't he? In the dugout. Back-to-back Maximos. This time doesn't get it.
The recipient of those consistent Yorkers was Masood Kabir. The move to send a pinch hitter sometimes does not come off, and you get an innings like that. 1 of 6.
Yeah, it shows sometimes you're better off actually just getting out, aren't you? Off your first delivery. And this is going to be out. Very, very well judged to close us out. Well, it's a game that will be remembered for its runs, but it finishes with a wicket. And Khan says thank you very much, goes down into a push-up or prone position. I'm not too sure about the celebration, but one thing is for certain, we have seen one of the all-time great 10-over clashes in the history of 10-over cricket, and there's big smiles not of joy but smiles of relief from the Nomads, because they've been pushed to the brink by Geneva in a thriller. The end result, they've run out winners by 25 runs.
As we see by the boundary line, Idris Hack leading the way, looking up to the heavens, wondering what might have been. Just the 1 hit away from the fastest 100 ever.
Well, here we go. This initial highlights package is all going to be about 2 men. And it's the 2 opening batters for Geneva, Idris Hack and Nouman Ahmedzai. It's actually Ahmedzai that got off to the faster start. He was 30 off just 7 deliveries before he was caught right on the rope, the left-hander. He showed us some big power, 4 Maximos in his innings, striking at 375. He was devastating down the ground, loves that area, over long off. Even somehow managed to get that full toss all the way to 6. As the youngster had an over to forget, Amjad Ahmed went for 37 and the free hit went the distance too. As the Nomads, well, they were feeling the pressure thanks to that drop catch, one that certainly Waqas Khawaja is not going to want to see again. We nearly had a run out barring the edge of the mat. And what that meant was that the two batters were able to keep going. And after the dismissal of Numan Ahmedzai, that'll come up in a moment here, it was all about this man, Idris Hack.
Wherever they bowled, he had the answers. Slot balls disappearing into the distance. Attempted Yorkers, same thing. And the fours were rarer. Noman Ahmedzai getting out to Azim Nazir's first ball. Good catch from Tarani.
Then after that, Hack just said, okay, time to take the handbrake off, time to go here because we've got nothing to lose. And he played one of the all-time great 10-over innings. It very nearly, in fact, usurped Azim Nazir. Fahim Nazir even had Hassan Ahmed, who put on that double-century partnership. And whilst he was there, the game very much looked like it was going Geneva's direction. He was one ball away from making the fastest century in the history of 10-over cricket. It would have been 100 off 23, but he was caught by Jawad Dinesh, and then the wicket started to tumble. All the momentum, it was like a tyre being deflated as the life went out of the chase. Particularly Masood Kabir just couldn't get anything going there. He saw 1 off 7, that was probably the game, but even Bilal Muhammad at the end, 1 off 4. It shows that it's not easy to go in and hit from the off. Good catch held down there at deep third, and somehow, by the barest of margins, they've got over the line. It might say a 25-run victory, but it felt ever closer than that, despite Ansar Mahmood's late blows. He made 23 off 7. We've been treated to a classic.
What a debut to be part of after thousands of games in the European Cricket Network. You don't see too many new things too often. These two sides have put on a show here at St. Gallen, and their Monday mornings have not been boring at all.
No, it's been quite remarkable what we've seen. We've run out of adjectives to describe it. Incredible is the one I'm going to stick with. Ball striking of the highest quality, particularly from Idris Hack, Fahim Nazir, and then Hassan Ahmed in the first innings, the two openers for the Nomads. A high quality game that gives you a lot of hope for the future. Well, of Swiss batting, at least, maybe less so the bowlers. Idris Hack, the star of the show, 98 off 24. If he'd hit that 24th ball, even for a couple, he'd have broken the record for the fastest ever ton, but that holds and stands for the moment at 25 balls. Amjad Ahmed, maybe just forget about today. Don't look at that economy rate. But even everyone, Arbab Khan, Azim Nazir, also going at more than 20 runs per over. But the way in which Amjad Rahmani in particular bowled, I think deserves great credit on a day for the bowlers. Fahim Nazir, good too, with 1 for 22. So that's going to wrap it up for the coverage of this, an extraordinary game number 36, the first game on game day 8. We have been treated to a run fest. Let's hope it continues like that. For me, Andrew Leonard, for my co-commentator Trina Tripats. We'll hear from him again in game number 2. Great to have him with us. That was a barnstormer. Let's hope game 2 is much more like it, of the same. The Zurich Nomads, they beat Geneva by 25 runs. We'll see you for game number 2 of the day, game number 37 in total, in about 15 minutes time. Do come and join us then.
Here we are with St. Gallen Cricket Club at Mount Sentis, the highest mountain in East Switzerland with a height of 2,500 meters, looking over 4 different countries. What an unusual place to play cricket.
Well, guten Morgen, a very good morning and welcome along to the action here in Switzerland. We have just had a chance to catch our breath after one of the most extraordinary 10-over contests probably of all time, really. And we're all set now for game number 37. Geneva have to go straight back into action. They'll be in the outfield with a few little demons in their head as they were clubbed around the ground by Fahim Nazir and his opening partner Hassan Ahmed, who put on 203 for none, but for the vast majority of the chase it looked like Geneva were going to win. What does the bat versus ball wall, the supercomputer, think? Those scores finally starting to go up from the supercomputer. I think they're getting the message, the team at the European Cricket Network HQ, that the scores are higher than usual here in Switzerland, and we've seen what I believe is the second highest total in the history of the European Cricket Network in terms of aggregate between the two sides in this morning's contest. And the supercomputer reckons a really good tight fought game, about 8 runs between the expected totals. And Idris Hack for Geneva, who we'll see open the batting later on, well, he, for the vast majority of that chase, the first 6 overs, Geneva were in control of the chase. The wheels came off in overs 8 and 9, just 2 runs from each of those 2 overs. It was always going to take something special to get to that total of 204 that they were targeting. In the end, the Nomads held their nerves by 25 runs. Andrew Leonard here with you, delighted to have the company for a second consecutive game just before he gets into action in game 3 for his Cossonay Cricket Club of Srinath Tripats. He's going to guide you through all the action. Srinath, very good morning. Have you caught your breath? What did we just witness?
Good morning, Lenny. Mad morning, really. Just a stat, super stat from Winnie in the control room, that it's the highest ever 6s in a T10 ECN game in history. And we're talking over 3,000 games, aren't we?
Yeah, I think it might even be closer to 4,000 or something ludicrous. Yeah, 46 6s. You don't need to be a mathematician to tell you that that's more than one every 3 deliveries in a 120 delivery game, the 10-over cricket format we play. We've had fireworks this morning. Surely it's not going to be the same. Here we go for game 37.
Safif delivers to Ankush, driven down to Alicia, long off fence. Bit of an unfamiliar sight, Lenny, to see singles today. It's been a boundary marathon, if you will, throughout the morning. Absolutely no Monday morning blues for either side here. Afif, one of the few who escaped punishment, at least in relative terms this morning, against the big hitting of Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed.
Yeah, it really was very hard to describe, would be the way I would put it. We saw across the entire game 381 runs, second highest in history, the most 6s ever in any 10-over contest, and it's a record that may not go, but maybe the only moment of regret. Idris Hack, he'd faced 23 balls, he was on 98 not out. If he'd hit 2, he would have made the fastest century ever. Instead, he was dismissed.
Fif aims at the stumps on his follow through to get the lines going. Swinging in, just a touch of swing for Afif, the first over, as the ball hits the edge of that matting there. It's Akash Wadwa off the mark, and it's Ankush Lal again, swinging away, and that's a wide. It's a wide called.
Yeah, I think that's a good decision. Movement with the new ball. We tend to see maybe 2 or 3 overs of real movement through the air, no more than that. Particularly with those balls that are clattered onto the roof and get some damage.
That's a full toss from Afif. That's completely missed Ankush's bat. The Lions may yet live to regret this sort of opportunity. We're in the power play here, of course, in the first 3 overs of the game. And a full toss like that, escaping punishment, is not a good thing at all. Here we go again. That swung at more than a touch from Afif. Ankush Lal misses out again. This is very different, Lenny, to what we saw in the morning.
Yeah, very different start. And just a little bit of movement away from the right-hander. If anything, Ankush Lal, probably having watched this morning's game, he's trying to overhit here. Got to make contact with the ball first.
Is that on the line? The umpire will refer it on first side. I think they're appealing because the bat may have been on the line. Let's see what the third umpire has to say.
He'll go upstairs. Big swing and a miss. There's clearly no contact with the bat, but was he a little bit lazy coming back here, Ankush Lal? It was all very lackadaisical. So the umpire, I think at a minimum, he's right to send this upstairs, but it could. Oh,
it's really close.
We're going to need a slow motion of that. You just have to roll it. Slowly. He's on the line there, and then it's almost just that little tilt over that gets him home. So not out will be the decision. Back live with you now.
There goes Afif again. That swung away. The fielders come under it. Falls in no man's land. Alicia opts not to go for the catch. But it's been a great over from Afif. Must be a relief for him after the carnage in the first game. Maximo after Maximo. Not a single boundary this time in the first over.
4 for none the score at the end of 1. There are the updated highest team totals. Great to have a Swiss entry onto that, and it will stay in that top 10 for a good while, you'd think, with it up at number 5. 203 the Zurich Nomads have posted, and in fact, because Geneva did so well in the chase, it is the second highest aggregate game of all time, and that record of 46 sixes, well, who knows, maybe it will never go, because the ball striking this morning was simply awesome. Awe is the only word I can use to describe it. Jabberkeel to get things going with the second over.
The classic headband of Jabberkeel. Bit too much movement away. Started off outside leg. That's a wide to start off with Jabberkeel.
A very good morning wherever you're watching from. If you want to ask us any questions or you want to get into the chat, I'll keep an eye on that with Trinath leading you through all of this game. Andrew Leonard here with Trinath Shripats, one of the players who will see him in action in the next game for Gallen CC.
Now the full toss that goes unpunished. Jabberkeel going even wider this time. That would have been called a wide if Ankush had left it alone. No runs once again. It's quite a sedate start for the Lions, Lenny.
Yeah, I think our judgment's probably going to be skewed having seen what we saw this morning, but even in the context of that game, 13 runs per over on average thus far, so you're expecting a bit more from these two, particularly Lal, 75 off 30 in his first game, but since then he's just gone a little bit shy of runs, a bit short of them, and with the top 5 run scorers, the way in which they've struck the ball, they've made it look so easy. But somebody like Ankush Lal, rather than being inspired by them, he's almost being intimidated by them, the way in which they've played. He needs to settle. He's got 3 off 7.
The lengths have not been too much different so far. As Jabberkeel steams in, lands a Yorker and clashes him. That clatters into the stumps. An early wicket this time for Geneva. Accurate batsman swinging away to the leg side, and that's bullseye.
Yeah, there the stumps castled, knocked over. Probably not quite the Yorker length, more a full length, but it's the movement through the air that's done him, and it's that lovely shape angling in from around the wicket to then swing away, and the top of off is always a pretty good place to hit. We keep saying it, and that is the first wicket with
Akash Wadwa, I think it is.
Yeah, Wadwa gone for just 1, isn't it? And the score now is 6 for 1.
Jamil finding his range. And you're absolutely spot on. The same balls were disappearing onto the roof from Fahim and Hassan earlier in the morning. Jamil will want to continue hitting that hard length, getting it to angle away as we've seen in these first couple of overs. Cover drive, misfield from Karamat. Kanishk Shah off the mark with a single there. Hit straight to the fielder, extremely wide again, wide full toss. It's not been dispatched nor left alone. Lions 7 for 1 after 10 balls.
Yeah, Kanishk Shah, the captain, to the crease at number 3. He's bowled so well throughout this series.
It's wide again, a bit wilder from Jamil. Both sides trying to hide it away from the batsman, almost outside off. This one straying down leg, aiming for the body, but only managing to go way down leg side.
Yeah, Ankush Lal just struggling to get going, isn't he? Looks out of rhythm.
Magnificent effort from Afif, actually. Almost throws down the batsman at the non-striker's end with that.
Probably a little harsh to call it a chance, but certainly a good stop, maybe 1 or 2 runs saved. I think it could have even just carried, but got the body in the line, picked it up almost in the half volley, as Shah and Lal battling to start with.
Beautiful cover drive, almost goes the distance for 4 this time, just 1 bounce. And over the cover boundary for 4. Again, it's Kanishk Shah, beg your pardon, with that drive. Or is that Ankush Lal?
That was Kanishk Shah with the boundary. The score at the end of 2 is 13 for 1. Let's take a look at the standings. So they're updated with the fact that St. Gallen have completed their lot of 10. They're going to look vulnerable, I think, to win the competition, but I think 13 points will be more than enough to get into the top 5, maybe finish 4th or 5th or something like that. The big question is, can the Nomads win out, pick up 2 more victories, and could 14 points be enough to take that top spot, which is a big difference.
If we finishing up in the power play this time, as that one's hacked towards cow corner, just a single again for the Lions. That's Ankush still trying to find his hitting range in the power play.
But yeah, the winners of this league, Srinath, will advance directly to the grand final. So big swing between finishing 1st or 2nd. 2nd then plays 5th, so they get a bit of an advantage. In theory, play a slightly weaker team in what will be a virtual quarter final, and then 3rd will play 4th.
It's moving away, given a no ball as it hits the edge of the turf. It's a free hit for the Lions, one but they'd aim to profit from here. Remember, it's a no ball if it hits the edge of that turf.
That
Matting.
Reverse angle is the key one there. You can see it clearly coming off the green artificial turf. The free hit's incoming, no damage done. Right now, the Lions look like a side who are having a sleepy start to their Monday morning.
Clear Monday morning blues for the Lions as Afif finds his range again in the power play. Remember, he finished off with the 10th over against the Nomads, who were amidst a carnage. As we see Kanishk Shah again, almost. It's an appeal for a run out. Striker's end after the 2nd. That's not even being referred. He was well into the crease.
Yeah, nice to hear from you all in the chat. Good arm, very good throw from Dalvinder Chandok out there in the deep. But nice to hear from everyone in the chat, and I am going to agree entirely with Rob Thompson, who says I'm still recovering from the last game. I'm there with you, my friend. Shell-shocked from all the drama that we saw.
Now the drive for a single. Karamat misses the ball. It's almost to the end of the power play here in St. Gallen. And there's barely been a couple of boundaries so far. Now the hack, fielder coming under it. Ali Shah this time drops it at deep cover. That one spills back into the circle, and it's just a single for the Lions.
Yeah, should have been taken. Really should have. I think if anything, he's almost overran it. He didn't need to sprint in quite as hard as he did. And the moment of regret as it goes down, never quite looked settled. Did Ali Shah underneath it. And it's a life for Lal, who's really looked totally out of rhythm thus far.
Swans flicked away to cow corner. Just another single. It's the end of the power play. The run rate's under 7 here. The Lions really need to get their skates on, Lenny.
Yeah, we've seen very few scores under 100, particularly not anything under 100 win, I don't think. 130s probably, we suspect par, 125, something in that vicinity. But you'll see from the power play, well, it's a power play in name only. And the graphic might look a similar shape, but the difference is in that first game, the numbers on the left were 15, 25 and 30 as they soared into the sky here in St. Gallen. The projected score right now, a pretty ugly looking 67. They should surely get a few more than that. How can they find a way to battle up to something that could be defendable? They need at least 100.
It's Karamatullah Tarakil, who's back playing for Geneva today. Coming in just after the power play this time. Pretty consistent, his lines and lengths most days. As that Hack goes to long off into Afif's hands, accepts it gleefully. Tarakil strikes first ball for Geneva.
Well, it's going from bad to worse here for the Zurich Lions. It was short, it was wide, and rather than sort of carving it over somewhere more towards cover, he slapped it down the ground straight to that wide long off position that we've seen in use quite a bit. And the captain now goes, he's gone for 9 off 8. The Lions 20 for 2 in all sorts of bother. I think the highest score we've seen defended, excuse me, the lowest score we've seen as a winning score is Alton's 107 on the opening day as they beat the Power CC in a thriller. That's in a completed 10 overs per side clash. But if you don't get up to that 120 mark, really, you can't see it being a winning score here.
As we know all too well as players from Costin SEC, it's 125, 130 and 130 against us in the triple header on Saturday. It's gone up significantly from 2020, Lenny, when 80s and 90s were still in business. Low scoring games in relation to what we're witnessing here.
And that just sums up the change in mindset, the change in approach, also how much this 10 over format's evolving. Sunshine is out now. And it's definitely not warm, but they will take that sun. And often the distance, I think we're going to be fine for this morning's conclusion. Hopefully the third game too. Games 4 and 5 though,
We'll see. A lot more sunshine than we've seen all weekend, to be fair. As Karamat fires it in wider. This one goes for 4, just about crosses the boundary at deep cover. It's an interesting slingy action, Lenny, that Karamatullah has.
Yeah, that's a better place to hit him, isn't it?
Yep.
Over extra. But I have to say, Rafiqullah Mohammadi, there's a reason he wasn't togging out for the St. Gallen Football Club yesterday in their winning start to the Swiss Super League season. He got his feet in a horrible tangle as he tried to keep it in. 4 to the total.
It's a wide, should be, it's a no ball as it hits the edge of that matting once again. Once again, Karamatullah, that slingy action hits that green strip at the edge. Free hit coming up for the Lions. Ankush Asani swings. He can only swing it to deep fine leg for a single. Good comeback from Karamatullah, pulling that one slightly back and into his body instead of wider outside off.
Yeah, the shorter length has actually tended to go the distance because of his slingy action. I want to talk about that headband though. Really good call on a day like today. Oh dear!
Oh, bat's broken into 2. It's travelled as far as the ball itself.
Well, that's the last delivery that bat's ever going to be used for. And the non-striker says, we've got some nice wood for the fire later in the year. Well, actually might be needed now. That one there, oh dear, the whole back has come off it. And there is the laughs all around, particularly from the Geneva players. But, well, they're not cheap cricket bats these days. How much does that one cost him?
may explain, Lenny, how few boundaries we've seen so far. That one's flown off.
This would be a good angle. Have a look at this one here. Oh, wow. It's the entire back strip of the bat. There's actually no problem. He might still be able to use that, you know.
For throwdowns, you think?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's just going to be lighter. Maybe it will still ping off. I reckon he might have a go on the nets and see if that could be usable again. But he's had a colleague's run out to him for the moment. A very, very sedate start for the Zurich Lions.
Swing again with the new bat. It's a misfield at mid-on from Jamil. It's quite a rare sight. It's quite a gun fielder, Jamil Jabarkhil. It's a good over from Karamat this time to start off. Just 7 of that one. All these Geneva bowlers must be counting their blessings after that madhouse of a first game this morning, Lenny.
Well, it's funny how you just can't predict what's going to happen, can you? Because in this morning's game, they went at more than 20 and over. And even again, though, the graphic might look the same. The problem is the corresponding number on the left is 7 runs per over. They're not even at 7 runs per over. There's only been 2 4s hit and no 6s. So it really shows you just how much the Lions have struggled, maybe overawed by the feeling that they needed to get towards something in the 150 plus region. They're going to have to go a long way to do that now.
Here's Zahid, full toss, straying down leg. That's a wide. Geneva bowlers, as they come back from that carnage, trying to adjust their length, taking a ball or two to settle in. Going pretty well so far. Remember, as you mentioned, the power play, Lenny, we had a 37 run over that chase.
Yeah, that's more than the Lions have managed in 4 overs thus far.
It's a low full toss just outside off. Again, drilled to long off. It's not going to help them too much. They're way behind what we just heard from Lenny as the power scores for this year in Switzerland. It's about the 125, 130 mark that you need to gun towards to have any kind of chance of defending it. Slower one from Zahid. It's a French cut to fine leg as they steam back for 2. Idris Hack misses that one and takes off the bails without taking the ball at all.
Well, this was gone. I think he's just got a little bit over eager to whip the bails off. If he gloves this cleanly, oh, he's gone for all money, but he's just got far too keen, hasn't he? And it was a suicidal second, but somehow Ankush Hassani is going to survive. Still no timing, no rhythm for any of the batters. This innings, it's going nowhere.
None of the top 4 even finding their range so far. That's a high full toss, maybe a no ball. Just flies over cow corner for 6, and it is called a no ball. 7 of that plus a free hit coming up.
Finally something for the Lions to cheer, and I think that's a pretty good call. Yeah, it's going to be over the waist high position of the batter, and Abdul Rahimzi is trying that little kind of, might have been out of the back of the hand, slower ball. Instead he goes for 7, and just as the Lions were looking like they were going nowhere, they get a big boost. What can they do with the free hit?
He lands this one straight onto the stumps, and those are still runs. It runs down to the boundary for 4 byes. Is it?
Yeah, 4 byes given. We'll see the signal from the umpire in a moment. I'm not sure he did give it. It's definitely no bat involved. It's the leg stump it's cannoned into. It's now given as byes. The umpire correctly establishing what's happened. The poor old keeper. Well, Idris Hack, what a big swing. If he'd affected that run out, would have been a new man to the crease. I've no doubt the next ball wouldn't have been a big full toss. But 11 runs from just 1 legal delivery.
We go
now
again.
Got Geneva moving. Excuse me, the Lions moving. Geneva conceding some runs finally.
Pulls it back. That's a slower one. That's a legal ball. Karamatullah holds on. What a catch from the fast bowler. A short fine leg. Runs behind him, and those are never easy ones, are they?
No, he's taking that nicely. Again, it's a little floater. And he makes good ground. The ground's the key way to get there. Just outstretches the 2 arms. A bit more like it after the missed run out chance, and the Lions continue to stutter. I think Sahidullah Abdul Rahimzi needed that wicket. He'll breathe a deep sigh of relief as it's going to be Ranjit Ramakrishnan to the crease at number 5. The Lions now 42 for 3.
Just a semblance of momentum to that innings after that big hit of the no ball. They lose the wicket of the very, very next ball. It's not been a great start, but such is the name of the game that you keep going, you keep hitting, irrespective of how many wickets fall in the power play or otherwise. You've got 10 wickets for a 10-over game, you've got to go all guns blazing, maybe take a ball or two, but there is no stopping the action in this format. As we see Zahid landing another Yorker. That one, is there a run-out chance? No, he makes it easy. That one was hacked off a full length by Ranjit, the new batter. Bit of casual running towards the end, but that throw was never going to make it on time. Ankush Lal, 8 of 13. He'd want to correct that strike rate pretty soon for the Lions to get going. Zahid lands it slightly slower, pulled away towards the deep square leg fence for 4. Slower one, the one that's been aiming all over. He lands it this time. Ankush picks it up pretty early, swipes away for 4.
Yeah, that's the graphic to indicate just how impressive the scoring has been throughout this competition, as it's 47 for 3 at the end of the 5th over. A bit more like it pushes up towards 10 runs per over now. Yesterday was the record-setting day. If the Lions could start getting something going, or maybe Geneva chase this down very quickly, we could be in for a record-breaking day, given that was the second highest aggregate total of all time. We're going to see a change in bowling, as it will be Bilal Mohammed, the bespectacled quick bowler, to come on now with right arm over the wicket. 5 fielders in the deep, 2 on the leg and 3 on the off.
Slightly wider, and that is signaled wide by the umpire. Bilal attempting to hide that one outside off. As the batter moves away. It's just over the line, but such are the fine margins in this competition. Can't really have any room for error, even a couple of centimeters. Bilal over pitches, not punished again. It's drilled down to long on.
So do let us know where you're watching from. Any questions in the live chat on YouTube. Also welcome to all our viewers on Swiss Sports TV. I was actually enjoying the action on the television in the hotel room. I one day off yesterday. Really good coverage too.
It's another fuller one, this time actually moving away from Ankush Lal as the wind picks up steam again here in St. Gallen.
Well, I think it's winds of change that we're feeling right now, Srinath, because I suspect this afternoon it's going to tip down. There's very dark clouds in the distance. There really are, and I just wonder whether or not this is going to be the best bit of weather we'll have all day. Heavy, heavy wind. Maybe the winds could blow that away, but it's tended to come almost exclusively from the distance as you look now, as we look out too. That's where the weather's come from, up towards Lake Oversea.
Tries to hack again. There's an LBW appeal. May have been too high.
This is close for me. I think this is worth a second look. Height is maybe the only thing going against it, because it's definitely hit him in line. It's hit him in line with what? Oh, I think that's plumb. I don't think that's going over the top. He's on the crouch. The problem is it's hit him up on the back thigh pad. For me, that's hitting middle stump.
Now the pull attempt gets nowhere. The Lions really haven't found their range.
Particularly Ankush Lal. 12 off 18 deliveries. You have to remember we've seen a 13 ball 50 in this morning's game, and he right now is going nowhere. That's that dark cloud I was talking about. You can just you feel a chill in the air, don't you, before it rains as well.
I'm sure as our viewers listen in on the coverage, you can hear a little bit of the winds movement really across the field.
It's buffeting all of the branding as well. It's another tight over. Only 3 have come from it. Oh God, that does not paint a good picture, does it? 50s come up after 6 overs. We'll be okay for game 2. You might get a bit wet out there, Srinath, in game 3, I wonder.
Does look okay for now, but such has been, the famous Swiss microclimate, where it changes hour to hour sometimes. Even a few minutes away, it's completely different.
Well, I brought 5 layers to wear. I've got 2 more over my legs, and I'm still freezing even though the sun is shining.
Now the full toss, not profited off. Straight down to long on. It's quite a statement from an Irishman that it feels cold.
I hate the cold, mate. I absolutely hate it. This is why I spend my entire year away from Ireland, apart from the summer. Well, I'm actually never there, really. Do not like the cold one bit.
Gives himself room. Now the drill down to long on has become a routine in these last overs after the power play.
Trinath, it's your first day in the commentary box. You can't call that drilled. That was tapped. Gently nudged to long on.
Ushered to long on.
Ushered. Wasn't drilled at all. They just can't get any timing, can they? There's no rhythm, there's no flow. And in fact, the only maximum they hit was from a waist-high full toss that was signalled as a no ball. Lions going nowhere.
It's a wide, down to fine leg. And broken bats. It's been quite a different start from the Lions.
Yeah, great photo from one of our Blue Crew team, shoved down pitch side, showing just how ludicrous the break is of that Grey Nichols bat.
Karamatullah pitches it up a little more. Again, laboured to Cow Corner for a single.
I have to say, pretty surprised with Ankush Lal here, because he has got pedigree. He made 75 off 30 earlier in the competition, but it's just funny how rhythm can go.
Sets himself up with a power hit. May just escape the wide call. Karamatullah almost questioning the umpire and gets a wide signal in return. Don't think the umpire was going to signal there, but here we go. Lenny, speaking of broken bats, I hear it's the most recent fancy ingredient in gins around the world. As we see a big hit down, that's a Maximo after what feels like forever. Ranjit Ramakrishnan getting going here with that straight hit down the ground. A welcome boundary for the Lions.
Yeah, nicely struck straight down the ground. And it is going to be 6. Ramakrishnan probably needs to get the strike here. I wonder, is Ankush Lal going to think about maybe calling time? Is he going to walk off? We've seen it happen before. A bit more like it. Can they scrape up to 100? Could it be enough?
Ranjit goes again, this time straight to the fielder in the circle. They sneak in a single. Looking for the overthrows, but it's Dalvinder Chandok with the circle on the offside. Gets that. Right, Ankush Lal, 15 of 21. Swings, can't go past the bowler. This is getting a bit painful to watch a batter struggle through the power play and beyond. It's 15 of 22 as he attempts to hit that through the offside. Can't go past the bowler. There's a bit of a chat between the batters at the end of that over. Ranjit Ramakrishnan clearly starting to find his range. 63 for 3 after 7.
Yeah, real struggles for the Zurich Lions. 9 and over, obviously in a T20I or an ODI would be great going, but not in this 10 over format, not at this ground. That's what we got to look forward to. The bandwagon moves on after this week, the final week in Switzerland. We're into the first day of the second week. On to Germany, back-to-back events there, then Italy and Croatia. Lots to look forward to.
Short ball, Ranjit Ramakrishnan almost heaves that away and top edges to third man. Clearly not finding the boundaries of these edges and top edges down to the boundary now.
Some people around somehow wearing shorts, Trinath. I'm not sure how that's possible. It's freezing cold here, genuinely freezing.
Getting ready, mate. If I step onto the field, it's useful to get used to this cold. No doubt there'll be more blistering winds in the afternoon. As we see another of those slings, full tosses, straight into Ramakrishnan's hitting arc. It's only flat pattern to Cow Corner, just a single.
Yeah, you see from the side on replay there, that's fine, because A, he's quite a bit down, really good umpire, and immediately the square leg umpire signalling to the standing umpire that is not over the waist high.
Pulled away, he finds the gap, Ankush Lal at long last. That's a boundary. welcome one as he gets a bit of a pat on the back from Ranjit, his partner. Much needed boundary. Ankush could do with a few more of those. 20 of 24 now as the projected score creeps up to 90.
Yeah, I think the target has to be 100 from here. Have 2 big overs to finish, take some momentum in, and just give your bowlers a chance. But for Geneva, just keep doing the basics. Close this out. Remember, they were smashed for over 200 in the morning game.
Shorter one, he pulls it back. Bilal almost slightly into Ankush's body, away from his hitting arc. That one goes straight to the keeper. Dot ball, another dot ball. Ankush would want fewer of these.
Yeah, Mohammed's bowled nicely, isn't he? He's got a spring in his step, a little bit of pace. And certainly good start from him.
As he cuts that one for a 4. Almost to Maximo, but not quite. A boundary for Ankush, he'll take that. Nearing a strike rate of 100. It's taken 8 overs, but the Lions finally start get going here in St. Gallen.
So that one's carved away. Going to be 4. Poor old Ankush Lal just can't really get anything going. 24 off 26. Remarkably, he's only had 3 4s all the time he's been out there. Ranjit Ramakrishnan has shown a bit more, but the run worm is showing some life. I think they somehow have to get to 100. Can they get to 110? They need an almighty finish to get there. The problem is Jamil Jabberkeel has still got overs up his sleeve, so he'll bowl his second and final one. He's already taken a wicket, and he's generally been very good this week.
He comes in again, slightly shorter, hit straight back to him. That pops off his hand and onto the matting. Tough chance, but a half chance nonetheless. We see that again. Rolling his hand over, that just popped back to him, slightly lower. Shorter and pulled again this time. It is Ankush Lal. It is another boundary. Lions get going. Still only 10 balls to go, and it's 79 for 3 for the Lions. For the first time, I think, today, Ankush's strike rate just over a run a ball.
Yeah, somehow is battled being the operative word there to get up over a run a ball, but the angle, I really don't think short deliveries have shown much profit here on this matting, and it's helped away for 4.
Goes again, does Ankush, is that a catch? No, just falls short of Bilal at long on. Just the single again. As we see the Lions power hitters warm up for the last 3 overs, itching to have a go. Still Lal and Ramakrishnan at the crease. It's completely missed that. Just outside off. Swung in the other direction. Dot ball again for Jamil. It's a good length, not unhittable. It's more of an offside ball that Ramakrishnan's gone all around. Stepped another pace down the crease as Ramakrishnan tries to almost flick it. That finds the boundary. That goes for 4. Ramakrishnan with another boundary.
Good effort from Karamatullah Tarakel in the deep, body on the line, but unable to just drag it back in, was he? You can see here, yeah, not quite able to get there. Good diving effort. It's got colder and colder in the last 20 minutes, and the wind is hammering across us, howling across us.
Over pitch, Ramakrishnan goes. Will this be saved? Yes, it is, by the cover fence. Rafiqullah Mohammadi almost going the wrong way before pulling it back. Certainly saved 3 runs there. The Lions 85 for 3 with 1 over to go. Will they hit that 100 mark? Still well below par, Lenny, given what we've seen this tournament.
Yeah, should be Abdul Rahimzi, you'd think, to bowl the 10th and final over. And Zurich, they probably take 100 from here, but Geneva, whatever happens, they'll be delighted with their effort, having battled back in a big way. Done so well.
Some detailed instructions for Zahid Abdul Rahimzi from Afif at long off. Let's see if he lands it on the spot. He does, almost a wide Yorker, given the batter was down the pitch. Just a single straight to captain Ansar Mahmood. Still a way away from that 100 mark. Need 14 of that over to give themselves at least something to bowl at here.
It's funny, isn't it? You look at the partnership, 44 off 27, you think pretty good effort, but problem was the start for the Zurich Lions was so timid, so tame. They have recovered things back from 42 for 3, but really, I'm not sure it's going to be enough, particularly with the way Idris Hack is hitting the ball for Geneva.
He made more than what the Lions have made in 9 overs, Lenny, all by himself. As we see another dot ball, Abdul-Rahimzi sprinting back to his mark to complete the full quota of overs. As the wind picks up steam, wherever you're watching from, you're probably going to hear that and wonder how it looks so bright and yet blustery here in St. Gallen. Another single. It's going well for Zahid so far.
He just wants to get out of this over. For Geneva, they want to get off and get chasing a total. There's a small chance that that rain could come a little earlier, so they'll want to get out there and get those 3 overs bowled that we need minimum.
Had another one struck down, just inches away from Zahid, but it goes for 4, just over the 90 mark. That one smashed away. Again, not fair to call it a chance, but it was a tough chance nonetheless.
He probably would have fancied his chances, maybe getting something on it to stop the boundary.
Low full toss, flicked away by Ranjit Ramakrishnan. This one's down to long on as they attempt a second run. Is that a run out? Is it going to be referred? Yes, it is.
We'll have a look. Hard to say whether he's got there or not. We'll obviously only have this angle, but the umpire gets into a good position. He's sent it upstairs. The flick onto the stumps is definitely good. Oh, I think that's gone. I think the bail's probably just come out of his groove.
A full stretch dive might have saved Ankush Lal there, but it's not to be. I think that's just on the line as the bails come off the groove.
Yeah, I think that's the key frame there. Not this one, but the next one. If we roll it on one more, yes, bail out of the groove, bat short of the ground. He's going to be run out. And for Ankush Lal, who's had a good tournament, a bit of a day to forget, he's going to be run out for, I think it's 30 off 30, and we'll see the new man out to the crease, Nazib Safi. Final ball, he'll be at the non-striker's end.
It's Ranjit Ramakrishnan. Streams down for a single. It's quite a good over from Zahid Abdul-Rahimzi as the Lions finish 93 for 4 after their full quota of 10. That's well under par for this tournament, and it's more like what we saw in 2020. The scores of under 100 being commonplace, but after what we saw in the morning, that's been said it all throughout the Zurich Lions innings. They attempted to get going at various points, but never fully found their hitting range. Still under 100, still under par, well below that 130 mark that we referred to earlier in the morning.
Yeah, definitely. As we look at the highlights, I'm not sure this is going to be enough for the Zurich Lions. Right from the start, they just couldn't get anything going. That was the delivery of the morning, bowled by Jamil Jabarkeel, who's been ever so impressive. The little away swinger on the top of off hits, a roar of delight. And as you're going to see, there aren't many boundaries to bring you. Just 2 sixes in the entire innings, and alongside that, 8 fours. Not many of them came. One of them did come though from the captain, Kanik Shah, but soon afterwards he was dismissed, caught at that wide long off fielding position. Very well judged indeed by Afif Katak. There isn't really too many more boundaries to cheer. Ankush Lal 30 off 30, a very innings unlike his, but bats were broken. That was maybe the biggest highlight of the first innings.
Quite something, and Ranjit Ramakrishnan tried to swing his way around it, found his range a little bit of no ball free hit situation, never really got going, did the Lions. Boundary of a free hit bowled, in case you're wondering what that is. The few wild heaves towards the end. This was a good catch from Karamatullah Tarakel. And Ankush Lal, a couple of hits towards the end as the Lions got towards the 90 mark, really well below par in these conditions and in this competition.
And That was one of the only two maximums in the innings. Lal did get his strike rate up towards 100. Battled throughout that innings. Those two boundaries probably the standout two shots of his innings. Really not a huge amount more to cheer. They're going to have to be content with their total of just 93 from their 10 overs, which given the tournament that we've seen thus far, an average run rate's well up over 13, 14 and over. They're smiling, but really on the inside they're looking a lot more concerned. We'll take a look at the two cards before we let you go and take about a 10, maybe 15 minute break in between the innings. 30 from Ankush Lal, 25 from Ranjit Ramakrishnan. Not a huge amount to cheer. Double figures too for Ankush Hassani. It was a bowler's mid-morning in the cold conditions here in St. Gallen.
Happy for Geneva's bowlers after the carnage they went through at the hands of Fahim and Hassan. Afif Khattak with the new ball, keeping it quiet. Jamil was impressive both with balls new and old, and wickets for Karamatullah and Zahidullah to round it off, keeping them well under par, well under 100.
So that will get us to the halfway stage of the coverage. Geneva should be simple, but we've had strange things happen all throughout this European Cricket Series in Switzerland. They might even be thinking of getting not just the 2 points, but a boost to their net run rate, particularly if Idris Hack gets going. They'll need 94 to win. They'll have 60 balls to do it. We'll see you in 10 minutes' time for the chase. So a chilly welcome back to a very, very cold St. Gallen. It's very unseasonal August weather. It's maybe 11 degrees, something in that vicinity. And after a flying start to the morning and a very short innings break, we are going to get underway with Geneva needing 94 to win from their 60 balls and runs from the very first delivery. Andrew Leonard here, alongside Trinath Shripats, who's going to guide us through this second game of the day before getting into action for his Cossonay Cricket Club. Game number 3, you'll be back into action. Trinath, confident?
We'll find out soon. It's against the Zurich Nomads, and after that, can only go down, can it?
Yeah, they've been brilliant, haven't they, the Zurich Nomads? So impressive the way in which their two openers in particular, probably you can make an argument maybe the two standout batters of the tournament, although Idris Hack, after that 24 ball 98, is rocketing himself into contention. You're welcome along to the coverage. Geneva, less than 10 and over required. Can they do it?
More sedate start this time. So far, just a couple of balls. Ganesh Shah, the captain, comes around the wicket to Nauman. It's quite a cold, calculated assault from Idris. But they took the field against the Zurich Nomads, chasing over 200. As that goes to the boundary for 4, it's driven down over mid-off by Norman Ahmedzai, who was impressive in his first game against Zurich Nomads.
Yeah, really, that's his favourite area too, isn't it? He likes going over mid-off, and as a consequence there's going to be a field change, so long off will go back now. If long off was out, that could have been a catching chance, but Ahmedzai gets the first boundary of the chase.
So that one goes up in the air, there's a fielder under it. Pouches it safe, there's an early wicket for the Lions. May not all be lost yet for them after that score was slightly wider.
Yeah, just trying to see who that is. I think it's Lokesh Verma who's taken the catch. Does really well to judge it. And just what they needed. A big, big moment. They've got Ahmedzai back in the hutch. Remember, never easy playing back-to-back games as Geneva are having to do here. Just a small window open. Ali Shah is going to be the new man to the crease. Ahmedzai, he is gone for just 4. And the score, it's 5 for 1.
It's funny seeing fielders, the wicketkeeper, all in beanies, coming under skiers to pouch that catch. But such are the conditions here in St. Gallen. It's gotten noticeably darker since the sunnier morning. And of course the winds picked up, as we've referred to and you've heard many times over in the coverage. So we have Alisha at number 3 again for Geneva. It's away from his body, but it goes the distance before. That's cut away well outside his hitting arc, but it's almost a one-handed 4, Lenny. It's quite a sight to see. As the ball is outside off and he almost leaves his bottom hand.
Yeah, almost one-handed, wasn't it? But unorthodox, yet highly effective. His first delivery, and Ali Shah gets a boundary, just cut away behind square. 4 more to the total.
This one again in the slot. Ali Shah helps it away for 4, just behind square. He's getting going here. Those are his favorite lengths. You pull to him on his pads, on his legs. Allow him the swinging room to go towards the leg side. He absolutely feasts on those.
13 runs from the first over. It's 13 for 100 games now. The century comes up. Well, people giving out to us for cursing some of the batters, but we did have the big 100 today, the century, the unmentionable C word. It's been 100 games now without a golden ball, and I have promised Vinny Sandu we're going to have one before my time is up. I've got 4 days left, including today, before the dream team of Vinny Sandu and Riku will guide you boys through the finals day, which is going to be a cracker. That's what they're playing for. The top 5 places will go into that finals day. The winners advancing to the grand final automatically, as Nicholas Salonen will come in with his right arm medium. He's been impressive when we've seen him. He's going to need to be.
Oh, that's an outstanding grab from Salonen. That's cracked away by Idris Hack. And Salonen takes it one-handed, reaching full stretch, just near the non-strikers. And that's an outstanding catch, Lenny. We've seen a few of those go down earlier.
Yeah, brilliant. Maybe one of the catches of the tournament. In fact, definitely the best caught and bowled we've seen. We've seen a few bowlers put some down, but Salonen pumps his teammates up and says, we're in this game. And we're going to get a look at the replay here. This is a specky. No timing at all. One-handed on the artificial wicket that's, remember, laid upon wooden panels, so that makes it all the more skillful, all the more difficult. A moment to savour for Salonen. A specky from him, and Geneva, well, they're getting themselves in a bit of a muddle, and it's the big wicket to go with it. It's Idris Hack. He made 98 off 24 in the last game, but now he's caught short for just one. Are we seeing a twist in this game? Geneva, 13 for 2.
Speaking of best in the competition, Lenny, is that the best man bun in the competition?
He's got a great hairstyle. Not that I'd know much about hairstyles, but that is a beauty, isn't it? I think he's had a fresh trim.
Yeah.
I think he knew that he was back in for some TV time, wanted to look at his very best, as he does.
It's what I'd call a centre-back haircut. You could play for St. Gallen FC with that. Number 88, Nicolas Salonen, heading it into the net.
Yeah, I got in to watch the last, well, I probably shouldn't say this publicly, but I got in to watch the last 20-25 minutes of that game yesterday. I didn't have a ticket either. Just wandered in. I reckon you can always find a way into a stadium if you try hard enough.
You've got an
big
all-access
crowd.
pass. You've got an access pass. It's that wrap straight on the back leg. That's given. That was in front. That was in front. You could see it from a distance as the batter smashes his bat into his pads.
Well, is there a different wicket that we're playing on? It's all happening here. We saw the second highest aggregate total in the history of the ECN in the morning game. As we get to mid-morning, it's all changed. And now Salonen's on a hat-trick. That, for me, is a good decision. Has to make it pitch in line. He pleaded with the umpire. He did get it to pitch in line. Going to go on and hit leg stump. He had a long think about it. Finally, the finger went up. We've got another man on a hat-trick. Well, he's giving out about the decision. I think when he looks back on YouTube later and he has a look at the replay, he'll see it's pitched in line, probably middle and leg stump. Going to go on and crash into leg stump for me. I'm sorry, sir. That's out. On your way, Rafiqullah Mohammadi. Are we going to see Nicolas Salonen add his name to this list? We saw the Hall of Fame updated for the Centurions with century number 18 coming in the morning game. Surely this is the moment. Nicolas Salonen, step up, make us number hat-trick 23. Here we go.
Will Salonen be the hat-trick hero? Speaking of football references, he is ready to deliver number 3 for the Zurich Lions as they attempt to come back after what is a below par score on this track and in this competition. Answer Mahmood defended safely, negotiated that hat-trick ball, did answer. It's a bit of an early collapse from Geneva after all the big hitting from Idris and Noman and co the first game.
Yeah, certainly Salonen has made a big impact, and it goes to show the change of mindset. You need 20 and over. You're trying to hit every ball for 6. You just go out and play with complete freedom. Maybe Geneva guilty of just getting themselves in a muddle, a little bit of a clouded mindset going out. 82 and off 51. They're still favourites, but those 3 wickets have given the Zurich Lions real hope in the defence of this very subpar total.
Shah into his body there. Salonen attempts another acrobatic effort as he aims to throw down the stumps from the middle of the offside field. Just off target this time as opposed to the catch, which was quite a screamer. What are we seeing here? Geneva still under 8, slightly below the required run rate. Is Salonen the man who's going to pull this back for the Lions?
It's funny because nothing in the pitch has changed, does it? It's the same wicket. We've played on it throughout. We've had an average run rate throughout this competition of over 13, I believe, or something in that vicinity. And all of a sudden, with just 93 on the board, Geneva are getting themselves into a muddle. 16 for 3 in the second. They do have batting to come. And even all the way down to someone like Dalvinder Chandok, they can all bat, but they're going to need to.
Do you see this more often across the associate world? It's the end of the second over, 16 for 3. Where chasing sides base their innings according to the run rate instead of being clinical and closing this out in, let's say, 5 overs.
Yeah, there'd be a big chance, wouldn't there, to get a net run rate boost here, but that might be gone now. Geneva will probably just take the 2 points. Remember, the top 5 qualify, and you can see here that it's getting very crowded in that middle order. You've got 7 games left yourself with the Cossonay side. How many of those do you and your team think you're going to need to win? Probably 4 or 5 of them?
Isn't it around 12 points that you need to get into the top 5, pretty much?
Yeah, but 10 could do it maybe, but again, net run rate is going to depend, and if we have a washout, although somehow that horribly dark cloud is now looking clearer. I thought we were dead set for rain this afternoon. That's what the forecast was given. Going to be the off-spin little darts of Ashwin Prakash.
Tall off-spinner named Ashwin. Sounds quite familiar, Lenny. Loads up a little bit like his more famous namesake.
Well, maybe the older Ravi Chandranash. His modern action has changed so much with that kind of extravagant jump into the gather.
A few rotations and a windmill.
Yeah,
to round it
all
off.
sorts going on. Real student of the game, Ravi Chandranash. One of the best, maybe one of the best test bowlers in history, actually.
It's that one shot and nailed into the cement strip beyond the boundary. That's a Maximo.
Yeah, big hit. And to be honest, that's a buffet ball. It's time to help yourself. Pitched about halfway down, no pace, no spin, and Shah just pumps it for 6.
Now the short one escapes this time. Can't be slippery conditions.
I think it's, you see him kind of almost wringing his shoulder. I think he's cold. He just hasn't warmed up properly. He's trying to again here now. Those 2 deliveries probably pitched closer to him than they did the batter.
Absolutely. You've seen the spinners do really well today.
Yeah, they've done well. They've done better. Done better than the medium pacers.
Can't go worse than blokes going for 37 and 25 and 30 over after over. Spinners have pulled it back time after time. Answer Mahmood goes for it this time. That might just run away. It's a good save from Lokesh Verma again by that deep square leg fence. Geneva starting to put together some kind of partnership. Target still quite a way away.
Still warming up here, Ashwin Prakash. He just hasn't found any rhythm at all.
Almost a chop on. Is there a run out chance as well? No, he makes it safe. Answer Mahmood loading up. That's the end of the 3 over mark. The end of the power play. 26 for 3.
I think it's just ticked on to 27 for 3 now with that single. So the equation is 67 more needed from 7 overs. Less than 10 an over needed. You'd think that they should be okay to get there, but all of a sudden Ali Shah and Answer Mahmood not going very well. Very different graphs to the ones we had earlier. I think it was 68 runs or something like that we had from the first 3 overs. It was 71 actually, wasn't it? From the first 3 overs in the morning's chase from Geneva. A very, very different one now. They're not going to go with the second over of Salonen. I thought maybe that they'd have been better off sticking with their best bowler, the bowler we've been most impressed with. Instead, it's going to be Snehil Joshi.
Who do you think hold the keys for the Lions, Lenny? 7 overs to go. Who are the bowlers you're looking to pull this back?
Well, Salonen's the man. I'm not quite sure how that Ashwin Prakash over's only gone for 11.
Snehil, that's hit outside leg, I think. It's going down. Snehil rolls his fingers over that one. It's way down leg.
Yeah, given as a leg by, the reason this isn't given out leg before wicket, look at the angle. So it's probably hit him in line with, well, outside the leg stump even. Don't think there's a lot going for that shout. Leg by given. And still the batter's just, well, maybe the wicket's changed somehow. I'm not quite sure how things have so dramatically changed from this morning. Pace off the ball seems to be the way to go to me, though.
It's that edge now. It's beaten him again. Snehal Joshi slowing it down enough for Ali Shah to swing too early. This is interesting. It's a period of play where there have been some loose ones that have not gone punished. And then now it's all the slower ones that are beating the Geneva batters. It's a no ball. Once again, the edge of that cut strip. Free hit time for Ali Shah.
Yeah, nice to hear from you all in the chat as well, particularly from a very, very proud brother of Nicholas Salonen, Paul Salonen, watching on from South Africa. What an over from Nick. Well done, brother. He says hashtag game changer. Here comes the free hit. Good morning to you, Paul.
That's driven away over cover for 6. Straight onto the boundary holdings. Ali Shah, that's bread and butter, meat and breakfast for him.
Yeah, particularly with the benefit of the free hit. You know that you can take on that fielder who is actually Nicholas Salonen, just as we're talking about him, over at extra cover, but it goes over his head. So the no ball, it costs 7, and the free hit punished to the maximum.
Snehal Joshi, is that a catch down to long off? It's well held on, well held on. That is Nazeeb Safi with the catch for the Zurich Lions, and that's another big wicket early on. It's only the 4th over, but they're 4 down at Geneva.
Yeah, you could see as soon as he made contact here, Ali Shah, he knew he didn't get enough of it, looking for back-to-back sixes. Instead, it's a good catch, well held by Nazeeb Safi, and the Lions, they still believe. They still keep fighting in this contest. And Geneva, well, they've got themselves in a muddle, haven't they? 35 for 4. Are we in for the first low-scoring classic of this week?
Reminded a little bit of their innings against Kosane the other day. Had an early collapse in the power play. Then Jamil Jabarkhil pulled things back for Geneva with some patient nurdling and then big hitting towards the end of that innings. We'll see how they go. They really need Ansar Mahmood, the captain, to stick, and for Jamil to bring out some big hits. Net run rate, Lenny, not looking like it's going to get a boost.
Yeah, right now I think the Geneva team would just take the 2 points, wouldn't they? They got themselves into trouble. The good news is that all those dark clouds in the distance seem to have, well, disappeared. Don't know where they've gone, but no rain for the moment. Bit of blue sky even. Could do with some warmth. Come on, sun. Get out and heat us up. 11 degrees right now.
Jamil Jabarkhil, first ball into the grass banks, and that's a Maximo.
Big hit. Yeah, really good. Look at this. Right out of the screws. The little cross seam sort of floater. They don't wait in this 10 over format. That's been the thing that's probably surprised me the most. The number of first balls that have gone the distance, like that one from Jabarkhil, who's bowled so well, showing he can do it with the bat too.
Snehal Joshi keeping it quiet off the good length. Suddenly that one in the slot. Shot. And that goes through fine leg 4. Jabarkhil helping himself to get Geneva up to 10s in that chase.
Yeah, gets us to the end of the 4th over. In fact, is it the end of the? Yeah, it is the end of the 4th over. 45 for 4 now, so they're going at more than 10 and over. No concerns with the run rate. It's just the wickets that they've lost. They have lost 4. You can see here the silver worm, the grey worm, has soared well above the Zurich Lions' golden one. And Geneva looking well placed, not just for today. I think they could be a side to watch, particularly if Idris Hack keeps doing what he has been doing. That for me, even though we've had higher scores, the 98 of 24, maybe the innings of the week thus far.
As we see Salonen again, 6 big balls coming up for the Lions. He's been the most impressive bowler so far with that wicket and keeping him quiet. Starts off with a wide. Is that his brother in the chat telling us that he used to play league cricket in South Africa, Salonen?
Yeah, he used to play 1A league cricket. I can't remember which city. Nicholas Salonen is from. Maybe Paul will let us know in the chat. But certainly if you're playing a good standard of club cricket in South Africa, the school system there is wonderful, the quality of facilities too.
It's carved away by Ansar Mahmood. Stands still and nails that through backward point for 4. Salonen starting off with a bit more inconsistency this over than the first one.
Yeah, short, wide, cutaway. Got a nice piece of it too, didn't he? Mahmood, the 50s come up. Maybe just some thoughts of that net run rate boost again. Salonen's going to change his field. He's going to go 6-3 offside, so he'll have to be very tight with his line now. So that means there's a man at deep backward point. There's also a man at deep extra cover, long off out in the offside, and then 3 in the circle on the offside too. And 3 on the leg, 2 in the deep, and 1 man right in the edge of the circle at square leg.
It's quite rare, Lenny, to see lesser protection deep on the leg side after the power play. They've almost backed the offside field for Ansar here, given his hitting zones, which are over covers and behind square. He does have a good pull shot, but predominantly scores more on the offside. And it's interesting to see the lines adapting to that for Salonen as he gets on for his last 3 balls. Just a single there. 43 to get for Geneva of just about as many balls, so singles are a problem.
Yeah, singles will be okay though. Just keep the wickets in hand for the moment. 42 off 33. They should get there. Runs always happen to come, particularly towards the 8th and 9th over usually. And also there might be an aspect of kind of playing Salonen out here, being happy to not give him any more wickets. He's clearly provided the most potent threat. There's a big smile between the batter and the bowler.
Salonen would love to grab another before he finishes off his spell here. It's 2 for 11 is lovely figures to have, given all that we've seen in this tournament and especially this morning. That might have just gone away towards the backward point boundary. Just a couple of runs for Jamil Jabbar. He could throw in from the deep, from the off spinner Ashwin.
Yeah, just a couple. The outfield, it's a funny kind of outfield, isn't it? It's really nicely kept, but obviously because it's a football surface, you don't quite have the same hardness to it. With all the rain we've had, you actually get better reward hitting through the air, looking for those 6s.
It's a better length and much faster from Salonen. Almost fired that in across Jamil Jabbar heel, and it's a dot ball to finish. It's 55 for 4 at Geneva after 5 overs.
Yeah, 5 bowled, 55 for 4 now the score. 39 more to win off 30. And with Salonen bowled out, outstanding figures for him, 2 for 13. I think it's a big advantage to Geneva. Can they get it done quickly? That's what we got to look forward to. There is so much, not just the European Cricket Series events that will come up here, close out here in Switzerland, and then look forward to in Germany, but also plenty of women's cricket in action. Ireland and the Netherlands playing T20Is. They'll be broadcast on the European Cricket Network. Looking forward to seeing the likes of Laura Delaney, also Gabby Lewis, Amy Hunter, all that Irish firepower against Babette de Leyde, Stera Callis et al. From the Netherlands. And we have, at the end of 5th over, going to see Prakash turn back to. Well, let's hope he goes better than he did in his first over, Srinath, because he really struggled.
Another short one from him. Is that a no ball? Yes, it is called. It's a free hit. Ashwin Prakash is not going to like this. It's not the start he wanted for the second over. Strays away wide enough for that ball to hit that green patch at the edge. Free hit time for Jamil, who swings it away. That might just go the distance, or is it going to be caught? No, just falls short of the boundary at deep mid-wicket.
Clever cricket as well. Usually you see the fielder in the deep try to catch the free hit. There's no need. Because actually, if you try to catch it, you could have fumbled it over the rope. So very clever game awareness there. Just one extra run.
That one turning in. Was that a no ball again? That's a... Oh, it's almost a direct hit.
Well, you think it's turned in. It's not. It's hit the edge of the wicket. Definite no ball here. Well, you probably see it from the front on angle too. Yeah, off the edge of the mat. And you can see, as soon as you clip the green turf, you're going to end up with a free hit given. Here it comes.
That's a free hit again. It's gone. It's gone onto the roof. That's rattled the roof. As you hear the Geneva dugout cheering him on.
Just missed it live, but back with you now with the replay. He got enough elevation to get it all the way for 6. So the free hits have been very costly. Strange call to go back to Ashwin Prakash. He's looked all over the place. He's barely landed 2 balls in the same spot. Geneva now hunting this target down in a hurry.
Now the Maximo from Jamil, who's in a hurry to get this done. He's been batting well all week for Geneva, and that's just proof again that he's found the hitting range and is happy to tee off in a small chase, if that's even fair to say.
Yeah, really good stroke, and that's gone all the way up onto the bank. And they can't actually find it right now. You can see them there. Well, they're lost in the long grass, aren't they? How have they lost? Oh, there it is. He was looking about 10 yards to his right. He was nowhere near where it had gone.
The lawnmower would have stopped it, Lenny. You're missing him in action. He's done his job and gone off for the day. It's usually where he's positioned.
I don't think that roll-on motor can get up onto the bank. I think could get himself into a bit of trouble. So it's a bit longer up there.
Oh, that one's landed even outside. That's a no ball. That's landed on the outfield from Ashwin Prakash.
Well, this is a spell to forget for Ashwin Prakash. In fact, I'm not sure he's going to want it back. Free hitting coming.
This one is missed for once by Jamil. Ashwin Prakash escapes. Jamil goes again. This time we know where the ball is, but it's the same result. It's a Maximo from Jamil.
Yeah, big hit, and Jamil Jabberkeel is making the difference. He is ending this game in a hurry. And Geneva, well, they've had an all-action start to the morning. They really have. It's all been happening. And this time it's a big swing and a miss to close out 35 runs that Prakash has conceded from his 2 overs. 6 have been bowled, 79 for 4. They could get this done in the next over. That's a good net run rate boost with 3 overs to spare.
They've got back after that early collapse of Geneva. Lost about 3 wickets close together with that Salonen over. It's a good partnership they've strung together now. It's about 44 runs between these two in 2.2 overs. So Jamil's caught the gas up and pushed up a few gears for Geneva. It's only 15 needed now, much less than a run a ball as Kanishk Shah, the captain, comes on the ball.
Blue sky in the distance as well, which is something I did not think we were going to see. Great turnaround. They were 13 for 3 after that Salonen double strike and in trouble, and also lost Shah, and it was 35 for 4. But like you said, they put on 45 runs really without any trouble, and I reckon Jabberkeel wants to end this in maybe 3 big blows.
It's lining up. Misses the one. May have just cut off the surface a little bit maybe from Kanishk Shah, but early premeditated heave from Jabberkeel in his favorite region, about deep mid-wicket. Only finds wind on that occasion. Steps down the track this time, same result. The keeper, who's been looking out for that run-out chance for the last couple of overs, finally gets to throw down the stumps once. But Geneva well on track here.
Yeah, cruising right now. 14 to win off 21, less than a run of ball.
What does that do to their chances? I think they move up into the top 5 as they win this one.
We'll see if we can bring that to you at the end of the over. Just see if our graphics team can work some magic.
It's a shot from Answer, the fielder, just sprinting away. I think it's Salonen up there. Geneva racing ever closer with nearly 3 overs to go.
Yeah, I think Geneva definitely a side to watch. They will move into the top 5. They'll move into 5th place of their own right. And also their net run rate didn't take as bad a boost, as bad a hit as it could have, given they conceded 203 in the last game. That one's ended up almost like the 10-pin bowling sort of barriers you used to use when you were a younger kid. We're going to see if we can get the table up, thanks to the team for doing this. So they'll move into 5th. But critically, look at that net run rate. Outside of St. Gallen's, it's the best in that entire table. So if they finish equal on points with anyone, they will end up going above them. The top 5 advance to the playoffs. They'll also still have 3 games left. I just wonder who's going to take that number 1 spot. I think St. Gallen's 13 points are going to be fragile. And good news. Oh, look at this. Tell me you're in there, are you?
Nope,
what?
not yet.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Got a specialist commentary box.
You've been
position.
left out. You've been left. Oh, mate, what's happened? Andrew Ryan found out on air the other day, didn't he?
Big Rhino back in business for Costanet. So we've got the lineups for the next game.
Get him in your fantasy team. He's due wickets. What did he pick up? 4 yesterday?
4 yesterday for not much. As we came back, and that's a wicket. That's a wicket for Saravana Kumar. And Jamil Jabarkhil, the man who's been heaving away 6 after 6, is finally dismissed off spin, and spin again, doing the magic, Lenny.
Yeah, and it's funny. You can get your wickets in 2 ways as a spin bowler. He's beaten on the inside edge there because of the drift. So his natural angle, Subramani's to bring it in. And surprised to see the big leg spinner brought in as late as the 8th over. Certainly could have bowled him instead of Ashram Prakash's 2nd, I would have thought. But a really good contribution, a rollicking contribution from Jamil Jabarkhil, the highest strike rate of the innings. He's made 33 off 16. He's almost done enough to get Geneva there. They're 85 for 5. And can they creep over the line as Dalvinder Chandok comes to the crease?
DC getting a bit of a hit as they sneak towards that 94 target. Love for himself to hit a couple of maximos en route to finish this innings off. That one's driven away, it's a misfield. But it wouldn't matter. So they've got the settled batter, Captain Ansar Mahmood, taking his time, no rush, to get to that 94 target mark. That one spins into him. Sara Subramani, you're right, should have gotten him in much earlier than the 8th over when the game's almost done.
Yeah, definitely. He doesn't turn it much. He's an angle bowler. So what you'll see is he's attempting to bowl leg spin, but it's really just drift, and then it skids on. So it doesn't turn in, but it just kind of angles on. That one, little bit of bounce, a little bit of turn away. But just immediately a change of pace, a change of approach, and all of a sudden the run's drying up again.
It's the perfect length as well that he's bowling for a spinner. Keep it just back on that good length and turn it away. Sara not sprinting to that catch really. Half a chance if you had a fielder closer. But that one lands in pretty much no man's land yet again. So 6 to go. Geneva all set to storm back into the top 5 in contention for the playoffs.
trying to do it in one blow there, weren't they, Mahmood? But he's going to keep the strike. 8 have been bowled, 89 for 5 now. Do love hearing from you. Good news is we've got 3 more games today, so plenty more action. We'll see Kosane, who my co-commentator for the morning 2 matches anyway. Srinath Tripats has joined me just for these 2 games. Great to have you with me, mate. How have you enjoyed it?
It's been wonderful. I didn't expect to wake up to a 200 plays 180 game. But, it's been a great start. You don't get to see these games too often. You don't get to see 200 often in T20s, leave alone T10s. And this one's been more of regular service, if you will.
Yeah, nice to hear from everyone in the chat. Paul Salonen telling us that he's the faster of the 2 brothers. He bowls even quicker than his brother Nick, and he's a good batter too. We didn't get to see him today, did we? Nicholas Salonen. Or maybe did we see him? I don't think we saw him.
No, not today. So wide, as it should be.
Yeah,
Down leg.
Had a bit of a think about it, didn't he, the umpire? But just double checking, hasn't flicked anything. Yeah, don't think it has. That's okay. Giving us a wide bowler, non-2 plus 1-4 will do it now, and it would give them a win with about 2 overs to spare. Geneva, they've been good value for their victory, bouncing back after this morning's defeat.
Answer goes for it to finish that innings off, and he does in style. That's well over the long on boundary. It's a maximo to get Geneva back into top 5 playoff contention.
Yeah, and that's going to be that for Geneva. They've got it done. They've done it pretty easily too, I have to say, despite that wobble and despite a great effort from Nicholas Salonen with the ball. For the Lions, well, maybe just best to write this one off because nothing went their way. There's warm handshakes all around as the sunshine does try to warm things up. It's still only 12 degrees here. Really hard to explain how cold it is. That's why everyone's in 2 or 3 layers. Very unseasonal for August here. As we're going to take a look at the best of the second innings, the best of the chase. It was all wickets to start with, really, wasn't it? Despite that solitary boundary to Nomads. Kanik Shah dismissed him shortly afterwards. A good catch held by Rakesh Verma. And then the big moment after this boundary from Ali Shah was the dismissal of Idris Hack. He was gone soon after. We'll see that in just a moment. It was the entrance of Salonen, maybe one of the catches of the tournament.
Screamer from Salonen to get rid of Idris Hack. Did the damage in the previous game. Another look at that. Lovely stuff from the youngster. Caught another right after, plumb in front, hit him on the back leg. Bit of a change-up ball from Salonen. Had an impressive first over. Wasn't bowled immediately after as Geneva came back with some wicket there of Snail Joshi. That was number 4. And then the comeback with Jamil Jabarkil going bonkers from ball 1 for Geneva in the company of Captain Ansar Mahmood, who studied the ship.
Yeah, they put on 41. Excuse me, they put on exactly 50 for the 5th wicket. Jabarkil making 33, Ansar Mahmood making 27. The runs started to come quite quickly. Much more like it in terms of clearing the ropes too. That one went a long way up into the sky. And then Ansar Mahmood, the captain, got into the act with it. 2 boundaries and the 6 to his name. There was that moment of joy for Sarah Vancouver Subramani, who castled Jabarkil, who was trying to end things quickly. But it pushes us towards the end of the highlights as the winning moment is fittingly with the Maximo to Geneva. The most comfortable, the simplest of 5 wicket victories. They did it in style with 11 balls to spare. They'll get a good net run rate boost. Great to see the blue sky and a little bit of puffy white cloud in the background. The 2 batters of note, really, Ansar Mahmood and Jamil Jabarkil, although Ali Shah, good contribution too from him with 22. Run out just the 7 extras, maybe the only thing that Geneva really did well today. A day that the bowlers probably won't want to remember apart from Nicholas Salonen. 2 for 13 for him. And what could you say about Ashwin Prakash's effort? Not his finest hour. 2 overs, none for 35. Joshi was expensive too. He went at more than 20 runs per over. Just 7 balls. And he went all the way for 24. The good news is, though, We're going to be doing it all over again in just a few moments' time. In fact, we've got a bit of a break because that chase completed early. 30 minutes till our next game. We'll be on air a little bit before that. I want to thank Srinath Sripats for joining me throughout this first 2 games. Great to hear his thoughts. Hope he really enjoyed it. He's going to get down to his Cossonay teammates as they will get ready for action against the Zurich Nomads Cricket Club. That will start in just a fraction under 30 minutes time. We'll be on air in about 25 minutes for all the action. Do come and join us then. We'll see you for that.
And after a long period of playing cricket, the best place to come in Europe is the great Ryan Falls.
So welcome back to St. Gallen. We're in beautiful Switzerland. We're in the east of the country for this game day number, let's count them up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, game day 8 here. And match number 3, we're approaching the halfway stage of the game. It's the lunchtime clash between the Zurich Nomads and the Cossonay Cricket Club. Fantastic to have Cossonay taking on maybe the form side in the tournament. They've won 5, make it 5 on the spin too, because remember they lost a couple, maybe actually they had one loss in the middle of all that, didn't they? That's the expected scores. I think the supercomputer might need a tap there. I'd be very, very surprised if it's 88 plays 72 with the power-packed Zurich Nomads batting lineup. I'd probably look more towards those numbers at the bottom, maybe 146, 128, something in that region. But the big news is it's going to be Cossonay with the bat for the first time in this competition. We've seen them bowl first in all 3 of their games thus far. Two Cossonay openers. Aidan Andrews will be on strike. He was impressed with the ball. He's looked very good with the ball. And at the non-striker's end, it's going to be the stylish, the enigmatic keeper batter Wasim Javed, who will get things going for them. And with the ball, we will see Azim Nazir, the captain's going to open up with spin. Bit of a change in tactic for the Zurich Nomads. They are very much looking good, not just to advance to the playoffs, but maybe they're going to be in the mix for finishing top of the table. There's a bit of a wind out. It's nowhere near as warm as it looks, I can assure you. I've got six different layers on here in the commentary position at the top of the grandstand. Andrew Leonard here to guide you through every ball. Be flying solo for the mid-morning clash, mid-afternoon clash even. Just past 12:45 local time. Looking forward to bringing you every ball of this live on the European Cricket Network. It's the ECS Switzerland. 55 group games across 11 game days. That's going to be a no ball off the wicket. Free hit will income and a free run to go with it, which will go down as a bye. Poor old Jawad Dinesh doesn't deserve that, does he? Our stylish Beatles-esque member behind the stumps. We think he looks a bit like Ringo Starr. You'll see it when the helmet comes off. But you're very welcome along to the coverage of the third game of the day, match 38 in total. We've just gone past the 2/3 point. The umpire just signalling the free hit again. Here comes the free hit. Nice way for Javed to get started. What can he do with it? Well, he smashes it a mile high, but not very long. No need to catch it, although it is safely held. Won't be out. Remember, it's a free hit. He was about to celebrate. I think his teammate said, remember, it's a free hit. So 1 run to the total. Javed will get off the mark with the single. Any no ball these days is followed by a free hit, meaning you can't be out from the next delivery. That's well played. Good power from Andrews. Well, Nazir has not started particularly well. That's a pretty friendly little... It's a seam-up delivery, isn't it? But it goes over the rope. The Nomads have had problems with their bowling. Their batting, well, it's been simply phenomenal, particularly the 2 left-handers at the top. And I think if you're picking a fantasy team, the first 2 names on the sheet have to be Hassan Ahmed and Fahim Nazir each match. beats him this time. Better length. Very small margin for error here on this wicket. If you go too full, you get into trouble. You go too short, you get into trouble. You've got to bowl a good length. One that will get the ball to bounce in and around the top of the stump. Something like that is where you want to be. Any shorter, any fuller, you'll go the distance. That kind of a length is difficult to get away. They'll run a quick single though. As Costanet are going to need to find a way to get up to a sort of 130, 140 if they can. Haven't shown us much power hitting. But their bowling has been very good. Fielding a bit mixed though. Edged and edged over the head of third, who's in the circle. Amjad Ahmed, who fields really well. That's excellent work. Keeps it to just one. So Javed lucky to survive. Gets us to the end of the first over. The score, it's 11 for none. So there's the graphic that indicates the surge in run making that we've seen throughout this return to Switzerland every single day. And I'd probably add that to the list today again, given the high score in this morning's contest has been above the best day in 2020. And the average in and around 130 we reckon is par on this facility from what we've seen so far as Fahim Nazir comes in. Nice little bit of shape. Jawed Dinesh, she's always animated. Love the hairstyle. Need to get a photo with Jawed Dinesh. There he is here. Look at that hair. Oh, marvellous mop, isn't it? We think it's got a bit of a Ringo Starr feel to it. Well, I do anyway. I keep going on about it. It's windy though today. You can probably hear a bit of that in the background. It's a full toss. Not a good delivery. Helped away. Javed gets his first boundary. Nicely played for 4. This is clipped into the sky. Fielder out there, but all he can do is watch it to his right, and it goes all the way for 6. 2 full tosses consecutively. I do feel a bit for the bowlers today. It's so cold. Hard to get any rhythm, particularly when you're only bowling 2 overs. And that's 2 poor deliveries back to back. The first one went for 4 over the offside. The second one all the way for 6. 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle, and that's one of them there at long off. The other is on the leg side at deep mid-wicket. Nazir just losing his length. He's batted immaculately, hasn't he? He's right there, thereabouts for the leading run scorer in the tournament. I'll give you an update on that now in a moment. That's going to be 4 more. He's a classical cricketer, is Aidan Andrews. He plays some very technically correct strokes. Doesn't quite have the muscle often to get it over the rope, but he doesn't need to if he keeps hitting boundary 4s. That's a good shot all the way for 4. Just 1 bounce. Yeah, Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed are matching each other blow for blow. Hassan Ahmed scored 346 runs. Fahim Nazir 342 runs. Goes a long way up. Now, has he got enough of it? Yes, he has. Not out of the middle, but Costanet just showing that they do have runs within their capacity. 32 come from the first 2 overs. A really good start for the men in blue, and they'll be very pleased with their total. It's 32 for none. Here is the points table. We'll get a look at it now. Top 5 go through to the playoffs. And with the Nomads into their final 2 games, to get past St. Gallen, they'll have to win both of them. Even if they do, it might not be enough, as Alton could catch them and do have a better net run rate. They'd likely only need to win 2 from 3, depending upon the margins of victory across the 2 teams, of course. Maybe Geneva will quietly fancy their chances too. They've only lost 3 games, so they could win out and also get to 14 points. St. Gallen, don't rule them out in terms of finishing top 13. Probably more likely they'll finish 3rd or 4th though. This one's chipped into the leg side for a single. Who else could maybe get in the mix? Well, Vetin, they could get up to 13 points as well with 2 wins from their last 3. Paktoon Zalmi, the same. If they won out, they could get to 15 points. So plenty to play for. The sides at the bottom of the table, though, particularly Winterthor and the Zurich Lions. Put down. Well, that's regulation. Cotton bowls are never easy, but as they come, that one, well, it should have been held. Andrews has a life. He's been dropped on 17. Off the bowling of the captain, off his own bowling, Azim Nazir. Really feel that could have been taken. They either stick or they don't, though, when you're bowling. Hit towards the man and put down. Oh, 2 drop catches in 2 balls. What are the Zurich Nomads doing? The first one may be even easier than this, but this one should have been taken as well. It's a good pull shot, and not only does it burst through the hands, let's check. It's gone for 4. It's going to be 4 runs. Oh, they're giving it a 6. Well, I'd love another. So here's the shot into the deep. We're just going to check it because surely it's burst through the hands and then it's bounced inside the rope. Definitely 4 runs. And they're going to change that signal. Good work by the umpiring team. Not 6, but 4 to Andrews, who has 2 lives in 2 balls. Both could have been taken, but neither were. Kosane on the charge. And this is going to be another boundary. Well, Azim Nazir won't be too happy. He's had his man dropped twice. And instead of having him out either time, the last 3 deliveries have gone for 10 runs. I do want to thank you all for joining us in the live chat. Any questions? I'm flying solo for this match. Match number 3 of the day. Andrew Leonard here with you. Anything you want to ask me? Anything you'd like to know about the competition? I won't have the same scale of encyclopedic knowledge that the main man, Mr. Maximo Vinisandu, has, but I will try my best to answer. If you want to know any of the statistics or who's doing the best with the bat or the ball in this competition, you can put a message in the YouTube chat and ask me as we get to the end of the 3rd over. Maybe advantage Kosane. It is the end of the 3rd over. Kosane 42 for none now. And very much pleased with their start from the power play. Some relief now for the Nomads. They can put 5 men onto the edge of the boundary. 21 runs off that 2nd over. There has been 2 catches go down though. Yeah, some people asking about the top run scorers in the live chat. Hassan Ahmed and Fahim Nazir, their 1st and 2nd. 8 innings each, 346 and 342 runs respectively, both with strike rates approaching 300. Hassan Ahmed 298, ludicrous numbers. Fahim Nazir 265. Fahim Nazir is averaging 68 too. It's going to be the youngster Amjad Ahmed into the attack with his right arm medium pace. Is a good slower ball too, sort of bustling medium pacer. 17 years of age, this kid, and he's got plenty of potential. You can see he's bowling down seam now, so might try to go fuller with this one. He does, and it's helped over. The offside won't be 6 but will be 4 as Andrews continues to manufacture runs with conventional cricket strokes. He's really good to watch, isn't he? Looks like he'd make a very good 20 or 40 over player, as the 2 other formats that are played here in Swiss cricket. It really is remarkable how well this pitch is played, given that it's a temporary wicket that has to be put in purely for this event. really good job with it, the way in which it's set in now and has played consistently and fairly for both sides. Really good venue this, I like it at St. Gallen. It's a little off cutter. They're going to scamper a single, direct hit. Oh, would have been interesting. Not able to be affected as a helicopter flies over. Saw the shadow of it right over our main pitch there. There it is. Look at that. It's like a Swiss army or maybe a Swiss hospital. Helicopter of some kind. Still not warm, guys. 12 degrees the latest update. 1 degree warmer with the sun coming out. Doesn't feel it. Short, wide. Not a good delivery. Well, Ahmed, let's hope he's not too affected by that previous spell. Remember, he went for 37 in just 1 over against Geneva as Idris Hack made merry. Idris Hack is the only batter in the top 10 with a strike rate of over 300. In fact, I think he's the only batter in the competition with a strike rate of over 300. He is. 331 he's striking at, which means his 199 runs have probably come off about 60 odd deliveries. Ludicrous hitting of the highest quality, and that's a quality shot. 6 more. This time it's Javed who gets in the act. And this is really good from Castanet. Wasn't quite expecting this. Sunshine out now. And much more like it. 50 partnerships come up in good time. Castanet maybe just quietly confident they can scrape up to their best total of the tournament so far. They've been in and around the 110s, 120s. Looking on track for more than that now today. Much better length. They're going to run a single. Oh, direct hit, surely, is it? We're going to go upstairs to check that it was a direct hit, but I think this could be gone. And Javed could well have run Andrews out, although, in fairness, I think Andrews called him through for it. This is the critical part here. Yes, gone. No contact made from Jawad Dinesh with the ball. He actually did well to get out of the way, didn't he? And Andrews is indeed OUT out. Well, after 2 drop chances, it's a run out. We haven't seen a huge number of direct hit throws. Working the Oracle, they're going to switch bats. Don't see that too often. The departing batter switching with the guy who's still at the crease. Sometimes you see them switching as they walk off. Well, that was a great bit of work at backward point. Try and check who it was for you. You can see there the other problem with Andrews, he's got to run straighter. He's run off a true line. That's cost him maybe 6 or 8 inches, which may well have been the difference between getting in or out. He's only run out by half a foot, but he's veered off to his right. Maybe worried about the throw hitting him and impacting him. Will that bring the Nomads back into the contest? It's been all Castanet up till that point. The end of the 4th over. It's 57 for 1. It might have been Arbab Khan at backward point who's affected that direct hit. Sensational effort from him. Yeah, it was indeed Arbab Khan. Maybe a stump and a half to aim at. Here comes Rahmani, who's been so impressive bowling to the new batter. That's Jay Singh, who's going to get off the mark. In fact, it won't be Jay Singh on strike, it's Javed on strike. Singh at the non-striker's end. Just rode the bounce nicely, didn't he? Nearly a collision in the deep. We've had a few too many collisions throughout the week and a day that we've been here in Switzerland. Helped into the leg side. Going to be 4 more. Those 2 fielders out in the deep on the leg side just got their positions a bit off, I think. He's got to be a yard behind square, particularly with the mid-wicket in the circle. It should have been 1. Instead, it's 4 because his positioning is all off. He's got to come a couple of yards to his right, which he's being indicated to do so now. I think because the previous one beat him to his left, he snuck a bit that way to his left. Back-to-back boundaries from Javed. Kosane, keep going. Big swing and a miss this time. Been impressed with Rahmani. Bowled a 2-run over, remember, in this morning's contest in what was the highest aggregate, highest aggregate match of all time on the European Cricket Network, the game with the most number of sixes in history. 46 of those, and that's how he kept things tight, by bowling that full Yorker length as Jawed Ringo star Dinesh does the athletic fielding. They're great to watch, the Nomads, I have to say. I'm impressed with them as a team. That was exactly where he bowled in the morning contest. He is wonderful to watch. Jawed Dinesh. Athletic, entertaining. Here comes Jay Singh on to strike, who, if you don't know, he's part of the European Cricket Network team, works with the Blue Crew, who help put on all these events across Europe. He's going to get off the mark immediately. The wrong line. Just wonder why there's not a fine leg in place. If the tactic is to bowl leg stump Yorkers, why would you not have a fine leg in place? That would have been a single then, straight to him. He's got 5 fielders on the offside, 4 on the leg, and just as we talk about it, it will bring about a change in the field. So the man at mid-wicket, who is a bit of a nothing position, because he wasn't even saving the single, he's right on the edge of the circle, will come to a very square fine leg. He needs to go 5 yards to his right, needs to go finer. This is hit out in between those 2 fielders who continue to struggle to work out their angles. Going to be 4 more. This is nice stroke, good power. That's a good cricket shot. I know it wasn't the best of deliveries. 1 bounce and runs away for 4 just in front of the rope. So a good over. 16 runs have come from it, and it's 74 for 1. So 49 days to go for that big one, the Euros of cricket that everyone's so looking forward to. Held down in what I hope, I pray, will be much warmer weather than the stuff we're experiencing here in Switzerland. But it is at least sunny as we see Tharnatharan and Thanabalasingam come into the attack. The 11-syllabled name, which is quite an effort, isn't it? Tharnatharan and Thanabalasingam. Beautiful name as well. So long that it barely fits into our team sheets. As that one's muscled into the leg side. That looks to be one of Jay Singh's go-to shots. Now Kosane have got off to a great start. Can they find a bit more at the death than they have been with the bat? Not necessarily a power hitting team, but they've managed to find a way to get 4 sixes thus far. Big appeal from Dinesh, and he is maybe going to go upstairs here. I'm not sure whether or not the umpire has officially gone up. We'll take a quick look anyway if we can. Well, this is the behind replay. That doesn't show you much. We need the side on. Here it is here. Oh, the problem is number 3 is in the way. Not out is going to have to remain the decision. I think this front on isn't going to tell us much either. Back live with you now, and speared in, and another big swing and a miss, another stumping attempt, and not given. That was nicely bowled, good rhythm. This is the delivery you just missed there on the live coverage. Really darted in. Dinesh is absolutely all over those stumps, isn't he? Whipping the bails off in a flash. His glove work has been clean, it's been swift, it's been full of energy. We've seen cartwheels too. This is nice bowling, really is, from Tharnatharan, Thanabalasingam. He is Right now, you can just tell, someone who used to bowl spin myself, you just know when it's coming out right. It's hard to describe. There's a lot of muscle memory to it. Those first 5 deliveries, beautiful. And this time he's created a wicket-taking opportunity. Brilliant bowling. He so deserved that. Maybe one of the overs of the tournament, in fact, for me. He was all over the 2 Kosane batters, plays and misses. It's the little arm ball that's just darted in a bit flatter. And Jay Singh, well, he shone very brightly, but it was quite short. At the same time, he's gone for just 9 off 4 deliveries. Did hit the 2 boundaries in there, and Kosane, they lose their 3rd. Score now, 77 for 3. Azim Nazir, the catcher there. Down at, in fact, I get that right, it's 77 for 2, isn't it? They haven't lost their 3rd wicket yet. That's Azim Nazir who took it comfortably long off, and just with that 1 over, momentum has stalled, it has stuttered. Bit of pressure on Wasim Javed to keep going. New man to the crease is the captain, Arjun Vinod. Good player, particularly good 20 and 40 over player. Can he show off his power hitting here in this 10 overs per side clash? Going to be Rahmani to bowl his 2nd. Just got his radar a little off, and again it is. He's looking to bowl, in essence, what I would describe as outside leg stump Yorkers, because he's not trying to hit the stumps. He's trying to basically bowl it at the shoelaces of the batter in their current standing position, which is, you know, a yard outside, or well, half a yard outside leg stump. This time he bowls length though, and it gets dispatched straight to the man out at deep backward square leg, Amjad Ahmed, who finally gets into the right position. He was given a working over in the previous Rahmani over. He missed 3 out there. 2 went to his left, 1 went to his right. But this time he was just on the money. The power hitting struggles continue for Kosane. And this innings is maybe just ebbing away from them. They do now lose their 3rd that I preempted a moment ago. It's a very good innings, a 34 from 20. From Amjad Rahmani, and a lot of work to do as Amal Prabhu comes to the crease at number 5. So here we go, just a little bit shy of 4 overs remaining. Kosane will want 130. They have a long way to go to get to that. The current run rate 12.65. Smashes into the pad, probably going to angle down and miss the leg stump, you'd suspect. But a crucial dot ball. Big problem for Kosane, 2 men at the crease, both on 0. Just don't have time in this format to chew up a couple of balls to get a sense of the bowlers or a sense of the pace back live with you now. That is the line he's really trying to bowl. Excellent work from Jawad to Nesh, and oh dear, goes tumbling at the non-striker's end as Anmol Prabhu. Oh, that looked a bit nasty. I'm not sure he needed the dive in this case. After having all that momentum in the first 3 or 4 overs, Kosane just feels like it's drifting away from them, but can they, between one of these two, find some maximums? That's been their trouble. They've hit 3 or 4 per innings most of their games thus far on the 1 win and 2 loss opening day. Lovely length, really good from Rahmani. So they're your 2 lengths I think you need to target as a bowler. So you go back of a length that it's not short enough to pull or hook and not full enough to smash down the ground. What you really would just describe as a good length, not too full. And then your other one is the leg stump Yorker. That time, though, because of the shuffle down the ground, it's into the slot, and it's smoked with a shout of boom from the Cossonay bench, all the way for 6, much more like it. Now, if he doesn't take that leap down the track, that wouldn't necessarily have been a bad delivery. In fact, it probably wasn't really either. He hasn't done a huge amount wrong, but just Prabhu has adjudged that length and felt that that's where the ball was going to be. He's almost premeditated. He's guessed that it wasn't going to be the Yorker, and as a consequence got a good piece of it, didn't he? All the way for a maximum. Edged and all, Fortune. Not where he intended it. And it goes right into the base of the tripod of our camera down behind the wicket keeper. And, well, there's nothing, simply nothing that Jawad Dinesh or the bowler can do there. More like it, a little 10-run surge off 2 balls. Momentum again. Maybe swinging back to Cossonay. They show that they can get up to a 130-plus mark. 7 have been bowled. It's 90 for 3. Yeah, 49 days left to that when the national teams come into action. It's the T10 format, same format, but always that added intrigue when international teams are playing, isn't there? As this will be a single down the ground. Vinod may feel as though he's got a bit unlucky there. Smile from Nazir. He can't understand why he's bowling so many full tosses. I think that's his 4th. Definitely his 3rd and just his 7th delivery. Prabhu's going to come at him though. You see him there outside of his crease. That's what he's looking for, the Yorker. Much more like it from Nazir. Better length. Just little medium pacers. Not easy bowling conditions, I have to say that. It's just so cold. Hard to explain how it's August. It feels much more autumnal than summery. This is hit away with no timing at all. In fact, it's hit so poorly it won't carry to the man on the rope. So just be a single. I have to love how the games swing so drastically. Little burst in the last over, got them 10 off 2 deliveries. Projected score right now 120. I just can't see that being enough, even with Cossonay's excellent bowling attack, purely because of how well the 2 tournament's leading run scorers are playing. Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed, the left-handers, will open up. Nice punch of the gloves between the 2 players there, Vinod and Nazir. Seems a really tight-knit community, doesn't it, the Swiss cricket community. They obviously all play against each other quite a lot. Over 30 teams. Just 11 have made it, the best 11 to this European Cricket Series. A swing and a miss from Prabhu. He punches his thigh pad in frustration. 2 overs left after this one. And you just wonder what they can do with these 13 deliveries. I'm not sure 120 is enough. They need to scrap up to 135, maybe 140 if they could, but it's a long way to get there, particularly when balls are being mistimed. 8 have been bowled. The score now, 94 for 3. Nazir's finished his spell with none for 25. Steady decline, isn't it? Just consistently that run worm is trending downwards. It's Tharnatharan Thanabalasingham who still has 1 left. That's those Euros that are coming up. How good will that be? Lovely just even to see all the different countries that are going to be playing. Well, he's got it on a string right now, doesn't he, Tharnatharan Thanabalasingham? Syllables. Vinny Sandhu is right. We just came to them out there. Beautifully bowled. It's not a wide. drifted through the air, and Vinod's left this thinking it would have been a no ball. But look at the drift. It's curled back in, lovely revs on it, and clearly inside the guideline. Very, very clever bowling. Oh, he's lovely to watch, isn't he? This time he's been pumped down the ground. Going to be 4. Always love watching a good spinner operate. And that was the arm ball, so you can see the difference. The previous delivery had the rotations of the ball, the seam. You can see it clearly spinning away. This time he darts it in, not trying to spin it. Long off and long on. Just adjust their positions a touch. Now he goes slower through the air. Oh, yes. Lovely left arm spin to watch here. Kosane just can't get any late momentum. Ooh, the first errant delivery of the spell. Everything else has been right on the money from Tharnatharan Thanabalasingam, but this time Jawad Dinesh has to check his stride to collect it down the leg side, wide given, 100 up. And that's the spinner again. He's varied it beautifully, and great credit to being able to get the blood into those fingers and get the circulation moving. Spin bowling is so much about the feel, the release of the delivery, how it feels as it comes out. That one there is off the money. It's going to be a no ball. And free hit. Thanabalasingam looks to the skies. A little bit dismayed. So nearly closing out a good spell. He was looking for that guideline again to keep it out of the hitting arc of Prabhu. But instead he'll have to bowl a free hit. Goes slower. No real contact made. Should just be 1. Out to deep mid-wicket. Problem is, that means Vinod will be on strike. He's not striking them as well as Prabhu. A good spell. 2 overs, 1 for 12. You will take that every day of the week in any 10 over contest. Kosane again. Oh, they're going to need a good finish to even get to the 120 mark. The score is 104 for 3 with 9 bowled, and Amjad Ahmed surely going to be entrusted to bowl the 10th and final over. Here we go, the final over. As it will be the youngster, Amjad Ahmed, who is helped around the corner by Vinod. He's not timing them, but he does enough. Whips it cleverly to where there are no fielders. Bowled so nicely in the first 2 game days we've seen the Nomads, but today he's been off the boil, hasn't he? Young Amjad Ahmed, 17 years of age. Gets away with that. That could well have been a wide, you suspect. I like the way he goes about it, though. I like the intent of changing things up, bowling all the cutters. You have to remember, just 17, so plenty of time to come good too. Well, that's going to be monstrous. That's going to be 6 of them. More like it, it's Praboom, as they call him, down in the Kosane bench. They need these runs. They need every one of them. Maybe 125 back on the cards. Has picked up 8 wickets, the youngster, so I know he's had a rough day today. This is his 7th appearance. 37 from 1 over in the morning game, and now he's gone for 26 off 9 balls. Now, they're interested in the stumping because it's deflected off Jawad Dinesh's leg, but the umpire says, no, the batter never move. Oh! I think this is one of the great accidental stumpings. Let's get a look at this. Jawad Dinesh is not intending to, but it's cannoned off his leg. And look, I think this is clear. Gone. Gone for all money. He's not meant it, but this is out. He has accidentally stumped him, and Jawad Dinesh, I wonder will he get the delayed cartwheel out here. Yeah, for me, if we can just go slower on this replay. we should clearly see, he's celebrating now, I think he's realised, we're going to clearly see that the bail, so it's not what he's intended, it's flicked off his leg, he has appealed, so the umpire's right to send it up, it now hits the stumps, the bail's not out yet, and now it's out of its groove, clearly, and Prabhu unable to get back. Well, maybe one of the most misfortunate ways to get out you could ever imagine. The accidental stumping. It's not the hand of God, it's the knee of Ringo Starr as Jawad Dinesh gets another dismissal to his credit. He is brilliant to watch. The only thing we missed that time was the cartwheel. Good knock from Amal Prabhu, as that one is clearly gone. Great work by the umpiring team. Got to give them credit for that. New man to the crease, looks for a little scoop, a ramp around the corner. It's Ashwin Vinod who's come in to join his namesake Arjun at the non-striker's end. And Ashwin gets 4. We haven't seen much success with the scoop, but that one is affected effectively, if that's a word, effectively, for 4, as Castanet gets to 119 for 4 now, with 1 ball left in the 10th over. Final delivery of the first innings. Here we go. Right into the block. They're going to try run it by. Oh, how unlucky they have to be, Jawad Dinesh. I think this was on target, and not for the first time. It's the edge of the mat here, so you're going to see it clearly now. The throw's going towards the stumps, but not when the mat blocker pops it up into the sky. He would have been gone by a long, long way. Well, if Castanet win by 1 run, they'll have that bye to thank. But it's all the same again. They just can't get past that sort of 120, 125 marker. Castanet, 120 flat they're going to finish with from their 10 overs after an innings that promised so much. That flying start in the power play looked like it was going to drive them up towards their record total of the competition. But they'll have to be satisfied with 2 runs a ball instead. And I'm not sure whether it's going to be enough against the class, the quality, the excellence, the brilliance of Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed. Let's take a look at the best of the highlights. They were off to that flying start, 42 for none in the power play. The 2 openers, the top scorers, Aidan Andrews and Wasim Javed, both played nicely. I thought Andrews was the better of the 2, with a strike rate of 221. A few moments that Zurich Nomads will be disappointed with, including back-to-back drop catches. One of them spilled over the rope for 4. Andrews hit 4 fours and 2 6s in that innings of 31. And Wasim Javed, his opening partner, got into the act 2 with some good placement. That was the hallmark of the opening partnership that was worth a total of 57. As the tunes ring out, that was what broke that first wicket partnership, the opening partnership. Arman Khan with the direct hit. Great skills too from Javed to stay out of the way, because if he did get his gloves on that, it wouldn't have been run out. He knew immediately, didn't he? Such a live wire. Couple of mixed pieces of fielding as the ball went down towards that square leg fielder over and over again. He just got worked over to his left, to his right, and always athleticism on show from Jawad Dinesh. He's been one of my favourite players to watch. Jay Singh got off to a good start. Boundaries from both of his first 2 deliveries. And then there was a couple of maximos from Prabhu as he got to the crease because of the dismissal. Here was one of them. 19 he made off just 12 deliveries, including that streaky boundary for 4. But then it was all about the left arm spinner, wasn't it? Tharan Thanabalasingham, what a bowler he is. He was beautiful to watch. One of the spells of the tournament for me. I know it only says 2 overs, 1 for 12, but he bowled so beautifully. Ashwin Vinod, he could manage just a boundary on that streakiest of 5s after the amazing deflection, accidental stumping from the keeper. Jawad Dinesh, well, he's been one of the stars of the tournament. We've loved watching him go about his work. 4 batters got in to double figures, and then all 4 of them couldn't really kick on. Good efforts from Aidan Andrews and Wasim Javed, 31 and 34 respectively. Arjun Vinod never really got anything going, couldn't find any timing. Anmol Prabhu looked like the more likely one. He picked up the 2 6s in that innings of 19, but I'm just not sure whether 120 will be enough. What about the bowlers? Let's take a look. By far the pick of them. Look at him there. Look at how many letters are in that name, let alone syllables. Tharnatharan Thanavalasingham, a beautiful left arm spinner of real class and guile. He bowled very nicely. The two Nazir brothers, probably the next two best. The rest, maybe look away now. It's going to be just a fraction more than 2 runs per ball needed. We're going to be back with you with all the action in game 38 as the Zurich Nomads will need 1-2-1 to win. Well, good afternoon and welcome back here to the European Cricket Series, Switzerland 2023. There's a huge challenge facing this Cossonay lineup now. The two tournament's leading run scorers, Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed, have been nothing short of sensational. Ball striking of the highest quality, and Cossonay only have 120 on the board, which is a bit under par from what we have seen thus far. And they start as they mean to continue. Nazir, well, he's just picking up from where he left off, a century in this morning's game. An extraordinary stroke. Look at how far that's gone, right onto the roof from Fahim Nazir. 110 not out he made this morning, and with that 6 he has moved to become the tournament's leading run scorer. That is going to ebb and flow, I suspect, throughout this opening partnership, as it's Hassan Ahmed who is, well, prior to that ball he was the tournament's top hitter with 346. That's now the 348th run that Nazir has made, averaging close to 70, 250s, a century, strike rate of 265, and unless Cossonay get these two early, they are going to be in trouble, as it is Ashwin Vinod opening the bowling. Hassan Ahmed just watching on from the non-strikers end. Andrew Leonard here with you as more runs through the offside. No, there's a man out there and it's taken, and Cossonay are pumped up. Bharath Narayan, who has taken an excellent catch right on the edge of the rope. I thought it was going to be 6. In fact, it's Tahir Khan Ahmedzai who's taken the catch. Apologies, I think it was 79, that makeshift 7 confusing me on the shirt. Brilliant catch. He made a century in the previous game. He's gone now. It's 6 for 1 after 2 balls, and I'm desperately trying to welcome my co-commentator, who is going to come in and join me now in just a moment. But with these action-packed 10-over games, it's never easy. Delighted to have just a little guest stint from one of our umpiring team here, actually, who's been doing plenty of the games. You'll already have seen his face on screen, Yatendra Singh, who comes in to join me. Jay Singh's dad, heavily involved in the Cossonay Cricket Club. A very good afternoon to you, Yeti, which I believe is your nickname. Is that okay if I call you Yeti? And
absolutely, please call me Yeti.
And what a start. 6 and out.
We can take that any day if we were Cossonay. 6 and out, 6 and out, 6 and out. We'll keep batting.
Could be an interesting scorecard then, couldn't it? I think it would be 60 all out then, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Exactly.
And we'd be in for a pretty quick stint on commentary. It's going to be Katil Zabiola to the crease at number 3. As this one's helped away and taken again. Well, it's not
Same
6
man,
and out.
Action replay.
It's out this time. Tahir Khan Ahmedzai again. He's taken 2 catches. This was brilliantly judged. Cossonay's strength is in its bowling, isn't it, Yeti? And you're showing that 2 and 2.
Not just bowling, I would say fielding as well. You'll see them field very, very aggressively, and that's what we pride ourselves as Cossonay. I'm a little biased, but I also should be neutral. I've been umpiring most of the day today. Obviously cannot umpire this game because it's a game where our own team is on. Yeah,
big moment, wicket from the very first delivery that Katil Zabiola has faced. So he's gone for a golden ball duck. Derek the Duck might make an appearance. There he is, quacking Katil's way off. And all of a sudden, maybe it's a different game. One of my favourite players to watch this week, Jawed Dinesh, comes in, but he'll be on a hat-trick. And we're delighted to have a little guest commentary stint from
We haven't had
Singh.
a hat-trick this tournament, isn't it, in Switzerland? Maybe a good time to go. Let's see if Vinod can do that.
Yeah, we've probably had, I would suspect, maybe something like 25 or 30 attempts at the hat-trick, similar to the number of balls we've had hit onto the roof.
And a little bird said that you're looking out for these hat-tricks.
I am. I'm desperate to see number 23 added to the list. Maybe this is the moment. Wouldn't it be fitting with a guest Cossonay commentator coming on? Here comes Ashwin Vinod on a hat-trick. No, it's the rarest of things, a leave in 10-over cricket.
He still has another over to prove himself.
Yeah, but what an impact he's made. Are they brothers, Arjun and Ashwin Vinod?
Yes. Arjun's the captain, Ashwin's the younger brother.
This goes into the sky. It's not going to go to hand. The keeper will chase in vain. And Jawad Dinesh will get off the mark in slightly agricultural fashion. Tell us about yesterday, my friend. 2 T20s for you up in Winterthor.
That's right. Kossane played 2 T20s. Happy to know that they won both. It was quite a wet day. You had a lot of rain here as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it was my day off. I'm not going to lie, I spent quite a bit of it in the hotel room and then did get across to a bit of the football, St. Gallen FC.
Ah, yes, you were going to go to the football.
Well,
did you enjoy it?
I didn't have a ticket, but I did manage to get in. I got in for the last sort of 25, 30 minutes. They took pity on me eventually, I think. Full toss as Ahmed gets that straight to mid-off. It's an action-packed first over. 7 runs and 2 wickets, including a 6 from the first ball. The Nomads will need 114 more. Tell us about the club, its roots, its origin. It's a beautiful ground there, just about, what, 10 minutes outside of Geneva?
No, it's outside of Lausanne. It's about 25 minutes outside of Lausanne. So the Lausanne region plays pretty much in Kossane.
Gotcha.
Kossane is an oldish club, if I may put it that way. Geneva says they're celebrating 150 years, but we're knocking on 30 years. And the club was set up by a few Englishmen sitting in the pub and said they wanted to play cricket.
That's a good way to go about it, isn't it? All good things start in the pub. Most Irish books did.
And God bless them. One of them, John McKillop, used to live in Kossane and went and appealed to the... We have a new bowler coming in. This is Jay.
This is your son, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Starts with a full toss. We're going to have a look at this. This could be very close to a no ball. And these aren't easy to call as an umpire live, are they? But if you look at where his waist is, marginal.
It is marginal. Could go anyway.
They're going to have a think about it, waiting for the assistance from the third umpire. And right now they will be getting the radio news that it's okay. A judge
just about okay.
Just dipping. Maybe that wind gusted it beneath. Oh, it is now given as a no ball.
It is a no ball and a free hit.
A long think about that. I'm going to ask you about that process in a second. Let's watch the free hit first. Slower ball, cutter. Can't be out caught, remember, so there's no need for them to catch it, even though it's excellently held. It's the free hit, so we'll be 1 run to the total. How does that work when you're out there as an umpire? Do you rely solely upon the third umpire to tell you what to do?
Well, yes and no. Of course, as an umpire, you first take the call yourself, right? You're the man on the ground, and you take a call based on what you see.
Yep.
And of course, it's useful to have the support of the umpires in the hut who are watching it ball by ball and have the replay and your commentary as well. And I'm sure you're critiquing some of what we do.
Not at all. We know it's a difficult job. That one surely will be given as a wide. Yeah, I think well outside the reach of Ahmed. But you very much work as a team, don't you? Not just the 3 umpires, but then the match referee helps out too.
Absolutely. The match referee's on the ball. He's even scoring down there, so he's a legend in himself.
So that's Rob Kemming today, is it? I think?
That's right.
Yeah, Rob of the former Dutch national team manager. Good movement on offer. It's going a long way. I think the wind and seam position presenting that way. And how do you feel as a father? It must always be difficult. I know you're not umpiring your son, but do you get nervous watching him?
Yes, you do get nervous. You get angry, you get nervous, you get excited. It's all in one, isn't it?
All the feelings.
And fun fact, I've coached a lot of these boys through their youth years.
Good length, that. Good
so
Yorker length.
You've got Arjun, Ashwin, Jay, Aiden, who are playing on the ground today, and I've been coaching them since they were about 6 or 7 years old.
That's magic. How is the development of the game across the country? It seems to be resurgent.
It's blown up dramatically in the last 10 years. What we used to play, we'll watch this ball and come back. Big swing there from Hassan.
Given as a wide.
Given as a wide.
So yeah, do tell me.
So the game has grown, as we're seeing in continental Europe. The game has grown because of the migration that we're seeing from the subcontinent or the areas around the subcontinent.
He's just losing his radar a touch here, isn't he?
Yes,
the wides,
he's drifting
wides
way.
continue. And that kind of growth then assisted by something like this competition.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so many families and friends and cousins who are watching their loved ones play here in Europe and celebrating as much every wicket that we celebrate over here on the grounds, isn't it? And that's fantastic.
Clubbed away. It's a good strike. He's
That's
a special cricketer, Hassan Ahmed. It's going to go a
Typical
long way for 6. Not even that short, is it? But he's just picked it up over the rope for 6.
That's Hassan's speciality. He's an incredible bat, superb timing, and blessed with a keen eye. Is able to see the ball, pick it early, and go for it.
Tell me about your origins coming over here to Switzerland and how you ended up here.
That's a long story.
We've got plenty of time, don't worry.
After this ball, maybe?
Yeah, of course, absolutely. Swing back into Ahmed.
It's been an extremely long over, this one.
Yeah, another wide. Definitely pitched after the wicket. You came here quite a while ago. Your son was
We were
born here.
No, he was born in India. He was born in Mumbai.
Okay.
But he was a 1-year-old when we came here about 23 years ago. He was just over 1. And he's 25 today.
Is his birthday today?
It is his birthday.
Oh, we've missed that. How have we missed that? Usually we know all these things. Vinny gives me a fact sheet at the start of the day. Happy birthday to Jay Singh, who's part of the ECN team. He's working with them now for what, the best part of the last year?
Yes, he started this year. He started, him and Ashwin Vinod both started this year as they set up the office in Zurich.
And he must feel very lucky to be working in cricket in Switzerland. Wonderful, isn't it?
I think it was that's a lovely hit again
right
from
up
Hassan
towards
into
us. Springs off the almost trampoline chairs. It's another 6, probably not your son's best over to celebrate his birthday with, to be honest with you. It's gone for 18 and the Nomads on the move. It's 25 for 2.
Yeah, the fireworks have come from Hassan's blade.
Okay, let's take a look at the table. Here we are. For Kosane, obviously, I know you're umpiring in the tournament, but you'll keep a quiet eye on them. You don't stand in their games when they're playing. What do you think they need to do to get into the top 5? Probably 5, maybe 6 wins required?
Well, as we calculated, 5 wins get you into the top 5 in most cases.
Yeah, okay.
You want to have 5 wins. I don't think they're doing too well right now. They've lost 2 the day before yesterday, and it's going to be a tough ask for them, if you ask me.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I just think totals around 120 can be fragile. Now, this could be a catching opportunity. It's Uday Kusupati who holds on. Oh, that's a wonderful catch. I have to say, it didn't look the most likely. It swirled around. He's caught it in 2 hands. It's nearly slipped out, but somehow he's held on.
And there's a lot of wind there out there, so the ball is swirling. He's managed to hold it clean, it seems.
That is a brilliant catch, one of the highest quality. And Kosane, who've had their fielding problems on the opening day of the tournament for them, that was a few days ago, they come surging back into it. Jawad Dinesh never looked comfortable. He's gone for a very breezy 2 in and out in a heartbeat, and it means that it's going to be the captain to come to the crease, Azim Nazir. Pressure maybe now, particularly on Hassan Ahmed. They've been very reliant on him and Fahim Nazir's runs, and Kosane just smell an opening, just smell an upset. They've got their 3rd in just 13 balls. It's 25 for 3. We've got a guest commentator with us too, joining me, Andrew Leonard. Do let us know if you have any questions for Yatendra Singh about Swiss cricket, particularly the Kosane Cricket Club that he's involved with, or about umpiring, what it's like umpiring in front of the thousands of viewers who come in and join us every day. Have you gone back and been looking at all your decisions?
Yes. I think, Rob has been looking at my decisions more than I have been looking at my decisions. And you wait for his yes or no as the match referee.
It's amazing how good the quality of the production is as well. It's a very small team here, 3 or 4 guys from the Spring Productions team, but really a world-class output.
Incredible what they do with the limited number of people that they have, maximization of technology as well.
Yep.
Fantastic work that they do.
And also a huge amount of legwork by the team, not just the Blue Crew, but the guys from Spring Productions. Everyone, I think the passion on show, that's the thing that's probably struck me the most on my first visit to an ECN
and
event.
The number of countries they cover, the number of games they cover, it's a sheer, capacity that they demonstrate has been fantastic. And we've seen this grow, right? We were here 3 years ago in the middle of COVID when they had their crew down for the early, first Switzerland visit, so to say, or first Switzerland tour. And from there, 2 years later, this is magic.
Since you've been involved in Swiss cricket for so long, I want to ask you, how much did that affect the game here when there was a suspension initially, then a readmission now to the ICC? It's great you're back involved. You can have a full national team. You play T20I cricket now?
Yes, so we've been playing T20I cricket. I was coaching the national team last year, just as a fun fact. Wait for that lovely
Clipped
pickup
away,
shot.
gorgeous stroke. Going to be 6 more. Just a flick of the wrist, no more from Hassan Ahmed. That equalisation of status at the ICC level has been a massive thing. All of these boys like Hassan Ahmed on strike, like Fahim Nazir, they play for their adopted country, and they've come in and had a real impact for them.
Absolutely. I mean, when we went to the sub-regional qualifiers last year, Fahim had some incredible scores there and was batting out of his skin, if I may say that. He's an excellent bat. He's a superb batsman. So is Hassan. Hassan didn't get to go on that particular tour.
Going to be more runs, 6 of them down the ground. It feels like Ahmed versus Kosane right now. They need to get him out. If they don't, this game could drift away quickly.
But he's a one-man army, isn't he? Incredible bat, great poise, still head. And he's got a bit of beef in there, so I like that strength that he uses and he puts it into the ball.
I want to ask you about that qualifier, maybe after this ball. We'll get to the end of the power play first, because I was at the, not the sub-regionals, but the final qualifier there in Edinburgh last week. Sorry, 2 weeks ago now, the time is flying, where Scotland and Ireland sealed their places at next year's T20 World Cup. 7 teams came together. 4 of them got there through the rankings in previous T20 World Cup performances: Ireland, Scotland, Jersey and Germany. And then 3 came through the sub-regional. That's going to be a big hit for 6. We're going to check the no ball too. That's a full toss dispatch. We might need a second look at this. Maybe it's just dipped in time. Certainly one thing is certain, it's gone all the way for 6. But what about the side-on replay, which we're not... Oh, here we are. Did this dip in time? Probably just. Ends the power play. It's been an action-packed power play. The score now is 45 for 3 now with that maximum. As we look at the 2 splits, they're 3 runs ahead, but they have lost those 3 wickets. It was a pretty tame ending for Kosane.
I think Kosane started well, and then they lost their way in mid overs, and then had a bit of a burst towards the end. I think those mid overs that they lost will probably hurt them a little bit if they're not able to take Hassan out.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. You just want to ask you about that sub-regional qualifier. So Austria were the team to get through that, and they took a win in the final over Norway by 9 wickets. I'm surprised, from having seen the quality of cricketers here in Switzerland, that you guys didn't maybe threaten to take that place. Were you disappointed?
We were disappointed. Norway, the game was stolen from us by weather and Duckworth Lewis. I think it's just one of those, unlucky situations.
It was just 5 overs, yeah.
We were reading the weather and we just read it wrong. I was part of that coaching team and I'm as guilty. But even the ICC team that was there didn't expect the situation. So we've had a change of bowling. Venu's come on to bowl.
And then that game against the Czech Republic, was that a surprise reversal for Fahim Nazir making a century in that contest?
Well, Fahim making a century is not a surprise at all, right? We've seen that this morning, right? He's a good ball striker. So,
but the fact that the Czech Republic chased that total down,
and they chased it down. We thought we would close that game out, but we were a little unlucky there.
I just think that the quality of ball striking I've seen here, would you say Switzerland, the national side, a stronger batting than bowling team?
No, I actually say they were strongest in the field when we were playing the opposition, and when we were asked, I was asked on an interview just before we went on to those qualifiers as to, we'll wait for this ball to go through. So as a developing country, I was asked, what is your strength?
Yep.
Is it batting? Is it bowling? I said, we've not measured ourselves against the best in the world, right? We were going in after 10 years the first time. So what we were certain about was our fielding strength.
Yep.
Because that's something you can work on and get it sorted. The rest you have to measure yourself against the best and then figure out which one works. Lovely shot there.
Yes.
Just over Andrew's
6
head.
more just cannons into our camera stand. It
may have changed the focus.
Yeah, might need a little bit of adjustment. He's a devastating ball striker. He does favour the leg side, but he just hits it so cleanly.
Oh, absolutely. If I could hit the ball half as cleanly as him, I'd be happy.
Yeah, been really impressed by both Hassan Ahmed and Fahim Nazir, and also some of the guys coming through. You look at the likes of young Arif Sanger. That's going to be more runs, not 6 this time, but 4 Arif Sanger. You look at Mohamed Akhtar from Vetin, Sher Mohammed from St. Gallen. There's been some outstanding batting performances.
Yes, it's a shame. You can't take all of these boys into the national squad because of the qualification requirements.
So that's the 3-year residency rule?
Absolutely. It's the 3-year residency rule.
Yep.
So that's the reason, for example, why Hassan could not be taken to the last qualifiers.
Is he now? But he's now
eligible, and now he's fulfilled the
So
qualification.
that's a big boost, surely, for the Swiss team.
Absolutely. It's a big boost for us as the Swiss system. So we fight this battle like any other country does. It's just that the pool of players that we have is much smaller than the rest of the European countries. This is an 8 million population grouping that we're talking about, and cricket is not the first sport. When you've got a name like Roger Federer, every kid wants to play tennis, right? Even Sachin Tendulkar wanted to go watch Roger Federer.
Of course he did. And I was in there yesterday in the Kaiban Park tour. I left 18,000 packed out for a Swiss Super League game.
That's it. Football, tennis, and ice hockey take priority.
Tahir Khan Ahmedzai into the attack. Pretty full, pretty straight. Oh, I'm a leg spinner.
Big appeal.
I would have been up for this. Let's take a look. It's definitely pitched in line. Maybe height is the challenge here. So let's get a look. Yes, pitch probably on leg stump. Oh, a very close call. That's all we'll say up here. Nicely bowled. Good drift and turn from the young leggy, who's impressed me every time he's bowled in this competition. He's a talented young leg spinner.
Now, he's a great example. He's just come into the country this year. So he's got to wait 3 years. We've got to give him technique. He's only played tape ball cricket. This is the first season that he's playing with hard ball cricket.
And so he's learning as he goes.
He's learning his craft. He's learning how to field. He didn't understand fielding the way you would on a traditional cricket field.
Yeah, great to see how well he started, though.
He's had 2 catches today. That's another big appeal.
Hit him here. Now that one is going over the top. I think that's hit him really in the box at the end. But it shows again, he bowls at a good pace for a leg spinner too. So you'll see here, flat through the air, the turn and the bounce have ended up doing for Hassan Ahmed, and it's ended up hitting him where you don't want to be hit.
I think there's a discussion there happening.
Well, we know it's LBW, but we'll leave the rest to your imagination as it happens again. He's caused problems. The 2 spinners that have bowled today, Tharna Tharan, Thana Balasingham and Tahir Khan Ahmedzai, the pick of the bowlers for me. Love your spinners. Get them into the game.
Oh, a wrist spinner, you take a wrist spinner any given time, isn't it? They have the ability to make or break a game, and you're seeing that happen as we speak. Number 79 for Kasane today, Tahir.
This time just a flick of the wrists. Well, that is awesome. An awesome stroke. It's not a bad delivery. It really isn't, but he's just lifted it up into the sky all the way for a maximum. And that gets Hassan Ahmed to 47. He's already made 3 50s this week. So nearly had 102. He was 2 runs shy of that, fell on 98. Chance for him to get his 4th 50 of the competition. And he's going to get there in style. Boundary round the corner, 4 runs to the total. It's 18 deliveries that he's faced. He's hit 2 4s and 7 6s. He's a very, very special cricketer.
Scored 80 odd this morning. I was umpiring that game, and all I went and asked him is, what did you eat for breakfast?
That's what we've got coming up.
Or maybe the question should have been, what did you not eat for breakfast? You were too hungry.
He had it all. He might have had it all for breakfast. There's the upcoming events. Plenty of men's and women's action. I'm really looking forward to those women's T20Is between Netherlands and Ireland that will be held and hosted here on the European Cricket Network. Great to see them doing more and more in that. We've seen Isle of Man women, Malta women, Greece women all come into action. Romania women too. The headlines hit by Blake, who hit the 4th highest women's T20I score of all time, putting her name up into the mix. 5 overs have been bowled. We're halfway through the chase. The score is 69 for 3. We're going to see some off breaks come on now in the form of
Arjun.
It's Arjun Vinod.
This is Arjun Vinod, the captain.
My Vinods mixed up. And you sense you need to break this partnership, or you just have to see the back of Hassan Ahmed soon?
Well, it is Hassan Ahmed versus Kosane. That's what it looks like right now.
It really is. Have you found, as you've seen the development in recent years for Swiss cricket, that there has been almost a growing disparity between the quality of players, or like something I tend to have picked up from the limited Swiss cricket that I've watched? There seems to be 2 or 3 absolute stars in every team, and then maybe a little bit of a lack of depth, or does that depend?
Normal. That's normal in a developing country, right? Where you'll have 3 or 4 stars, and every team will play around them. It's hard to get 11 stars on the park in the one team. And we'll see more of that as we expand Lovely shot there.
Oh, he's a special player. He really is. There's a reason he's the tournament's leading run scorer. That could well be 8 or 10 or 12, because it's gone up and almost out of the facility. He's got a real shade, I think, of Tammy Iqbal in the way in which he plays his cricket. Sensational stuff.
Absolutely agree. He's got that. He's got the eye. He's got the range. And yes, he's leg side biased, but he still can hit a long ball on the offside. He's a good cutter of the ball as well.
You talk about kind of key years as a batter. That's going to be 6 more. Monstrous. That's not only on the roof. Oh, it's nearly over the roof. We did hear the impact. It's another roofer. Hassan Ahmed is putting on a display. He's got that Pakistani origin, but he's 28 years of age. Is he now in his prime?
Absolutely. I think, as most batsmen do, the batsmen are in their prime in my opinion, between 28 and 35. That's the kind of range, because they've made all the mistakes they need to make. Make
that 6 more. Well, he's putting on a clinic here, back to back. Whoa, that might have gone over the roof. I didn't hear the bang that time. Where's this one gone?
It still is on the roof and it's not coming down. I think we've got a collection of balls that Hassan has deposited there.
Well, I tell you, if you're an entrepreneur, as we get to the end of what was an 18 run over with the score now moved to 88 for 3, it really is Hassan Ahmed versus Kosane here. He's got 69 off 21. But if you are an entrepreneur, get down to the St. Gallen Sporting Complex and just get up on the roof. There must be, 40 balls up there?
Absolutely. And there's 2 businesses you can be in, either repairing the solar panels or reselling cricket balls. And you should just be feeding Hassan Ahmed, or not feeding and keeping him hungry, and keep up with your job.
Great to have a guest commentator for this second innings. It's Yatendra Singh, who is part of the Kosane Cricket Club, been involved in it for how long now, mate? Best part of 20 odd years?
22 years.
Fantastic.
Been there, played for them for several years. A little too old to play now.
How have you, as this one's helped around the corner, Andrew's going to be dispatched before, how have you enjoyed that evolution of your involvement in cricket from playing to now coaching and umpiring?
It's keeping me in the game. That's what you want to do. As your body ages, you can't really bend down and collect as many balls as you could. You can't hit the ball far enough. You can't see the damn thing. So you then start living your game through other avenues. And it's a great way to coach the teams on and get youngsters up. At national level, at club level, at any level for that matter. And
where do you see this? Is probably no one really who's seen the journey of Swiss cricket over the last couple of decades better. Playing, coaching, umpiring, you get a really well-rounded feel of the sport. What's the potential for the game here? Do you think they could start mixing it with some of the better associates in European cricket, Switzerland?
Absolutely. I think Switzerland has the ability to punch higher than its weight.
Yep.
And that continues. You can see that with the quality of ball striking that you've seen here. And you've had glimpses of it with some of the bowlers that have come in. Now, the T10 format really is biased towards the batsman. We know that. This pitch is...
produced a lot of runs.
Yes.
And more of them are going Hassan Ahmed's way. The partnership now worth 75 off 26. Kosane are being run ragged right now. This game is only going one direction. It's almost a run of ball required here, thanks to one man and one man only, Hassan Ahmed. 75 he's moved to off 22.
And what was the discussion you were having about Fahim having gone past Hassan's score? And there comes Hassan running back at it again.
Hassan comes screaming back as Andrews is edged away. Well, that's misfortune, but it's going to run away for a just a single might not be the swiftest between the wickets, Hassan Ahmed. Doesn't need to be.
It doesn't need to be.
Yeah.
If you can hit the ball long enough, you don't need to be.
But could you see somebody like him and Fahim Nazir, would you think they would open the batting together for Switzerland?
In the shorter formats, yes, absolutely.
Down the track, helped into the leg side for one. And the amount of cricket that's being played now in Europe, stuff like the European Cricket Series, all of your domestic cricket, a chance to go back to that sub-regional level next year, having experienced it last year. Is there hope you'll get through that sub-regional to a T20 World Cup qualifier final? And then you go to play on the likes of Ireland, Scotland, maybe the Netherlands too.
No question, we want to do that.
No ball going to be signalled, and it's a no ball that's gone for 6. Nazir's ending this game in a hurry. And I think the Nomads are catapulting themselves into top spot contention. It's a big, floaty full toss, not where he intended. That's the intimidation factor of Hassan Ahmed.
So if we take Switzerland back in, yes, it was above the waist, so it was correctly called, and the umpire picked it up instantly.
Free hit incoming here. We'll come back to that conversation in 1 second. He walks at him, and he's probably going to be happy with the single because it means he can finish it with 2 sixes in the next over. He'll keep the strike. An action-packed 22 run over. It's 110 for 3. We've got a guest commentator. Fantastic to have the father of Jay Singh, Yatindra Singh, here with us. He's your son, you're not his dad. One of those two. Kosane will probably be 1 and 3 in a moment. That's the team for the next game. Good news is Jay is in there. Andrew Ryan is in there, but he hasn't been given a bowl yet. I'm not too sure why that is. And Sripath, who I heard from this morning, he's back into the team. That's surely a must-win game versus the Zurich Lions.
Oh, absolutely. If they've lost 3, they will need to get their way back in.
Going to have to win that. And likewise for the Lions, I think if they lose, they'll probably be out of contention.
It's a must-win for both teams. This is what they're going into.
Did you get to watch any of that T20 World Cup qualifier recently up in Edinburgh?
I did.
Were you disappointed with Austria? I was underwhelmed by them, I felt.
Yes, I think they choked. Yeah, that's the way I would describe it.
And is that the disparity between playing the vast majority of your cricket on artificial surfaces and then going to grass wickets?
That is one challenge, because you migrate from a totally different surface, and you've not understood what your underfoot conditions are. And we've seen that problem with some of the boys that have played cricket in England and then they arrive here, or they've played cricket on turf wickets elsewhere in the subcontinent, and they come here and they struggle.
How do you bridge that gap, though? Very difficult.
See, I think to bridge that gap, we'd have to get budgets to make our players travel.
Yeah.
And I've seen certain boards sending their players out, some to New Zealand and Australia or South Africa, during the winters.
Dutch cricket.
So we've started seeing more of that. And in countries, if they are going to progress, like Switzerland, we will have to do more of that.
Going to be probably a single, as Hassan Ahmed none too interested in running the second. Nomads need just 8 to win. They won't get the overthrow either, as it is the main man who's not been given the ball, surprisingly, Andrew Ryan, who does the backing up. So the chance, I suppose, then obviously player availability is the other thing, because all of these boys will be working jobs full time.
Absolutely. So getting player availability, getting player mobility, getting them to different environments, that's a beautiful strike.
Yeah, 6 runs from the moment it left the bat, straight down the ground. Even Azim Nazir getting in the act, he hasn't needed to do much because of Hassan Ahmed, who could well be stranded now in the 80s. He's not going to have a chance at the 100 anymore. Just 2 runs to win. Do feel a bit for Tahir Khan Ahmed's eyes. Bowled nicely. Plenty of potential, this young leg spinner. But the Nomads are just about to get it done. In fact, they might get it done in buys here. It will. It's going to be 4 buys. That's game over. And this game has, well, it's gone in a hurry, hasn't it? A 35 ball partnership worth 98 has changed the game from a very competitive one at 25 for 3 to all over just like that. The Nomads simply too good for your team, Kosane.
I agree. Kosane will have to tighten their shoelaces again and come right back.
Yeah, they're going to have to find a way, I think, to also start scoring a little quicker with the bat.
They need to score a lot more runs. They're not putting enough runs on the board.
Yeah.
There's not enough maximums.
Almost a lack of power hitting, isn't there? Whereas we look at a Nomads with both Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed at the top. I know I keep talking about them, but they have so impressed me. 2 really, really good ball strikers. Now Ahmed retains that leading run scorer marker, and he's the first batter of the tournament to go past 400 runs. We'll watch some of the very best of this innings. There was one maximum from Fahim Nazir, then he was caught. I thought he was going for another one. A really good catch held by Tahir Khan Ahmedzai. He roared with delight, and in fact then it was 2-2. He took another catch out in the deep. This one was even better judged, just inside the rope, and for there it was all Cossonay. They thought they were right in the contest. The surprise for me, no Andrew Ryan with the ball. Jay Singh got a few birthday presents that he didn't want. Some were dispatched over the rope. He was a little erratic today, Jay Singh. Maybe those birthday jitters. And then despite this wicket, which made it 25 for 3 as Jalwa Dinesh came and went very quickly, a good catch, very well held by Uday Kasupati. Cossonay just couldn't get anything going, and all you're going to see now is 12 of the best sixes and 12 of the best pieces of ball striking you could imagine from Hassan Ahmed. It's a languid, lazy, full flow of the bat. He loves the leg side, but it's not just there, he can hit them. Wherever you bowl, he'll dispatch them over the rope, and not just over the rope, he'll stick some out of the ground. Couple nearly interfering with our cameras. I think this one goes on the roof, or maybe it's the next one. But whatever happened, the runs just kept coming, and despite the occasional low blow, soon normal service was restored and the maximums, they kept coming. That went up onto the bank. Is this the one? Oh, maybe it's the next one that goes on the roof. That was the boundary help round the corner, and here we go. New balls please was the call. They had that one nearly out of the entire sporting complex. The next one went onto the roof, and the one after, I think it might have gone over the roof, because whatever Cossonay tried, it wasn't enough. Azim Nazir just played a little cameo. 17 off 14 for him, and the sixes, they just kept coming to the bat of the tournament's leading run scorer. I think the Zurich Nomads from here are surely the team to beat, but it's great to have company here in the commentary box, and I want to say a massive, massive thank you to not just one of our umpiring team, but the father of Jay Singh, Yatinder Singh, for coming and joining me. It was lovely having you on. Did you enjoy it?
Thank you very much. It was great fun, though our team lost, but we still watched a superb game of cricket, and congratulations to the Nomads.
I want to wish you one final thing before I let you go. I know you do a huge amount for Swiss cricket. We're going to see you out umpiring throughout. I want to thank you for all your service for the game, and I hope you're right. I hope there's a bright future for Swiss cricket in the years to come, and I'm going to be keeping a quiet eye on them. Next year's sub-regional, I think they could get to the T20 qualifier final for the first time.
That's the objective, and they will. They'll play the best cricket that they've ever played before.
The future is bright for
Thank
Switzerland.
You very
Thank
much.
you so much. Lovely to have Yatinder Singh with us as we're having a look at the bowling card. Not much joy really. Great credit though to Ashwin Vinod. He picked up all 3 wickets that fell, and that is the tail of the tape. Our match summary for game number 3, match number 38 in total. I have to say it was pretty one-sided. They've won with more than 2 overs to spare. Despite a flying start with the bat for Cossonay, we thought 120 was never going to be enough, and it's been proven so. The good news though, the jamboree keeps rolling. We'll have game 39, 2 more games today. It's a must-win contest for both sides. Whoever loses could well be out of playoff qualification contention. Cossonay will get back on the horse. They'll take on the Zurich Lions. We're going to bring you every single ball of that in 30 minutes time with me, Andrew Leonard. A big thanks for joining us. We'll see you back on the European Cricket Network 30 minutes from now. Well, good afternoon and welcome back to beautiful St. Gallen. Not the warmest day to say the least, but at least the weather has stayed fair for us in terms of a lack of rain. A little bit of sunshine too, as we're nearly all set now for game 39 of the 55 that we're playing here at the European Cricket Series in Switzerland. Remarkable volume of matches, and this now, I'm going to call it must-win territory for both teams. For the Zurich Lions to get back into playoff contention, they're really going to have to win out. I think they'll need 5 and 5, so they'll need to win their last 4 in the bounce. And also, for Cossonay, they've got themselves into big trouble. They came in with a big reputation, and we felt that they might be in the mix for playoff contention. Here is the bat v ball wall, 2 of the lower predicted scores. That's because both of these sides have struggled to get much going with the bat. Can Cossonay turn it around? Averaging just 107 runs per innings and 115 for the Lions. I think this could be a very keenly fought contest. It really could. And the reality is, we'll bring you the points table at the end of the second over, but the reality is both sides must win. For Cossonay, beaten not just heavily, but taking another net run rate pounding in that last game. They've bowled pretty well on the whole, but Hassan Ahmed just proved too good for them. So the Zurich Lions, they won the toss. They chose to field first. It means that for the second consecutive game, Cossonay will have to set a total. Then they'll try to use their bowlers to defend it. It's a windy, blustery day. It really is. And it's not warm at all. They're telling us that it's now 13 degrees centigrade, but it really doesn't feel a lot more than that. It feels a bit more like autumn than summer. And for those in Fahrenheit, about 55 degrees Fahrenheit right now. 13 centigrade, not warm. Certainly not exotic, to say the least. So we're all set for this game number 39, second last game of the day. One more to come this afternoon, as Aidan Andrews again will open up alongside Wasim Javed, and it's going to be the captain Kanik Shah to start, and he's going to start with a no ball that's pitched off the pitch. And as you'll see here, clearly flicking a little bit of artificial turf just off the actual mat itself. So that's a no ball. It means it's a dream start for Aidan Andrews. He can do what he wants with this. Free hit incoming. And after a long think, he gets away with it. Oh, that looked marginal to me. This is the replay. Well, for me, that's a cast iron wide. And he's got away with it somehow. So the no ball free hit doesn't cost him. This one's going to be another no ball. Can't get my head around that non-wide call the ball before, but this time I suppose it will be the free hit signalled correctly. So here we go. Gets another chance at it, Andrews. What can he do with this one? No, he's going to power it out of the ground. That's more like it, the full toss. And Kanik Shah, who's bowled really well in this competition, has just started rather errantly. It's not easy, I will say, with the way that the wind is. But Aidan Andrews getting Cossonay off to something more like a start that they would like. He's bowled really nicely actually throughout this competition. Those little mix-up and varieties, just like that one. Now there's a man. No, there's not. Out there, wouldn't have mattered even if there was. Back-to-back maximums, more like it from Cossonay. Andrews getting the long levers out and getting it over the rope. Yeah, he's picked up 11 wickets so far, Shah. Economy rate not the cheapest, but right around par, 12.72. But he has got 11 wickets in 6 games before this one, and now the field changes to a more regulation one. Not too sure why it was deep extra that was out, as the Lions are looking in trouble, aren't they, already in just the first over. Only 3 legal deliveries, score 14. That's a lovely Yorker, much more like it. And rightly, Andrews has to send Javed back. If he hadn't, it could have been trouble. Very welcome along, though, to the coverage of the 4th clash of 5 matches today. And lovely to hear from you on the chat. Hello, Dave. Nice to hear from you again. Kev coming in as well. Helix, all of our admins. As that has swung away. Great effort from Nicholas Salonen. That would have been a specky. And that would have been the catch of the tournament. He's gone a long way to his right here. At the last second, just dived out. Couldn't get on it. And Snehil Joshi will tidy it up. Really lovely to hear from you all. Sujan Sake watching on. Sadin, Rosalind, Manowar, all in the chat as this goes just over the head of the short third who's up in the circle. Tight enough there. And it's going to run away for a flash to streaky boundary. Did he get a fingertip on it? Oh, maybe just. But it's a very expensive first over. And the Lions are in early trouble already. Let's take a look at the net run rates so far. In fact, the accumulated run rates across the 12 days of European cricket we've had in Switzerland. 5 of those in goal. They were in the original competition back in 2020. Struggled to get over double figures. But then today and yesterday soaring up towards the 14 run per over mark. Doesn't take a genius to work out that means if you don't get 130 plus, you're in trouble. But Cossonay with a 20 run opening over have got off to just the start that they would like. And some breaking news. I know Vinny Sandhu was waiting for this moment. We've just clicked over on the European Cricket Network. Maybe a few of my Nepali legends have got us to that 360,000 subscriber marker. Well done to everyone. Our thanks to you all for clicking that subscribe button. If you haven't, just do it. It costs nothing. And all it means is that you'll get a nice little notification that the European cricket action is live, which it is almost every day of the year with the schedule that they have. So lovely to see the 360,000. That's great numbers, isn't it? I am one of those, I can confirm. Just press that subscribe button, that's all you do. Now, what can Salonen do? He was so impressive, wasn't he, in the previous game? But yeah, you can just click the like button on the video, which is an easy way to do it, or then subscribe. That'll get you all the ECN action. This is cut away, and no, Manatee backward point. Well, he's right on the edge of the circle, Ashwin Prakash, but he couldn't get anything on it. Cossonay just coming back into things a little bit now. 25 runs from the first 9 balls. As we see some of the St. Gallen FC team all set for the training session. Congratulations to them yesterday. 18,000 fans created a very memorable atmosphere. Lovely stadium, I have to say. It was lovely to see it up close and personal. They were 1-0 down, but they came back to win 2-1. And our man Lawrence Atizigi, who was keeping yesterday, he made a couple of great saves. And you can see to the 1-goal Luzerne it was that they beat. They're 1-0 down. All the goals in the second half, 0-all at half time. Christian Witzig and Albert Valci got the goals. So a winning start to their season in the Swiss Super League. Congrats to the team. We've all adopted now. Good hard length that from Salonen. Yeah, he looks to me, we heard his brother in the chat earlier telling us that he's played a very good level of club cricket down in South Africa. He certainly looks to me as though he could bowl a yard or two quicker if the conditions allowed it. He's kind of bowling within himself because of the artificial wicket, but just that arm speed there. proves difficult to time. Now they want to, and they're going to get it, I think. Throw's gone to the wrong end as well. Salonen closes out what we think is an 8-run over. It is indeed. Let's take a look at the points table. Score 28-0 now after 2. There it is. Now, these 3 teams at the bottom, you can maybe stick the Zurich Crickets into that mix too, are in trouble. And it's a 10th v 11th place clash here. So for me, whoever loses today, although technically Cossonay would still have time to get back to a winning record, they could finish 6-4. But were the Lions to lose today, I think they're done. Because you can see there that already 5th place is 8 points to their name. 4 wins is never going to be enough to finish in the top 5. 5 could be, but you'll need a good net run rate to go with it. And then 6 should be. But again, who knows, might not. We could get a real logjam. We could get a whole load of sides stuck together, trapped, if you will, on 6 points each. The only reason that might not happen is that we have had those 2 no results. So Vetin, St. Gallen, Baktoonsalmi and Winterthor are all very likely to finish on uneven points. There's a look at the field. The final over of the power play. And into the attack earlier this time is Saravana Kumar Subramani. I think that's a good decision. The wind is getting up here, threatening to blow us all away. And it's a cold, cold breeze to that. Such strange weather we're experiencing. Our crew, the spring team, who come from Latvia, going to dash a single. Yeah, get home comfortably enough. Poor old Subramani's hands have taken a... Oh dear. If you haven't played cricket before and you're watching on, you're wondering what I'm talking about here. When you take the ball, right, and you bring it back to the stumps, you try to do it as quickly as you can. You're safely home. But it means that your cold hands on a day like today are just clattering into hard, cold wood, which make up the stumps. Vividly remember that happening. Never nice. But yeah, Subramani brought in earlier in this game. These little sort of leg breaks. Rolls them out nicely. Gets good drift too. His hand's probably still hurting from having knocked the stumps. That would be giving, yeah, you can see it there. It is hurting. Down the leg side. No contact made. Problem hasn't really been in the power play for Cossonay. They've done all right in the last game. In this game, it's just been getting up past that 120, 130 mark. It looks the limit of their ambitions. That's nicely steered down to 3rd for a single. Subramani applauds the efforts in the field. But just from looking at that table, I think it's really unlikely. 4 wins, I'm going to say now, 4 wins will not be enough, because we've already got 5 teams on 8 points or more, and Geneva have a massive net run rate too, so no way that 4 wins will get you there. So if the Lions lose today, well, it's all over, she wrote, for them. But if they could win their last 4 and get to 5 wins, that could be enough. But the other problem for the Lions is their net run rate. Well, outside of Winterthor and Cossonay and the Crickets, they've got the next worst in the comp, so not going to be easy for the Lions. You just have to find a way to start getting winning. They picked up 4 on the bounce. Could well sneak in then in 5th place. Just a flicked around the corner. The angle's a problem here, so it's going to be 4. Does really well to get enough of this to get it aerial, does Javed, and he gets his first boundary. So with that natural sort of drift angle that he gets, you have to, as a leg spinner, Saravana Kumar Subramani, you have to be outside the off stump. You can then drift it into a round middle stump, but he's not turning the ball, so he's got to be tighter with his line. This time, 2 straight, and flicked around the corner. Good stroke from Javed. Oh, now was this a missed stump hit? Just bounced a little bit, didn't it, on Javed, and it also has bounced a little bit on Amit Kumar, the keeper. I think this could be a chance. Yeah, definitely goes begging. He just snatched at it, tried to get there a bit too quickly, and that'll get us to the end of the 3rd over. 36 for none. good power play for Cossonay, but it's on that 120 pace. They need more than that. And they need to find a way up towards 140, 150. "20 runs from the first over, just 8 from the next 2. 8 and over. Good in T20I cricket, brilliant in ODI cricket. 10 over stuff, not quite enough. Big moment though for Ashwin Prakash, who, well, I have to say he was erratic in his previous game. Looked like he just couldn't get warm, which I can understand and empathise with here. It's such a cold day. I continue to have 5 layers on me and 2 on the legs, and it still doesn't feel enough. Andrews gets it all the way for 6. It's been the problem for Prakash. He's just been consistently too short. He's bowling these little kind of, they're attempted off breaks, but they're just drifting away. And that is too short, and smashed for a maximum all the way for 6. Tossed up, and same result. This time he gets fuller and he gets punished. Good bat in from Aidan Andrews. He's quietly been pretty impressive, hasn't he, with the bat and ball for Cossonay. In what might have been a slightly disappointing start to their campaign, they've played 4, only won the 1 game. If they could win today, maybe it will just turn the tide. Man out there, 6, 6 and out. Extra bounce and a hip thrust of celebration. Oh, not too sure about that one. Definitely pretty keen and pretty pleased with his efforts with the catch. Just the extra bounce, wasn't it? Got big on Aidan Andrews. All he could do was hold out. There it was, the hip thrust of glorious celebration. As it will be the birthday boy, Jay Singh, to come into the crease. I'll get you who that catcher was in a moment. I think it was Osama Mushwani, but I'll get that checked just to make sure. If it is, he's got fiery hips, doesn't he? Jay Singh into the crease. He's known as a power hitter. It was indeed Osama Mushwani. Thanks to the team for letting us know. My eyes are still just about all right. That's going to be a no ball. Well, a lovely, here's a birthday present. A lovely birthday gift. Definite no ball. And the free hit incoming. You can see here clearly pitching off the wicket and not past the stumps. So here's your birthday present, Jay. You can't be out. Hit it anywhere you want from your first legal delivery. Okay, doesn't quite get it out of the middle. We'll get off the mark though. Gets a single. And Kushlal does the fielding. He'll want to put up a better hand after a real tortured stay at the crease. He made 30 off exactly 30 balls. Which again, in an ODI, you'd be okay with that. You think, oh, that's a good start. You can build from that. But not in 10 over cricket. You've got to get your strike rates up in and around 200. And if we look at the best in this competition, this should be taken and put down. Oh no. And Kushlal, who had a horrid morning with the bat, has just put down a very simple chance. I think this, oh well, it's a 2 out of 10 difficulty. And down it goes. Got into the right position, but just his hands got a touch awkward. There's the run worm. Lovely to see lots of interest in this inaugural return, not inaugural, the return of the European Cricket Series. here in Switzerland. This goes up into the sky. Now the wind is swirling about, but it is safely taken. And Javed, he should have been caught from the previous delivery. This was actually a much harder catch. He's made it look easy. I think it might be Snehil Joshi. Again, I'll get that checked. Who's the bowler and who's taking the catch? Joshi strikes. Yeah, very well held. Not easy that with the wind swirling about. Makes these conditions difficult. So the 50s come up and Kosane have lost their second. And this time it was Ankush Asani who took the catch. Credit to Ankush. That was a very good catch. And Snehil Joshi's first delivery. He strikes. He's got one to his name. Best way to stem the scoring right now. Here comes Anmol Prabhu, or Praboom as they call him, the boys in the Kosane bench. Nice little leg cutter. He's going to get off the mark immediately. Our insider, who we had the pleasure of joining us for the commentary in the previous over. From previous innings even, previous match. He was telling us these are the two power hitters really. His son Jay Singh, we were hearing from one of the umpiring team, who also Yatindra Singh, who's coached Switzerland quite a bit. He reckons his son and Anmol Prabhu were the two most likely to clear the ropes. And that's much more like it. Jay Singh, it's his birthday. And happy birthday once again. He got a lovely one right into the slot, right into the arc. It's that little kind of cross-seamer. And that's powered. Finally holds his shape on one. And muscles that over the rope for 6. So these are the two. If Kosane are going to get past that sort of 120, 130 marker where they've tended to hover around all competition, these are the two to maybe drive them up towards 150 or 150 plus. If they can get to that, they'll be very confident with the bowling attack they have. And that's going to be 6 more, much more like it. I think Dad's had a word. Yatindra Singh was telling me he's going to go talk to his son after his commentary stint with me. And it's back-to-back maximums from Jay Singh. Really well struck that one. And a lovely noise it made off the bat too. Projected score hovering around the 135 mark. They'd love more than that. And if these two are still together in the 10th over, they'll have a lot more than that, you'd think. Doesn't get this one out of the screws, will just be a single. So a topsy-turvy over for Snehil Joshi, the wicket from the first ball, back-to-back maximums. Just want to get out of this final delivery without conceding another boundary. Flicked the pad. Should be a couple. Yeah, will be. I think we're going to see leg byes signalled. And that will get us to the end of the 5th over, the halfway stage of this first innings. Game number 39. Kosane 67 for 2. So Prakash is going to continue. This might be an over for Kosane to target. He hasn't got it right today, Prakash. Very expensive in the previous game. His 2 overs going for 35. Surely Prabhu's the man to take him downtown. Oh, well, if he leaves that, it's going to be a no ball. That wasn't going to pitch even close to on the wicket. Remember, he couldn't have been stumped either because it would have been a no ball. Well might he smile. Because look at this. If he doesn't hit this, that's not... Oh, it might not even pitch on the artificial. It's going to go on the grass. Back live with you now. Better. Gets it into the block goal. Run out chance, but safely home. Down the track, gets it all the way for 6. That's Prabhu to the party. Anmal Prabhu strikes it well. And yeah, poor old Ashwin Prakash has just looked a touch out of rhythm, hasn't he? Not quite landing them where he'd hoped to. Very cold day, difficult day for spinners. It's a bit more like it. Better length. Gets good bounce, doesn't he? Prakash, that tends to be what causes the batter problems when he gets it right. Short and wide and a misfield. Well, that should have been stopped. It's going to scoot away for 4. You can't blame Prakash that time. Should have been a single or a dot. Instead, it's a boundary to close out his 2 overs. He'll finish with 1 for 28. Kosane, 80 for 2. That's who the boys from Lausanne, or just outside Lausanne, have left to come. The 2 Vinod brothers. Might see them in next at 5 and 6, although originally Arjun Vinod was down to come in at number 3, so they've had a bit of a shuffle in the lineup. Often see teams do this. They might set out a certain attack and then change their batting order. This is hit towards the man and another misfield. Well, that's back-to-back misfields. Again, this should have been stopped. You could maybe argue it was a catching chance. And Kushlal, oh, he's not having a day to remember, is he? You can understand why he didn't come in for it, because he was just trying to stop the boundary, but disappointment for Lal. You might be able to hear some shots fired in the background. We're right next, or not right next, we're probably a couple of kilometers away from, I think it's a Swiss artillery range or part of the Swiss Army setup. Just echoes across the valley, surrounded by beautiful lush hills here in St. Gallen. A lot of forest about too. Inside edge is going to save Jay Singh on the birthday. You wouldn't want a bad umpiring decision on your birthday, would you? Yeah, clear inside edge. He's just even checked it there in front of the umpire to emphasise that he has hit it. So that will be a run to the total. Projected score hovers around 130. Even to get there, though, they'll need one of these 2 to keep going. Singh started really nicely. Could be a chance. No, it's going to be 6. Just a flick of the wrist from Prabhu. Deep extra cover out there. I think he thought he had a chance at making a play on it, but it just kept going. It's difficult with the wind. He might have just flicked his fingertips too. It's Nahil Joshi out there, but yeah, not easy. You keep half an eye on the timer as well. They should be fine with 13 minutes to bowl in remaining time. You just have to bowl the last ball of the 9th over by then. It's come in, I think, 3 times this week. It's dragged down. No timing though, so Prabhu will only pick up the single. Do let me know where you're watching from. I'm flying solo for this game number 4 today, so get in touch. Let me know where you're enjoying the action from. Lots of comments too in the live chat. Really nice to hear from you. Tell us also where you are in the world, what city, what country you're in. This is picked up into the leg side. 6 more. Probably not out of the middle, but didn't need to be. He got it up into the wind and well, whichever way it's blowing, it seemed to get a little bit of assistance. You can see there, yeah, clearly angling with that ball. So blows over the rope and over the head of Osama Mashwani, who's out at deep backward square leg. Maybe tell us what the weather's like with you as well, because even though it's bright and sunny and it looks beautiful on the screen, it's about 13 degrees here. As this one's helped around the corner. Well, Singh is playing a gem of a knock on his birthday, 25 today. And he's going to get 4 more to his name. The hundreds come up. He looks on track for his highest total of the tournament. And he's maybe driving Kosane towards a winning position. Will keep them in the qualification, the playoff mix. And that's what we've got to look forward to for the rest of the calendar year. As we get to the end of the 7th now. Score has moved to 102 for 2. Current run rate 114.5, so they should get up to 145, 150 if they can. Great to see Jay Singh batting well. And the Jamboree, the travelling roller coaster of emotions, it moves on to Germany next. Back-to-back events there. There'll be a bit of a break for the Euros of cricket that will kick in then, and then on to Croatia. Could be a good one. Beautiful part of the world, Croatia. Here comes Nicholas Salonen to bowl his 2nd over. I think it's fair to say he's been the pick of the attack again this afternoon. Can Salonen get away past one of these 2 power hitters and swing the game back towards the Lions? If the Lions could somehow keep Kosane to 130, 135, maybe they could hunt that down. But remember, Kosane have a good bowling attack themselves. He just got that extra bit of pace, doesn't he? Hits the bat hard. There's a funny concept in cricket that you may have heard before about bowlers bowling a heavy ball. Obviously they're bowling with the same ball, but I think what people are trying to describe there is that when it hits the bat, it comes much harder at it. Because even there's some really quick bowlers who wouldn't be known to bowl a heavy ball. It's a particular style of bowler. And certainly Salonen has shown us that. Very well bowled. He's beaten batters for pace. Just that. It's probably because of the almost, I don't want to say amble to the crease. It's a bit more than that. But he's very measured in his run-up as he comes in off really just 8 or 10 paces. And because he's so measured and then still gets it down at a good velocity, I think it's surprising the batters. They're generally mistiming it. Goes short. That's not where to bowl, though. That's going to be 6. He's got the pace to bowl the bouncer, given us the one over shoulder height allowed for the over. But he's got to go back of a length, not that bouncer length. That's very well played. Good stroke all the way for 6. Cannons into the Cricket Switzerland Let's Play Cricket banner. Now, what can Salonen come back with? Only 2 deliveries left in his 2 over allocation. And he's carted down the ground, but there's a man at long on who takes the catch. So 6 and out, a really good comeback. That's the change of pace from Salonen. I think it was the little off cutter, and I don't think that Prabhu has picked it yet. There it is, clearly really well executed off cutter. And Ankerslal, having misfielded a couple out at deep backward square leg, he ends up getting some comeback. So the 3rd wicket falls as Kosane now slide to 110 for 3, maybe thinking of something in that 135, 140 vicinity. What can the new man do? I think it's Ashwin Vinod who's come to the crease, not the captain Arjun Vinod, his brother. So it's 110 for 3. Just 2 overs remain after this delivery. Can Salonen close out well? It's been another good spell from him. Oh, really good Yorker. Great skills from Salonen. He's one to watch. Definitely has a bit about him, doesn't he? Good quality of cricketer, well bowled mate is the shout. 8 have been bowled, Cossonay 110 for 3. Oh, it just senses like another one. Excuse me, they're 111 for 3. Another total where they're going to be in and around that 130 marker. They can't seem to get much above it. Another good start in the power play, but it's just literally been a case of more of the same. They're very consistent, you have to give them that. Cossonay. We run through their batting innings thus far. 1-2-7 for 7. They made against Geneva. That was when they chased that total down. This should be safely home. We will go upstairs just to check, but I think that Vinod does enough to get back for 2. Very good throw. Oh, this could be close. Oh, I'm completely wrong. This is gone. Gone for all money. It just didn't seem like the most enthusiastic appeal, and obviously we're not in the greatest position to tell. We're straight down the wicket. This is gone. Brilliant work in the deep. And he's caught about, oh, I don't know, 6 or 7 inches short. And Osama Mushwani, who took a good catch, showed us that hip thrust. Well, he's got the perfect throw over the top. 2 great impacts in the field. And it's going to be a very short stay indeed for Ashwin Vinod, run out by the combination of Osama Mushwani and Amit Kumar, the keeper. Brilliant throw right over the top, and I don't know, is he a little bit slow turning maybe? But one of the 2 Vinods is gone. Ashwin run out. He'll be replaced by his brother, the captain, Arjun Vinod. Look at how good a throw this is. It's gone a long way to his right. Picked up cleanly, flat over the top. I thought he was going to get home, even though the dive was in, clearly caught short. And good work from the umpiring team to send that upstairs and correctly adjudge the batter well short of his ground, maybe 8 inches or something along those lines. This one's flicked away, out again towards Mushwani. In fact, it will be Salonen who juggles and then fields it, but Vinod, despite the direct hit, will get home safely for a couple. Just couldn't quite pick it up cleanly there, could he, Salonen? But yeah, just looking through the Cossonay scores thus far in the series, they could only muster 107 against Alton. Came up short by 22 runs. 84 against St. Gallen, losing by 46. They did chase down 126 against Geneva. That was their first 3 games, where all of those games they bowled first. And oh, that's a big hit into the leg side. But again, it's Mushwani. Oh, well, he's been on fire out there. 2 catches and a run out. Are we going to get the hip thrust? Not this time. Not this time. He's happy just saying thanks very much and a thumbs up. And it's another wicket for Kanik Shah, who's one of the leading wicket takers in the tournament. Been so good throughout. Maybe the one high point really for the Zurich Lions in this tournament. He's now top of the pile. He is in fact the leading wicket taker with that wicket. He moves to 12. So credit to him. He goes past Amjad Rahmani, who's also got 11. And Kanik Shah, whilst his team that he's captaining are not necessarily having a tournament to remember, the captain is standing tall with the ball, particularly after that first over where he went for 20. This goes into the sky. Could be another chance. It is going to be another chance. The captain holds on. Good catch. Well, excellent work off his own bowling. And you talk about bounce back ability. Well, that's what the Lions are showing here, particularly their skipper. It's a little change of pace. The off cutter, he recognised immediately it was going to need to be him. And look at how good a catch this is. And the little backward somersault to boot. So the wickets are tumbling here at the death. And they're coming quickly as the shots ring out in the distance to go with them. Kanik Shah is on a hat-trick. Here we go. We've had, what, 30, maybe 35 attempts at the hat-trick. Might be fitting that the tournament's leading wicket taker gets it. He has been so good in terms of deception of the batter. It's my co-commentator from earlier on the hat-trick ball, and he gets off the mark immediately. Great credit to Srinath Sripath, who does get off the mark. It was nice to hear his thoughts earlier. Another hat-trick goes by the wayside. Oh, we'll have to wait for that one. But big news from down in the Cossonay team dugout. We're going to show it to you after this ball. You know what I'm going to say. He's getting the pads on. Andrew Ryan, we could see him with the bat yet. Another slower ball, powered towards the man. Oh! What a catch! Moment of magic. It's Nicholas Saladin. Oh, yes. The catch of the tournament. No doubt about it. How has he taken this? Like all outstanding catches in the deep, they're usually a bit of a misjudgment. He's come in at first. Now he goes back, and look at this. It was 6 all the way. He's in the air as he takes the catch. That is a stunner. Oh, Nicholas Saladin, you little beauty. A moment he's never going to forget. And Jay Singh, on his birthday, he's got to trudge off. Oh, he's so unlucky. He's batted brilliantly. Just couldn't get the strike. But he's gone for 32 off 13. And that, for me, is the catch of the tournament here in Switzerland. Nicholas Saladin. And there is the Cossonay bench. Can confirm that 100%. We're going to see Andrew Ryan if we have another wicket. He's in next at number 10. But the wheels are coming off again for Cossonay. They just can't get past this 125, 130 marker. Nicholas Saladin, oh my. Very, very special. What a catch that was. Sensational. Let's get one more look at it. Here it is. Oh, that's fitting of any stage. A spectacular grab of the highest quality. And doesn't he love it? Yeah, new man in. Oh, in fact, it's my man, Srinath Sripath, my co-commentator. Maximo will give you the shout. We know how you love Vinny Sandhu shouting that. It's just me, your old pal here instead. Well done to Srinath Sripath. Gets one over the rope just to swing a bit of momentum back. More like it for Cossonay. They need these runs. Oh, he looks pumped up, doesn't he? You heard his voice this morning, and now you see him smashing one over the rope all the way for 6. And credit to you, Srinath. That's a nice little moment for you to remember. You'd like a few more though, wouldn't you? Get some more over the rope. Cossonay past that 120 marker. Can they get up to 135? 5 balls left to do it. New man to the crease at the non-strikers end. That's Venu Agarwal. Joshy in to bowl the final over here. Nicely whipped around the corner. He's going to think of a second, but they'd be well advised to not take on Osama Mushwani, who's been outstanding. What a catch. I'm still catching my breath after that. Nicholas Saladin effort. Oh, without doubt the catch of the tournament. We've seen 2 really fun catches, both coming to Ali Abbas, the ricochet catches, but that catch there, I don't know if you saw it, unbelievable grab from Nicholas Saladin. This one's carved into the offside. Will just be a single this time. Really cold today. Still just 13 degrees. I don't know what's going on with the Swiss weather. I was promised beautiful, glorious weather, but at least it's dry, I suppose, which is critical. Oh, he's going to have that up on his social media feeds later, I reckon, Nicholas Saladin. An absolute belter of a catch. Oh, brilliant. No timing this time for Srinath Sripath. They want the second. Well, it's going to be a run out. We could see Andrew Ryan in here. Oh, it's flicked onto the stumps. We should go upstairs. And now they're going to try run the bye, and they're going to get the, sorry, not the bye, the overthrow. But first, we're going to have to go up and check this decision. Because if he is out, the second run won't count. So the flick onto the stumps is the key aspect here. Let's have a look. Oh, he could be in trouble here if the flick comes out quickly enough. Oh, here comes the batter. He's gone. No doubt about that. Yeah, long gone. That is out. Brilliant work. Really brilliant work. Keeper's had a very good day, hasn't he, Amit Kumar? So that's going to be 1 run to the total. And then the run out. And here he comes, the man of the moment. The one we wanted to see. And there he is, Andrew Ryan. Oh, he looks resplendent, doesn't he? 4 wickets, remember, yesterday. I don't know why he didn't bowl in the previous match. He is going to be on strike, but he wants a quiet word with Srinath away from the bowler. Look at them plotting what's going on. Look at how focused Andrew Ryan is. I think he's saying, shall I get a single? Shall I get you on strike? There was a bit of confusion with the scoring, but I'll just tell you what happened again. They ran 1 run, which was completed, and then in an attempt to get the second, it wasn't Tripath that was run out, it was Agarwal. So just 1 run to the total to Sripath. And it will be Andrew Ryan to take strike, who's very sportingly just giving us a moment for our scorers to catch up. Never easy when the run-outs happen. So Andrew Ryan will have 2 balls left. It's 1, 2, 4 for 8 right now. So graphics just haven't updated just yet. Oh, hold on. That's going to be, I think this is going to be a dead ball. Yeah, dead ball. Yeah, dead ball is going to be signalled. The umpire wasn't ready. I think everyone's got a wee bit confused here. Sripath was on strike for the previous... Yeah, the umpire's just had the bit of radio in his ear. I think what we need to emphasise, the previous ball, Sripath's hit it for 1. They've tried to run the second, but then he got sent back. So it wasn't Sripath that was run out. It was Agarwal that was run out. So 1 run to Sripath and the run out. The score should be 1, 2, 4 for 8. Everyone's got themselves in a bit of a muddle, and as a consequence, we've had a dead ball signalled. So it should be 1 run to the total and the run out. As we see lots of the St. Gallen FC Academy boys all set for a big day on the training pitch. A few little star footballers walking by me here. Lots of confusion, understandably, but just to confirm, I can give it to you again. Sripath has hit it down the ground for 1. They've looked to run a second run, but then Sripath sent Agarwal back, and it was Agarwal that was run out. And that is now what's kicked in on the scoring. So our thanks to the team for doing that. 2 balls left. The previous ball, it was signalled as a dead ball prior to the release. The captain's not happy though. He wants the 1 run to count. He doesn't want this potentially to go for 6, but he's not going to win that argument. And now Andrew Ryan is shadow batting. Maximo's over the rope. Now it could be a big swing here. He got a single. Would have had Sripath back on strike, but instead, 2 of the men you've heard from in the commentary box this week, they're in the middle together. 2 deliveries left. Ryan on strike. And it's probably going to be the same result because I can't see them getting back for a second here. He has been brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Osama Mushwani. He really has. He's taken 2 catches. He's had a run out. Another bullet arm over the top. And it means that Andrew Ryan will likely end 1 not out. Be pretty pleased with that, I reckon. Strike rate of 100. That's okay. And what can my other co-commentator, Srinath Sripath, do? I think we might hear from Andrew Ryan later in the afternoon too. Hearing rumours he might come in for me for Game 5 and commentate a bit. Will he be commentating in a good mood or a bad one? It'll depend if Kosane win or not. And Sripath simply watches it by, and well, I'm going to leave that up to the umpires to call that a run out or a stumping. I think it's probably a run out. He's asking for the wide. And get a look at the side-on replay first. You don't see too many. Well, I think it's run out. I think he's attempting a run. And that's going to end the innings in somewhat farcical circumstances. Srinath ends up not playing Sripath even. Srinath Sripath, we'll get there. Ends up not playing a shot, watching it through to the keeper, then thinking about running the bye, then not running the bye, and in the end just being run out. It's an innings though. Just one moment will be remembered for me. A catch from Nicholas Salonen, a catch for the ages. You'll see it soon. But another good start from Aidan Andrews. Cossonay, they haven't had any problems in the power play. They've been pretty good up there, particularly Aidan Andrews and Wazim Jabid. And today, Jay Singh came to the party in a big way. Andrews hit 4 sixes. Singh hit 3 and Anmol Prabhu hit 3 too. Sripath also got 1, so they managed to get their Maximo count up to 11, which is much more like it. They still have only ended with 125. Middle order really didn't come to the party, so as soon as Andrews was dismissed after another one of his big hits, he holed out to the deep to the excellent Osama Mushwani, who got the hip thrust in to go for good measure. And then a few more sixes came, primarily from Jay Singh. He made 32 off just 13, but at the critical time, he just couldn't get the strike. And this was a good stroke, wasn't it? All the way for 6 more. Amal Prabhu getting into the act. Then Singh showed us that power that his father told us that he has. This one was down the leg side, helped around the corner. The problem has been ending the innings for Cossonay. The runs just haven't come with any regularity. The last 3 overs, listen to this. Salinans went for 8, Shah's went for 4, and Joshies went for 10. Just 23 from the last 3. Not enough, not in 10 over cricket. Good run out here. This was excellent, not just from Osama Mushwani, but also the keeper, Amit Kumar, who used that brilliant technique to get him down onto the stumps and short by 6 inches or so. But here was the moment. Oh, this wasn't it. This was the catch held by Mushwani. Wait till you see this one though from Nicholas Salonen. It's after another excellent catch. I forgot about this one. That's how good Salonen's was. That was off his own bowling. Kanik Shah. I think this is it. Here it is. Oh yes, right on the money. And the camera work was too. Sensational. And well might he celebrate, Nicholas Salonen. A moment for the ages. And then, despite that 1-6 from Srinath Tripath, not a huge amount more to cheer, really. And a couple more wickets right towards the end, including a couple of runouts. This was the first one, a brilliant piece of work with a flick onto the stumps from the keeper. Wasn't he delighted, Amit Kumar? And then it all ended in rather surreal circumstances as Ryan and Tripath trudge off, none too pleased. They'll have to do good work with the ball to get them into the contest, because again they've ended up under par. Cossonay's lack of power hitting, well, they might have solved that, but then the middle order just crumbled, didn't it, when the pressure came onto them. The 2 Vinods made 2 off 2 balls each. Bharat Narayan, he was gone for a first ball duck, and Venu Agarwal could only make 1. And with just 6 extras, the Lions were pretty disciplined. So 1-2-5. Is it going to be enough for Cossonay? I'm not so sure, particularly if Ankush Lal can get back to his best form. 3 wickets for Kanik Shah, but the pick of the bowlers actually for me was Nicholas Salonen. Outstanding. 2 overs, 1 for 17, and a catch for the ages. One of the great all-time ECN catches held out there at Cow Corner. That'll wrap it up for the first innings. Do come back and join me, Andrew Leonard, for the second innings, where Zurich Lions in match number 39 will need 1-2-6 to win. Well, welcome back to a very chilly St. Gallen. It feels a lot less like August, a lot more like November. The mercury has not got above 12 or 13 degrees all day. And an interesting move, a big change from the Zurich Lions. They're going to go with the man who's been brilliant with the ball in his hand and outstanding in the field, Nicholas Salonen, to open up. As, oh dear, that's ramped off the edge of the mat. And just as well Aidan Andrews wasn't in the way of that. You're very welcome along to the coverage of this chase. It's game 39. We're past the 2/3 way stages of this group contest where 55 matches are being played between 11 sides to find out the top 5 that will advance to the playoffs. It's a skews away off an outside edge from Ankush Lal, who couldn't get anything going in the morning game, but he's got a new opening partner as our own Andrew Ryan does the fielding out at deep backward point. Keeps it to a couple, gets a high five for good measure. Yeah, Ankush Lal just never was able to get anything going. 30 off 30 as the Lions went down to a 5th defeat earlier. Let's hit out to deep extra cover. The wind is also getting up, it's getting stronger and blowing around. So the Lions are going to need just a shy less than 13 runs per over. What can Salonen do with the bat? Well, that's a big swing and a miss, isn't it? Nice shape away. If you are just joining us, you missed the most remarkable catch that Salonen took out at Cow Corner. One-handed up over his head. And he might be giving a catching opportunity here as he juggles it and holds on. Arjun Vinod means that the change in the batting order for the Zurich Lions does not work, and Salonen, despite being brilliant with the ball and in the field, well, he's just chipped this one up really. It's the shape from Aidan Andrews who swings it nicely away, and his heart will have been in his mouth for a moment there, the captain of Cossonay, but they keep continuing to impress with the ball as Salonen, well, he'll have to make do with that highlight moment in the field for today. He's dismissed for just 1 run. And the Zurich Lions, they are 4 for 1. In comes a new man to the crease. That's Ashwin Prakash, who's battled a bit with his bowling today. Can he get it done with the batting? I think one of the big problems for me with the Lions just being a lack of runs in their batting lineup, with the exception really of Ankush Lal, but even Lal has gone through a bit of a dip in form now. Big swing and just an inside edge. Lal sent back. Brilliant opening over from Aidan Andrews. That brings Cossonay into the contest. Score is 4 for 1. 102 matches it's been since we've had a golden ball. Are we going to have a golden ball maybe today? Maybe this game, not the next game, maybe this one. It's right around a par total. It's not far off what the bat versus ball wall, the supercomputer, told us. That'll be a wide down the leg side. It is a chilly day, no doubt about it, and it's also now very blustery, so not easy. You can see here Ashwin Vinod trying to bowl a big in-swinger, and it swings too far down the leg side. Free run to the total. This time he goes for the outswinger, but he's heaved into the leg side and over the head of Tahir Khan Ahmedzai, who took a couple of good catches in Cossonay's earlier game, but that is a maximum. Good strike. Just a tiny bit too full, wasn't it? And he's heaved it against the swing and against the angle of the delivery all the way for 6. This one's pulled away, going to be back-to-back boundaries. 6 and now 4. And the Lions, through their leading run scorer, Ankush Lal, are looking to get going in this chase. They've relied very heavily upon his runs, haven't they, throughout this competition. He's hit 14 sixes. There is my co-commentator from earlier. It's a very nervy watcher. The great man. You've also seen him umpiring, Yatindra Singh. He's the dad of Jay Singh. He's gone and found a coffee somewhere, which I think is a good call. This is skewed off an outside edge. Should be a couple. Lal wants to get back. Third man up in the ring, so runs away for a couple. Zurich Lions, just about 2 runs per ball they'll require. A little bit more than that. But Lal, well, he's been the solo man to show anything, really. This one's cut away, inches over the head of Bharath Narayan. And I just wonder, are we going to see Andrew Ryan with the ball? Didn't bowl in the last game. I know they took a heavy defeat from the Zurich Nomads, but the Lions are pumped up. They know this is must win. The only route into the playoffs for them, I think, will be 5 wins and 5 losses. They're 1-5 at the moment. Win today, you'd make it 2-5. We'll give them a chance of winning out. And Cossonay aren't too far from being put into a similar position, really, because Cossonay have played 4 and only won 1, with a rather horrible net run rate too, the second worst in the competition. So these 2 sides are staring down the barrel of difficulty. It's must-win stuff. Remember, it's 10th versus 11th in the table. Runs are continuing to flow here, but a really good piece of fielding from the birthday boy, from Jay Singh. I thought he batted nicely. How they'll need him with the ball too, and possibly Andrew Ryan as well. We get to the end of the second over, and the score now, it moves to 22 for 1. Here is the points table. And you can see why it is so critical that both of these sides win today's contest. It wouldn't be losing out for Cossonay. They'd still have time to get back into it with 5 games left. But for the Lions, it is, in essence, an absolute necessity for them to win. And they're maybe just ahead of the game right now. 22 for 1, 2 bowled. Andrews is going to bowl his second. It's very accurate, isn't he? Aidan Andrews. And like a bolt from the blue, and I know this will please all of the YouTube chat ever so thoroughly. You've had to listen to me for the whole day so far, a little bit by myself, a little bit with some guest commentators, but delighted to welcome in my great friend Vinny Sandu, who's going to come and join me as we see a couple. Well, we don't see a couple, we just see the one run down the leg side. Vinny, great to see you, mate. Thanks for helping me out and giving me the day off yesterday.
Good morning everyone. How are you?
Good
I say
afternoon.
good morning. It is currently 10 to 4 in the afternoon. Yeah, great job so far, Lenny. I've got to say,
Thank you.
Really liked some of the guests. We've had a bit of a Cossonay flavour about the box so far.
That's clubbed to the man and held, really well held. Ashwin Vinod gives Andrews another wicket. He's been in hot wicket-taking form, hasn't he? Cossonay's bowling, no problems at all. Their batting, it continues to struggle. Have they enough on the board?
Yeah, well, maybe. Definitely maybe. This is a hot zone out here, isn't it? What about Salmon's catch in the first innings? One of the catches of the year. If you go back to 2020 in the final, Hassan Ahmed took one out there in the deep, in the wet, which was a real match swinger as well when the match was in the balance. This time it's the Lions who lose a second wicket. Is 23 for 2. Akash Wadva will come to the crease. Yeah, probably a bit more than pride on the line for Cossonay, who are trying to play themselves back into contention. But still the Lions, they're a very proud club. First time we've seen them in the European Cricket Series. So it's not just about trying to qualify for the finals. I think these guys, they only get limited opportunities in televised cricket. They certainly want to win every game they can.
Oh, you literally want every single moment of the limelight that you can get. I've been really impressed with Andrews. That's his 9th wicket in just his 5th game.
Yeah.
So he's very much in the mix for maybe not just the leading wicket taker, one of the bowlers of the tournament. And a lot of those performances have come in defeats.
Yeah, bit of a South African connection in this. We're talking about Salonen and his work. You've got Aidan Andrews. Met his father Rhett in the crowd the other day. Very proud of Aidan.
Newman Wadwa can't get it through the gap. Just talking about the Zurich Lions' massive, what I'm going to describe as an over-reliance upon Ankush Lal at the top of the order. With these 20 runs he's made, Vinny, he's now gone to 196 in the competition thus far. That'll be a no ball pitching off the wicket, free hit to follow. The next highest scorer for the entire Lions team, 74 runs.
Yeah, a bit concerning, isn't it? this can happen. Sometimes you're just not getting enough guys firing. We talk a lot about depth, don't we? So that's, I guess, shallowness is the opposite of depth, which has been a problem.
No contact or timing. The man who's got 74 to his name is Akash Wadwa, who's there now at the crease. And with Lal struggling in that previous game, making 30 off 30, they just couldn't get into the contest.
Yeah, and it's not the only time we've seen batters that are probably capable of just coming out and not being able to strike it. We saw that this morning in game 1.
Leading edge, going to go over the head of the infield, so they'll pick up a couple of runs to close out the power play in the third over. And as if from nowhere, I'm not sure where this has come from, Vinny, we've got a shower.
Might have to head back inside, actually. It is the end of the power play. Okay, well, we've done the pleasantries now. How's your day been?
Is my day been today?
A little bit. You've had a little bit of help. I've been lurking in the background, but I haven't been giving you too much of a hard time.
No, you've actually, you've done well, Vin.
Letting you do the magic. You've done a great job, I've got to say.
Thank you, Vinny. That's very kind. You're trying to...
Almost like you've done it before.
You're trying to fill me full of compliments to make sure I come back at some point, which is really nice of you.
We have confiscated your passport. I had to...
I thought that was in my room. I thought it was in my room.
Well, you've been commentating.
You've tipped off the housekeeper to make sure it doesn't come back.
No, it's been great, and
Thanks,
I love getting new people involved in the European Cricket Network and sharing the experience. And as I noticed, we did tick over to 360,000 subscribers.
Yeah, brilliant.
As well today. Here's Jason.
Oh, I wonder, is this a no ball? I think this could have come off the side of the wicket. That rain has come from nowhere. It's very bright in the distance. There's going to be 2 byes alongside the no ball, and it is signalled. I think that clearly hit the little bit of artificial.
It'll be runs, right? Because he hits it.
Oh, he hits it as well. Sorry, I didn't see the inside edge. Brilliant batting.
Now we all miss the big inside edge from time to time. But it will be 2 to Lal, plus no ball, plus a free hit. Can the Lions cash it in?
Helped around the corner. Good diving stop. Probably at least a couple of runs saved, maybe even 3. Well, this rain had been threatening earlier. And
I just can't believe literally the minute I've walked out the door, it's rained, as if I'm the jinx or something like that.
Well,
I'm going to say quick hello to everyone in the YouTube chat, though. I've been lurking. I've been liking the interaction there as well. Hello to Wayne. Nice to see you watching. Hello to James Stewart as well from Estonia. I like the big man Andrew Ryan's 1 not out in the first innings as well. And I was a little bit worried he's going to make a fake duck because he made one that was called a dead ball and then he had to face up again. That would have been a bit rough on old Rhino.
Yeah, there's been great interaction in the chat today, I have to say. Plenty of people enjoying their Monday. Bit of cricketing action. This has helped into the leg side. It'll just be a single.
Isn't it interesting, though, that this kind of 132 is par based on the run rate we've seen so far?
Yeah.
But this 125... normally around par, you'd say, yeah, they got a good chance. They got a chance. But it just feels light on, doesn't it, in this series?
It also just feels like Kosane can't get by that sort of marker. They've got off to 2 flyers in both power plays today and then kind of gone nowhere from there. A lot of cricket they've played, remember, in recent times. 2 T20s yesterday. They won both of those.
Yes.
But the big question I have for you, Vinny.
Yeah.
Andrew Ryan, 4 wickets in those T20s yesterday. Picked in both games. We're into the 4th over now. Didn't bowl in the first game.
He's being rested. He's resting this year.
Why is he not getting the ball?
I don't know. Look.
He's chomping at the bit.
He is. Rhino coming off a 4-for. I'd like to see him out there, but I'm not the captain.
Swings in to Ankush Lal. Should get at least 2 here. Have we had an all-run 3 without an overthrow in any ECN stuff?
Well, probably the most famous one that you'd know was one of our viral moments.
The 7.
No, it was the one where the batter running the 3rd unfortunately got hit in an uncomfortable area. That was a genuine 3.
Oh, that was an actual 3.
Misfielded it mid-on.
So there has been some 3s.
Yeah, happens very occasionally.
Whipped away, man out there.
Oh.
Can't cut it off. It's my co-commentator from earlier, Srinath Tripath. He apologises. It's not easy with that rain. I'm not sure why he's got the sunglasses on.
Needs to get the little the windscreen wipers for the sunglasses, doesn't he? Because that just skids onto Srinath, who I've got to say did a magnificent job in the commentary this morning. Also, wasn't it great to get Sin Senior out there chatting?
Yeah,
that was lovely.
Yatindra Singh. I thought he was really interesting, particularly the umpiring stuff. he was telling me, and also the history stuff, and that's the second time this has happened to Jay Singh, where in his follow-through, he's just landed off the wicket.
Don't tell me it's a half-halfer, because I hate these.
His ankle's nearly gone. Look.
Oh, and yet, it's, you know, he did that the other day. Something you just got to be... I would actually just consciously be trying to run on the wicket if you're not sure how you're getting off. I know I normally say the opposite.
He looks almost like... I know they won't have studs in them, but I think he's got bowling boots on with no studs in them, so... That's just making it trickier. This goes into the air, going to fall in between two fielders.
It's got to be on your mind, though, doesn't it? That when you're bowling, you're 2 steps away from potentially snapping your ankle in half. Yeah. But anyway, happy birthday, Jay. Hopefully we can keep you on the park. I mean, they're not tracking too badly here, Cosnay, on the defence. I mean, Lions, like you say, not really brimming with confidence with the bat.
That doesn't look overly promising for the final game.
How the rain seems to be favouring the batters
It
this year. Not just in this series either.
Club down the ground. And I think it's going to be 1 bounce and 4. Very fairly signalled by the Zurich Lions team. We won't need a boundary check on this, but we'll just show you for good measure. 44 for 2 at the end of the 4th with that 4.
It tries to cramp him, but the batter just too quick to get the hands through it. So we do get to the end of 4, and they're 11 and over at the moment, so a little bit behind, but nothing they can't make up lines. But yeah, I think Ankush Lal, he is the key, isn't he? You get him, and you're feeling pretty confident if you're Costinate.
Vinny, I have to ask you about those 2 left-handers at the top for the Nomads. Oh. Like, I watch a lot of cricket, you know that, at all levels, and I'm genuinely really, really blown away by Hassan Ahmed and Fahim Nazir.
It was class, wasn't it? And I had a great seat there as well, first game. 46 sixes. They smashed the record in game 1, not just those 2, but between both teams. 46 sixes in the game, which beats the record by 5.
Incredible.
Isn't that crazy?
That's Bob Beeman-esque, isn't it? Yeah. As we see the leg spinner come in, Tahir Khan.
But
Ahmedzai.
The scary thing is, it's not just them that are threats for the Nomads. You can see why they're defending champions. Yeah, but it's not just the runs, but the way they scored their runs, I think. And isn't it interesting how they are both left-handers, they're both openers, but they kind of complement each other in a way.
Very different styles. The amazing thing is Hassan Ahmed, who was very briefly overtaken by Fahim Nazir in the last game before Nazir was dismissed early for 6 as the leading run scorer. He's now gone surging by him. He's moved to 431 in total. And Fahim Nazir is quite a long way behind now, 348. But Hassan Ahmed's runs, he's the only batter in the tournament. There's one other striking at more than 300. Him and Idris Hack. Yeah. More than 3 runs per ball throughout all of the balls they've faced in the competition.
And how about Idris Hack going at over 400 in the reply?
Gone. This is going to be gone for all money. We might go upstairs just to check it, and that's great reward for Tahir Khan. Ahmedzai, it's the big one. It's Ankush Lal. We will have to get it verified, but a big pat in the back from Andrew Ryan. He's a talented young leg spinner. We'll have to see it again. It might be closer than I first thought, Vinny.
I've still got him down. Yeah, he's a fair way back, so he's not going to be in trouble for encroaching, you'd imagine. I think. And...
Well, it's gone for sure, but has he taken the ball in front of the stumps? This is... It's definitely out, Vinny, but...
I think he could be in trouble here.
This is so close to a no ball, and the law we're talking about is whether or not his gloves are taking the ball in front of the stumps. Maybe just okay, Vinny.
Yeah, I think it's just okay because, at the time the ball passes the stumps, for me, he's just. And this isn't a perfectly side-on angle, so I think for me, he's okay, but he needs to be careful because he's moving forward. He just overdid it. And the thing is, the rule actually is out with the law, you must stay completely behind the stump. So even if you've broken the plane of where the back of the stump is, it's not okay. But anyway, let's just say you're allowed to almost take the ball in front of the stumps. And Javed will get the stumpings, 46-3. Good call by the officials as well. That was a tight one.
Yeah, really good work. I think they've had a great day, actually.
They're really alert to those kind of things. So great work by Spring Productions as well. And my man Chris Tapps has turned up for the first time here in Switzerland today.
But a bit of a sad day too.
I had to say goodbye to Elsa.
Yeah,
she'll be back.
Very disappointing. That's a googly out of the back of the hand. Nicely bowled by young Ahmedzai. He's a talented cricketer, isn't he? I was hearing from Yatendra Singh, who's the father of Jay Singh, who's heavily involved in the club. He's only in his first year here. He's only just come over to Switzerland.
I really like his bowling. I like that you picked it as well. I picked it too. It's a little bit easy to pick it from behind the bowler, but
Much.
when you're batting, you're not behind the bowler
easier.
generally, because you can kind of see a bit more of the ball that did come out of the back of the hand, but something that would be in the back of the mind of the left-handed Wadwer as well, if he knows that Ahmed's got a wrong. And
Goes with the leg break this time. He actually caused Hassan Ahmed some problems too. I know Ahmed ended up getting the better of the battle, but thought that was a good sign for a young leg spinner. They'll tend to not like bowling to left-handers. It can be their weakness, but he caused them real problems. One big LBW appeal.
yeah, no, I think he offers something different, doesn't he? And even guys that are in hitting the ball well, if he bowls well, then they're going to struggle.
Just bowls a good pace, and he's got another. It's a good catch off his own bowling. The wheels very much coming off this Zurich Lions chase. Kosane, are they about to turn their day around and finish with a win?
Pretty good catch. I mean, it wasn't quite smashed, but it was semi-smashed, wasn't it? And a few people, I think, around the ground thought this might have been a bump ball, but for me, it seemed to be down straight off the bat. And they're nice and low, but high enough so that Ahmed's could catch it. Nice catch in his follow-through. He's got 1 foot on the pitch, 1 foot off. Takes it before he has to think, and sometimes that's the key. So well done by Tahir, who picks up a second wicket. What an over. And now we're halfway through. It's 48 for 4.
He took 2 brilliant catches out at Cow Corner as well against the Zurich Nomads. The second one he made look so easy. It was a really difficult chance right along the rope. This problem for the Lions batting lineup, if it's not Ankush Lal, who's it going to be? And right now they're staring down the barrel, needing 15 and over. Vinny, this is what we've got to come up. So much to look forward to.
Updated it now. You might see that Rome has snuck onto the bottom of the list today, because now we finished with the Continental Cup.
Be a good one, won't it?
So these are all the events that are in the calendar up to the ECC starting, which is the 25th of September. So we've got, obviously, we're still in Switzerland. We've got Dresden, 2 weeks there in Germany. We've got 2 weeks in Krefeld in Germany. And all these little internationals, which all come up in the next, I think, 3 weeks. So it's going to be a really busy time, but also a great time to see different formats, different players, different internationals team, and a mix of men's and women's international cricket as well.
Great to see the amount of attention that Rebecca Blake, isn't it, for Romania?
Yeah, Rebecca Blake.
Her century has garnered all around the cricketing world. As this is clubbed down towards long on and taken. Well, we have to say Kosane have been excellent throughout their efforts with the ball. Their fielding's matching it now today. The 5th wicket goes down.
Yeah, and so I think some of the Lions supporters, they'll be gasping at this batting effort. It's just been, the more things change, the more they stay the same, though. And the Lions just a long way behind in the game. And Kosane, they've always threatened. Never times you've said they've been completely outclassed. You feel like they're a cricket team with a lot of good players.
Yep.
Just you're not necessarily able to put it together. And even when they have, for example, in some batting innings, they haven't been able to stick it out through 10 overs. It's 5, 6 overs. And then same thing in the field. There's times where they played really well, but often it's not putting a whole innings together. This is a more complete performance, I think, particularly in the field. And maybe they can get some momentum. One thing I am a little bit worried about is the clouds, which have just come in. They've rolled in pretty much out of nowhere. Not a lot of rain at the moment, but certainly a lot darker than it was a little bit earlier in this match.
Yeah, I think certainly there is a chance that last game might be a little bit... You had a horrible day yesterday, Vinny. How'd you get through that? There was all sorts happening.
Made it pretty clear in my contract that I get paid for the 20 overs in the game. So if it's short, it's short. Just get to the conclusion quicker. Now, we did have one...
Wind and rain.
Yeah, we
all
had
sorts,
one
wasn't it?
completed match, and then we had the rest affected. But we did get 4 results. That's
good effort.
positive.
Really good effort. Yeah.
And big thanks to all the operations team and everyone who was able to get it together.
In comes Agarwal again with the
Here we go.
Muhammad Abbas or Javagal Srinath-esque action.
Certainly is. Yeah, for me it's Srinath, a player I grew up watching. Hello to Asfin Lakaraju. Now he is part of the furniture here in cricket in Switzerland. Asfin, how are you? He's welcoming me back to Switzerland, and I hope I have a great time. I am having such a great time, Asfin. Hopefully I see you sooner rather than later as well. All right, here's Shah on strike.
Picked up. That's going to be picked up all the way for 6. And Shah, the skipper, he says, we've got to keep fighting. We've got to keep believing, because if we lose this, we're out of the competition. Pretty much the 50 comes up.
And so never predict anything. That's probably the thing that I've learned. I mean, when we saw 200, that probably should have been chased down this morning.
I think I said at the halfway stage, well, we know what the result
It was only
be.
2 really good overs from the Nomads that stopped that happening.
They were definitely favourites, Geneva, in that chase after 6 overs. Remarkable batting from Idris Hack. That's going to be 6 more.
Ooh.
And just like that, the angle has changed from Agarwal. He's dragged 2 down, and his first 2 deliveries have gone 4.
Yeah, it's a Maximo.
Hey.
But asking for trouble, bang it in. Unless you show her back to, it's probably not the length for you.
We've missed that, Vinny. I have to say, Srinath Tripath, who we did really enjoy hearing from the first 2 overs, he was desperate to give it a few Maximos. Didn't quite sound the same. He's going to need some, everything else was brilliant. He needs some Maximo practice.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think I appreciate the effort.
You can send him a few voice notes maybe with it. And he can
You know
just
what? It's open. It's like certain companies, they have open, our software's open. Anyone can use
open
it.
source.
Yeah, open source, that's the one.
End
Well,
of
it
the
does make
6th
me a little bit
over.
hungry, and you won't be around for food chat last game of the day. 61 for 5 after 6. Hey, throw some random questions in because I'm here. I'm excited. What have you got for me? You got anything random to ask me?
I just want to talk about this points table briefly
Okay, let's do
first
it.
because I think this is so critical to get across. If the Lions lose, the reason I'm saying they're gone from contention, even if they won their last 3, they could only get to 8 points.
Yeah.
And we already have 5 teams on 8 points or more. And obviously, Alton, Vetin, Geneva, one of those is going to win another game as well.
Not going to do it.
For Cossonay, though, things are a bit more open. If they could win today, get to 4 points with still 5 games left, they'd probably only need to win 3 of those 5 games left to get to 10 points, which should give them a good chance.
You're in the mix.
You're in the
and
mix.
Remember, we've got a couple of no results sprinkled in there as well.
Correct.
So maybe 5.5 wins gets you there.
There's no way 8 points is going to be enough.
Wrongin'.
This goes
And
down the ground, Vinny. I think it's going to be 6.
It is.
Unlucky. It was a nice piece of bowling, but he goes the distance. Subramani and Shah, they're fighting for the Lions.
Nice shot. Whether he picks it or not, I don't think he cares. He just swings the bat and owns it. But, yeah, I like it. Kind of plays it on length. And Subramani, you can just tell from his stature at the crease, he's a no-nonsense character. And he's going to give this a shake. And with that 6, I mean, 15.4 and over. Possible.
Does bowl a good pace, Ahmedzai.
It's good variation. Okay, it's not a huge spinning leg break, but it is the one that is kind of the orthodox turning leg break. The other one certainly broke back in towards the right-hander.
Oh, cleans him up. A beauty. The top of off stump is rattled back with a very nice leg break that just straightens and really beats Subramani for pace. Ahmedzai, oh, he's a precocious young starlet. What a talent.
I couldn't agree more. I love this length, and you could see Subramani, he was in a bit of a conundrum whether he was going forward or back to this. It slides on. I won't quite call it the Shane Warne flipper circa 1994, and it wasn't really, but I just love the way it hurried onto him here.
Yep.
It's more or less a top spinner. And you can see how he's kind of caught back behind the crease. And it's not even a real aggressive shot he's trying to play. He's just trying to keep it out, and he wasn't able to. Great bowling.
Yeah, for me, Vinny, that's just natural variation. It's actually leg break. It's straightened. So he's trying to turn it from the leg stump towards the off. But just as you go a bit flatter, you'll get difference within your leg spinners. Some of them will turn sharply. Some of them will skid on. Shane Warne used to say he'd 7 or 8 different deliveries. That was all a trick of the mind. Natural variation, the key, as Ramakrishnan comes to the crease.
That's true. The Zuta, the Futa, the Schmooter.
There was all sorts of mind games
used to
going
love-
on. He
love
really
those.
just did 3. That's a leg break, and it's heaved away for a maximum. How often do we see this? The first ball going the distance, and in fairness to the Lions, they may go down here, but they're going down swinging.
I wouldn't even say they're out of this contest yet with the run rate required in the 15s. I mean, that's certainly within the realm of possibility. Okay, yeah, the wickets are a concern, but you just need a partnership where they can get those couple of maximos and over. Obviously, it wasn't a flipper from Tahir Khan, but it kind of acted like one because it hurried on.
Because it
But
skidded on.
and you don't see it very often.
Oh, bowls him. How unlucky. Hammered into his leg, and cannons ricochets back onto the stumps. Ahmedzai, he's got another.
Poor Ramakrishnan. I mean, I suppose it wasn't a shot that was going anywhere anyway, but it it finds its way onto the stumps. Got to say, though, loving this effort at the moment from Tahir Khan. He just keeps racking up the wickets.
4th wicket, outstanding. We've got a chance at our first 5-wicket haul of the week. And although there's a bit of fortune about that, doesn't he deserve it? He's got a bit of swagger to him too. Nice little celebration, wheels off. He's fielded well. He's a cricketer to watch, Vinny.
He's enjoying it as well. Yeah, look at that. Inside edge, and then, little celebration. He's probably run through his whole gamut of celebrations as he does have 4 wickets. Could this be the first 5-wicket haul of ECS Switzerland? We've had a few. Cosman's Voy, probably my favourite. That one went viral because Cosman's a self-taught bowler in Romania that went for 32 in his first over, but then brought himself back on immediately. He's the captain. Didn't even think about taking himself off. Took 5 for 2. Anyway, could this be a 5-for?
No is the answer, but a brilliant spell of bowling. Maybe a match-winning spell of bowling from the youngster. He's got 4 for 16 from his 2 overs, and the Lions in big trouble. They're going to need something special. 73 for 7.
Yes, imagine that. Going for 32 in your first over and then bring yourself back on and taking 5 wickets.
That's something
in
else.
One over. Second time it's happened. The other time was actually in Switzerland. Let's have a look at what's coming up. Well, Nomad fans, get out the popcorn because it is going to be the Nomads on again against the Lions. Well, this is a proper David versus Goliath.
Isn't it?
I think that Nomads might outline the Lions in this one, but you never know. That's the thing on ECN. And the Nomads, they've won the toss. They've elected to bowl, so they will be chasing in the last game of the day, starting in 30 minutes.
Ashwin Vinod to bowl now. Still no Andrew Ryan. Specialist number 10.
He's getting a bowl in the ninth. I'm telling you that's going to happen. Because if this run rate goes above 20, there's no reason not to. Otherwise, you might see Ryan on the free trade market before you know it. All right.
He might be putting out transfer inquiries by the end of the day.
So. His manager will be making the good inquiries.
Nicely bowled into the block hole and a good diving stop at extra with the ball. Just
I mentioned
more slick across the turf.
I mentioned that Cosman's Void got 5 wickets in an over. It had only happened once before, and it was in Switzerland back in 2020, where Dish Panirka took a quintuple wicket maiden on this ground.
That's good going. This is going to be muscled out of the ground. I have to give great credit to the Lions. They may have lost 7 wickets, but they just keep swinging, and it's another maximum. If they're still there at the final ball, maybe they'll be in the hunt.
Yeah, just every time you think it's drifting away, they find the Maximo. Brightening up a little bit, the sun poking through. Yeah, so Dish actually took a quintuple wicket maiden in figures of 5 for 13 versus Alton. That was for Winterthor back in 2020. Only time we had a 5 wicket maiden.
You say it's brightening up, but at the same time the rain's getting heavier. We really have to have a word with the Swiss weather gods.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of red tape before you get to him here in Switzerland.
Full toss. Oh, he's missed out there. He was brilliant in the field. Going to be given as a no ball. We'll check it.
Right. Well, if it bounces actually on the pitch, it's probably not quite past the stumps because there's only a little bit that it isn't. So, yeah.
Oh, just a flick. That's a great call. I didn't see that first time.
Good call.
No ball means a free hit's incoming. Mushwani, 2 catches and a run out in the deep. Trying to get it done with the bat now. It's going to be another no ball. And, I thought that Shah might try to run that to get onto strike.
Yeah, maybe. You see, Ashwin actually gets pretty good outswing at times. That one really went. About halfway down the pitch, it just started going sideways. So, yeah, maybe just put it away, go cross seam here. Or the other thing you can do is have your run-up stand a little bit wider. Just kind of get yourself approaching a better angle.
Free hit again. The helicopter shot comes out. Won't matter if it's caught. And they will not go back for the second wisely, as it could well have been run out.
Excellent fielding, following up by Vinod. I mean, Tahir Khan knows, doesn't have to catch us, just has to keep it in front of him. But I love this bounce throw. I don't know if we can keep this going, but Arjun then throws it in on the bounce, makes it super easy for the bowler to take the ball. And if they had taken a second, it would have been a certain run out.
43 to win off 14. 18 runs required per over. Shan Mushwani fighting back the very best they can. Has he got enough of this? No, he hasn't, but it's put down.
Oh, he's got it.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, I reckon he's got it.
We're going to want to check this, I think, Vinny.
So here's what's happened. He's caught it, and then his hands hit the ground, it's popped up, and he's got it in his right hand. That's what I saw anyway.
Wow.
He let it get way too low on him, though, Jason. But it's his birthday, so he wants a present. And look at this. He takes it, and then, look, the hand hits the ground, but the palms on the ground goes up. In it goes.
Oh, wow. It looked like it was dropped at first to me, but he does hold on.
Birthday boy rules, that is out. So, yeah, well read. I think the square leg umpire had a pretty good view of that as well from his vantage point. So the Lions, running out of wickets more than anything. And I suppose running out of time. It's 83 for 8.
Well, just as I thought this might get down to the final over, Cossonay's bowling, it's just been too good for the oppositions, isn't it? They're batting less so. But if they can keep bowling like this, they're going to keep themselves alive in the competition. It's probably not been in the manner that we thought it could be with such a run fest this morning. Second highest aggregate score in the history of the European Cricket Network. As the new man comes to the crease, Snehil Joshi at number 10. Oh, if he's left that alone, it would have been a no ball, Vinny.
Perfect straight drive. End of the 8th. And if it was going to come down to Snehil at number 10, you knew the Lions were probably going to be a long way behind in the match. 8 overs down. It's 83 for 8.
And meanwhile, Andrew Wright is gathering dust at backward point.
Andrew Ryan. If Andrew Ryan doesn't get the 10th over, there's going to be a riot in the streets of St Gallen tonight. Someone get the message out there. I mean, it's nothing against Agarwal, who's bowled very well. But if Arjun can hear me, if Andrew Ryan doesn't get this 10th over, then Arjun's pretending he's not hearing me, but he is fielding pretty close. Pretty sure my voice carries.
Don't interrupt the play, Vinny.
Could be the first ever commentator storm out we've had. 60-minute style.
43 to win off 12. What can Mushwani do? Well, he's going to start in perfect style. And they just keep fighting, don't they? Every time we think it's game over, another one goes over the ropes. It's a
Maximo. And as we say, Lenny, it all happens in the 9th. It was Rico that coined that expression. And guess what?
He's right, isn't
Rico.
he?
You actually get to meet him tonight, because apparently he's on his way to St Gallen. So he probably won't get here before the end of the day. But
maybe tomorrow, Vinny. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe not tonight.
You'll be sleeping.
I'll be sleeping. I'll be early to bed again, preparing for a big one tomorrow. Doesn't quite get it where he'd like it. Just skids on a little bit. What's the forecast like for tomorrow, Vinny? 11 degrees and ice cold again.
If it says that, we'll probably get sunshine. Tomorrow it just says sun, maximum of 16. And actually, there shouldn't be too much rain this afternoon as well. Good. Can you hear the chant of Rhino going up among the grandstand now? They're wanting the big man in the 10th.
Big hit again. Has he got enough of it is the question. No is the answer. And it's another birthday present, a gift gratefully received by Jay Singh. And with Mushwani gone, surely Cossonay are going to get it done now.
Yeah, Mushwani, not a bad effort actually. He already showed that he can clear the boundary. But yeah, this time doesn't quite get the journey. And this was a much more usual catch for Jason. Nicely taken. And now I'm a little bit worried that they could get bowled at before the end of the night.
And
the crowd's getting a bit restless.
But he could be told that you were going to bowl the 10th then. They could lie to him.
They might have, yeah.
They could say, sorry, Rhino.
I'm starting to think we should call in some of the security that were at the football match yesterday, because it was pretty heavily...
It was heavily, wasn't it?
Secured, wasn't it?
Not secured enough to stop me from getting in
without
a ticket. Without a ticket,
though. Wanted in, tried to order a hot dog. Anyway, all right. It's going to be... big Rhino. I might get him in commentary last game as well. 9
deliveries left. 1 wicket to get, and nearly a feather of an outside edge for the Lions. Like you said, they'll still have plenty to play for in the remaining games, but they're going to end up short of that 5th place mark, you think.
Hear the crowd in the background just starting to get a bit restless. Wanting some Andrew Ryan.
Oh, beautifully bowled. That's very Mohammad Abbas-esque.
I mean, and you know how they say sometimes your batting form can turn into bowling form, vice versa.
Yeah.
His 1 not out was pretty impressive, especially because he actually hit the ball twice and ran twice, but ended up with 1 not out.
Yeah, unique innings.
Yeah.
Very much so.
I just think
1 off 1, you'll always take that.
I'd like to see the Merv Hughes style stretches as well at backward point, maybe just to send a message.
Well, he could still come into action. It's going to be 37, an impossibility off the final over.
Oh, no, Jay. It's his birthday. Now, Jay's going to go in and bowl it. Well, Andrew Ryan's yelling something from a backward point. I can't tell if it's encouragement or something else. And look, I'm thrilled that Jay's going to bowl, but Jay's got an ECC hat-trick already in ECC 22. It is his birthday. And do you risk your ankle this over?
Good question.
I guess you do.
So when he took that ECC hat-trick, who was that for?
That was for Switzerland, for the national team.
For the national team?
That's for the national team.
In a 10 over or a
10 over game?
10 over
that was in the ECC last year.
Gotcha.
I'll even find the details of it, because that might be fun. Anyway, here he is bowling over number 10. Birthday boy.
Big swing and a miss. to start with, and now it is impossible. He would have needed 6 sixes to send us to a golden ball, but instead the Lions, well, they're not roaring back into contention. They are going out with a whimper here.
That's the way it's going, isn't it? Be unlikely to even hit the 3 figures here, and if you don't do that, you're going to find it really hard to win cricket matches.
Big swing and a miss again. He certainly looks to me like someone I'd love to see Jay Singh bowl on turf wickets with proper studs in. I think he could get the speed gun going. He definitely has the potential to bowl a bit quicker.
Yeah, he's built for it, isn't he?
Yep.
Also a pretty good bat, so you can see he's going to be able to fill multiple roles. Also an excellent fielder. Ball seems to follow him in the field. They put him in the key positions.
Shout out to Craig Elliman for the very best YouTube comment of the entire series. He said, even Rhino can defend this over.
We won't read that one out to him. I hate that.
I love every second. That's brilliant.
So Jay took the hat trick last year, like I said, in ECN or ECC.
So that
it was hat trick number 33 of the year. It was against Germany. I was just
keep educating me. ECC.
So ECC is European Cricket Championship. It's what's coming up in 49
So I was
days. Yeah.
I was thinking European Club Championship, but no, it's European Cricket Championship.
The EC is always for European cricket.
Yes.
So that's just a given. But I agree. Sometimes it's a bit confusing.
Okay,
to people that are
so that is the
acquainted.
national teams, but it's not at full T20Is. That's the
It's
10
the
over.
Euros of
The
cricket.
one down in Cardamom.
Yes, that's
Gotcha.
right. It's
Okay.
the Euros of cricket. Anything that we run, that we organise, is 10 over cricket.
Yeah.
Sometimes we'll broadcast T20 international cricket.
Yeah.
Or other cricket, but anything we organise is always 10 overs.
Fantastic.
So you took hat trick number 33, took 3 for 11 against Germany in match 17 of Group D on the 6th of October last year.
Majestic. Good from Jay Singh.
Has Rhino touched the ball in this innings?
No, but he's patted a few guys in the back.
Okay.
Very encouraging, and there's some really good clapping as well. Like, he's had a solid contribution. 1 not out. It avoids the TFC.
In the frame for player of the match?
No.
In the top 20?
Top 15.
Okay.
Not top 20.
Okay.
He's better than a few. The rain is streaming down. I don't know how it's streaming down.
It's getting wet. It's
bright
getting cold.
sky.
Hasn't touched the ball.
Well,
Come on, Rhino. Come back. We need you.
He's got a chance. No, it's going to go all the way for 4. He's going to leave it to someone else to get as well, as that will wrap up the chase. 96 for 9, and a very wet and slightly unhappy Andrew Ryan. But I've got good news, Vinny.
What's that?
I think he's going to be coming to join you for the last game of the day. Is that right?
Yeah, it depends if he's in a good mood or not. I don't know what mood he'd be in. There he is. Look, it's a solid handshake. So, I mean, yeah, he played his part. But more importantly for Cossinate, they get the win they need. They stay in the frame. Got a feel for the Lions, just not clicking for them as their first DCS. They certainly had a few more close contests when we saw them earlier in the tournament. But, yeah, Cossinate, that's the win they needed just to get their mojo back. We'll see plenty more of them over the next couple of days. But that will be the end of match number 39. The final score, Cossinay 125, Zurich Lions 96.
Yeah, really pretty one-sided in the end. Cossinay have bolted back into contention for the top 5 playoff. They needed some good fielding, and in fact they caught outstandingly well. Arjun Vinod led the way initially. That one went over the head though. And after a few boundaries from Ankush Lal, what you're going to see in this highlights package in a few minutes is all about one youngster. For me, the player of the match by a distance, 4 for 16. Tahir Khan Ahmedzai. There were some good catches held again. This one was Masin Vinod. And after Jay Singh initially got hit for a few in his first over, watch the leg spinner come into the game now. Should be after this one. There was 4 wickets in just 2 overs. And good glove work alongside it. I think he's a leg spinner to watch for the future.
Yeah, it certainly is. As that was a sharp bit of keeping. Pushing the envelope. But this was a great return catch as well. I think he caught it before he realised what had happened. That was the end of Asani. So, yeah, unfortunately the Lions just couldn't get anyone clicking. I'll say Cossinay's no flukes they take these catches. They've got quite good fielding techniques, which I think in these conditions when the ball's getting hit really hard, they get to the ball quickly. You've got Hannes Vinod there, Jason's a very good fielder. You've got Arjun Vinod as well as good fielder. So here's good fielder. So they've got lots of good fielders out there as well. So if you hit the ball in the air, if you're not hitting it over the fence, you're going to be in trouble. But despite being a long way behind in the game, the Lions just kept on swinging. That was a nice shot by Subramani. Unfortunately, he got caught in the crease here, got castled, and again, very clever bit of bowling there. 4 wickets for the young legend.
Yes, such a talent. Keep your eyes on him going forward. He's got a high ceiling, and he was delighted to get the reward That was hacked over the rope, but moments later he struck back with the aid of a ricochet that came off the inside edge and back onto the stumps. The batter couldn't quite believe it, but there was 6 catches held in total to go alongside the stumping. The keeper just saying, yeah, you're out. Somewhat surreal circumstances.
How's my luck? But I mean, that's the thing. Lions, we'll see some more of them. Certainly hope that they play their best cricket. I think that they are very capable of competing in this competition. They just need to find a few more runs somewhere. That was the one that popped out and then came back into the hand. Jay said, yeah, okay, I'm going to be a bit lucky I got a second opportunity on this one. But really, despite the efforts down the order, you just saw the wickets continue to fall. And this one was a fairly simple catch for Jay. Happy birthday, Jay. Hey, talking about Jay's hat-trick last year, do you know who was next on the list? Alistair Evans, the Scottish international. His hat-trick taken number 34, so he's in good company there. He's in good company here. Cossonay with their first win in a little while now. We'll see the Nomads take on the Lions in match 40, starting in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's going to be brilliant to see how the Nomads can go about it. If they win, they could put themselves in the mix for that top spot. They will go top of the table for the moment anyway. They'll go past St. Gallen, who are almost dead certs for maybe second, third or fourth.
Yeah.
But I don't think they'll have enough to hang on at the top of the table. So the Nomads can make their surge for contention if they can beat the Zurich Lions, who really, outside of Ankush Lal again, did not have much to cheer. Just double figures for the captain and Osama Mushwani, who hit a couple of sixes all the way down at number 9, but 96 for 9. Some pretty tame bowling, some pretty tame batting efforts alongside some excellent bowling. 9 wickets fell to the bowlers, 4 for Ahmedzai, 2 for Andrews and Agarwal, and 1-2 for Ashwin Vinod.
Yeah, well, the batting might have been tame. It's Cossonay that were Lion tamers there in match 39, but the Lions will get another opportunity. Bit of David versus Goliath about match 40, but stick with us. Lenny, you've done such a great job.
Tell me, Vinny.
Hit the showers.
Time for me to go
on, have a hot shower.
Can I have a hot shower?
You've put in a big effort. Big thank you to you again.
My pleasure, mate.
I'll be seeing you tomorrow, and also you get to meet Rico tomorrow, so it's going to be a
First time.
special day.
Early,
So,
bright and early.
Wear your Tuesday best. Thanks again.
But you know what I'm going to do? I think I'm going to go across the hotel. I'm going to watch this on Swiss Sport TV. Remember this YouTube for me?
Yeah,
Get it on the big screen in the hotel.
Big
Channel
thanks to YouTube
48
as well for their support of the European Cricket Network. Anyway, I'm going to say a big thank you to everyone as well.
Adios, my friend. Great to see you.
We'll say goodbye to Lenny for now, but we'll say hello to the Nomads once again as they'll return to take on the Lions in around about 10 minutes. We're back to start the broadcast. You're watching ECN, and this is the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
And after a long period of playing cricket, the best place to come in Europe is the great Ryan Falls.
Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. Time for the last game of the day. It's match number 40. And this one, we'll see the Zurich Nomads taking on the Lions in the Zurich Derby. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or on Fancode in the subcontinent. Or, of course, all of our viewers, one of them will be Andrew Leonard very shortly on Swiss Sport TV. These are the two teams. Nomads winning the toss and electing to bowl here, so they'll get to chase in this match. Lions struggle a little bit in this series, to say the least, but they do have a win on the board. 1-5, actually 1-6 now after that loss to Kosane in match 39. Nomads, they were part of a history-making match in the first match of the day. 46 Maximos, a record, smashing the record actually for the most sixes in a game, which was 41 previously in a match in Barcelona last year. Pretty bright conditions now. The clouds have rolled in, they've rolled out. There's been a little bit of rain at times, but nothing too heavy today, so we haven't had any interruptions. Fairly windy as well. It's going from right to left on the screen at the moment. Nomads credited with 111, but I've got to say, sometimes the supercomputer has a few late nights, and I think it's been undercounting. They're going at 153 per 10 overs in the series. So against a team that's kind of rooted to the bottom of the ladder at the moment, you'd imagine that we could be up for some big runs in the second half. It depends what they're chasing though, I suppose. Lions, 99, probably a bit more of an indication about how their batting's gone so far in this series. Yeah, so Lenny has been given the green light to go and have a hot shower. It has been pretty chilly here today, to be honest, but with the sun out, it's not too bad at all. You can kind of see the wind there. It's even blowing the camera around a little bit at the moment. So, almost ready to go. It is the last game of the day, so it is random questions time if you'd like to get involved. Always a pretty fun time of the day. And we're going to see Azim Nazir opening the bowling for the Nomads. They've tried a few things just to try and keep the opposition quiet. It hasn't been too easy. And well, once again, we're early, so we're waiting for things to click over. Now we're good to go. It will be the skipper, Azim Nazir, to get us going. Nick Salonen retains his spot at the top of the order. And the first one's going to be a no ball off the pitch. So Salonen, a bit of backyard cricket rules about this, cannot get out first ball. So as far as the rules there regarding when the pitch or pulls the pitch off the pitch, anything even on the edge of the pitch is called a no ball. This one will be for the first boundary. Salonen having a pretty good day, and they're hoping that it translates into some runs. Azim's kind of switched from his finger spin that we saw him using earlier in the series to now trying out some, I suppose, was to be generous, medium paces. Nice confidence booster for Salonen. Knocked down into the offside. He'll get one this time. And what are we thinking? Anyone think the Lions can bounce back here? No, it's a tough one. In the last game, just haven't had enough guys that have contributed with the bat. That's a problem that Andrew Leonard identified. This is in the air. Won't quite carry Hassan Ahmed. Having a very good day, very good series. One thing that's impressed me about Hassan lately, just how easy he's making it look. And on this pitch where the bowlers get very, very little assistance out of the surface, He's looked invincible, hasn't he? Pretty good take from Joe Danesh down the leg side. Gets down there, gets a glove on it, and prevents it going for extras. Toughest take for the keeper, this one, because there's a moment where you're blinded by the batter's body. This one's worked away leg side, and that's going to be 4. So Nazir not really getting any swing here. He's hoping to straighten it down the line, but just slides into the pads. And Salonen puts it away. So Lions with a pretty bright start here. The scary thing is, though, if you asked me a number that I don't think the Nomads could chase down, I don't think I can come up with one. That's a good shot, though. Up and away, and well stopped. That's an excellent bit of work out there by Marcus Kawaja. Down to his left. Did very well to get down. Last ball the over for Nazir. Pitched up, driven. Just away from the infielder. Hussey will clean up. Broken finger and all. And up the end of the first over, the score is 15 without loss. Hello to Arijit Roy. He thinks they might be saving Ankush Lal for the middle overs or just trying to get him in the middle order to provide some stability. Well, exciting days on Mondays because we can actually tell you now there's exactly 7 weeks until the ECC. It's the Euros of Cricket, the European Cricket Championship. 31 nations will take part. They've been drawn into 6 groups of 5. So the 6 group winners go through to the championship week in week 4. The reigning champions, Netherlands 11, they'll also be there. But what will their team look like, considering that the Netherlands have qualified for the 50 over World Cup? We'll have to wait and see. Here's Fahim Nazir in over number 2. Cracked down to long off. This will just be a single. And Fahim just class act. I remember when I saw him batting in Malta recently, and I've seen him before. I've seen him a fair bit actually, but he just seemed a cut above. And he's another guy who just is able to score at a furious rate, but look very stylish doing so. Goes after this, gets into the gap, and that's 4. Prakash hasn't had too much of the strike. Oh, Diana gets out the high focus, and why not? This is heading in her direction. It's a little bit of width from Fahim Nazir. Cashed in. Now, I did mention it's 7 weeks until the ECC. And I'm going to introduce someone shortly that did make a verbal contract and as a professional in the legal profession, he would know that that is binding. And he's going to be with me very, very shortly. Good shot, but they've plugged that gap. Or have they? They have not. Gets around the field and they put the sweeper back to no avail. Cuatro carreras. Prakash gets another 4. Now here's a man whose little red inked one set the ground on fire earlier on today. Part of the winning Cosnay side in match 39. It's Andrew Rhino Ryan. Welcome to the commentary, Rhino, for the first time today.
Great to be back with you, Maximo. How are you?
I'm very well. Had an interesting day so far. It's going to be wide, I think. Straight over the tram line. Firstly, congratulations on the win in the last game. I know you guys had a bit of an unwanted losing streak going, but a pretty good performance from the guys.
Yeah, not too bad at all. I mean, Andrew Ryan's currently 2-1 for the tournament, so my record on the table's actually looking very good. Costin 8, 2-3, back up in the winner's circle this afternoon, which I'm sure we'll have a little bit of a chat about.
That was almost taken. That guy, Raheem Nazir, is probably one of the few players that could take a chance like this. It was instinctive, but it just bounced in and bounced out.
Yeah, supremely talented cricketer, this young man for him. There's not too much he can't do on the field, and the Lions very lucky not to lose Prakash there. You'd expect him to take that, and he's still wringing the hand out. So may have gotten it in fairly uncomfortable part.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to do a finger or something like that. He's dropped the ball and
He wouldn't be the first superstar in this tournament to have a finger issue. We've already had Osama Mahmood. I think Hassan's carrying a finger injury.
Yep.
Fahim now doing the digits. There's a few injuries going around the place.
It's the right hand as well, which is his bowling hand. Well, Rhino, we were talking play of the day, and here it is. You know, we've had some big moments, but, yeah, well, the one not out from Andrew Ryan, the shadow batting was very good.
How good was the shadow shot?
Yeah, and just imposing yourself at the crease.
Have you compressed that picture?
No comment. But let's have a look. And now you also you got your iron with a fake one first. I was a bit worried you were going to go for a duck. But yeah, opening up the front leg.
Look at that speed
looking
across the
for
turf.
two. I mean, unselfish. Probably could have got two there. But, and yeah, that's it.
Sometimes you've got to let the youngsters have a hit. But you're right. It was a hard-won single after having to basically replicate the same shot from the previous
So do you
ball.
know what the delay was for? Because there was some confusion. They were just making sure the right batter had been given out because there were two attempted run-outs on the ball before. And then at the last moment, they basically instructed the umpire to stop the game as the ball was being bowled.
I think we were fairly sure that the right man was on strike as Fahim continues.
And good to see Fahim able to continue as well as the throw comes in. Pretty tight one. But anyway, in all seriousness, I was a little bit disappointed. You can put your real hat on now. You didn't get a bowl.
No.
You're coming off 4 wickets, Rhino. Did you not press your case enough?
That's true, and it's a nice segue, Maximo, to have a talk about yesterday, because we did, in between our T10 duties, had a pair of T20 Premier League games.
Last ball for Nazir here in the second. Cutter and skied. Salinan knows he's done. He's dead. He's dropped. Well, there you go. Nick, don't say everything doesn't go your way. And unfortunately for the Nomads, a rare dropped opportunity.
Yeah, I don't think Fahim's going to be too happy with that. So the Lions end up 27 for none after the first 2 overs. Pretty bright start for them. And actually, Nicholas Salinan continuing to impress in this tournament with both the bat and the ball. But good opportunity to have a look at how that table is shaping up.
Poles apart, really. The thing with the Nomads, they win this, they go top of the table, and really only Alton could catch them, you'd imagine. And so it's a huge game. Remember, St. Gallen didn't get the chance to win their 10th game because they had no result. So we'll never know. As this has worked away leg side, and this is going to be 4. So Salinan, he is living on borrowed time now. Skied one, thought he was gone. He survives, and now he thrives. 4 runs.
Pretty good athlete, isn't he, Max? I saw him took an amazing catch.
One of the catches of the season.
Yep.
Bit of the old John Dyson from the early 80s. Do you remember that one?
Actually, from the dugout, we did wonder whether or not he'd actually fallen back over the rope, but he'd stepped a few metres in, and it was just an amazing grab. Great athleticism. He's clearly a fair physical specimen, and get to have a look at his interesting bowling action later in the game, I'm sure.
Yeah, it was a clever misjudgment from Salinan that drew him in a little bit too far, but then he was able to take one-handed. Brilliant catch. You could hear Lenny's voice from anywhere in this facility. He was so excited by it. I've enjoyed introducing Lenny to some ECN cricket as well.
Been an absolute treat for the listeners, having the dulcet Irish tones of the man from Dublin.
Hit straight down the ground. Bit of work for Hussey. He's going to do well. He's going to bat it back in. And he'll keep it to 1. So, yeah, fielding super important. I've got to say, I think that your guys, Cosnay, you held your catches pretty well in that last game. And that is a feature of your performance. You do pride yourself on your fielding.
True. I wouldn't call this the most prototyped T20 batting lineup, but certainly enough there to work with. And the fielding bowling unit is pretty strong, which we'll get a look at afterwards.
Yeah, this is going to go leg side, and the ball's going to win the race. 4 runs. Salinan gets another boundary. And so, the Lions giving a bit back here.
Yeah, as long as this top order paired. I mean, the Lions probably, when they get into their lower middle order, struggle to keep the run rate going. But they've got some strong hitters, particularly square of the wicket up the top. Salinan's a good player. Ankush Lal, who we maybe haven't seen the best of in this tournament. He's been in and around the Swiss squad. He's a very, very capable hitter. And certainly Prakash has started brightly enough here.
Yeah, he sure has. I think power play in the 40s with a bit of luck here. It's a good platform for the Lions. Can they go on with it? Edged and gets away from the fielder, so a bit of luck again for the Lions. And so Nomads, they've had a long day. They've been here since early this morning, the 3rd match of the day. Maybe the Lions can catch the Nomads napping here.
Yeah, maybe so. 3rd day, it's always a danger game, no matter how heavily favoured you are. I might say there were a few, I wouldn't say cracks that revealed in the Nomads in that game against Kosnay. Certainly Kosnay, I think the team probably felt we were about 20 runs short of where we could have been. A few sluggish overs in the middle, but you get the two left-handers out early.
Great keeping again by Dinesh. Second time he's made a block ball down the leg side off Nazir. That'll be re-bowled. Had a question from Alan. Any cricket in Switzerland in October? I don't think there's any cricket in Switzerland, but I know where Switzerland will be. They'll be at the ECC in Spain. So if you want to watch the Swiss team play, then get down for Group E, which I think is the 9th, 10th and 11th of October. So that's going to be a great group. Involves the England 11 as well. Involves Cyprus, Malta, Romania, and who did I forget? Is that it? England, Cyprus, Malta, Romania, and Switzerland. There you go. So that is the end of the over as well. And Nazir decides to bowl himself out in the third. We had an all Nazir power play, in fact, 15-12-15. That's 42 runs in the first three.
Yep. It's interesting to see, as you've said, he's generally favoured his loopy off spin over the last couple of years. I have a feeling, a couple of points, that they're probably looking at him as the second most reliable bowler in the team after Fahim. And he also bowls a pretty useful outswinger, Azim. And for anyone who has been watching the coverage today, there's a hefty breeze going down to where I guess backward point is probably. Certainly has helped the left-handers today in terms of you just need to get the ball up in the air and you'll get a good bit of carry. And the same thing for the right-handers. Actually difficult hitting out to mid-wicket. Probably seen a few more catches that have stayed infield today.
It's been the hot zone for catches out there, actually. Jason taking a couple of good ones in that last game. Anyway, this is hit there anyway. Fielder comes in, can't quite turn it into a catch. Excellent fielding out there by Fahim. Got to say, though, I kind of like Azim as a spinner because he's the one guy who seemed brave enough to toss it up, but maybe he's just sick of getting smashed because that's happened as well. But he's also, sometimes when the medium paces haven't broken through, he's been able to be that something different that has been able to find that wicket and break that partnership. This is Amjad Ahmad now. He's going to get knocked away for a single. Fielded there by Amjad Rahmani.
Yeah, they're carrying an interesting side at the moment, the Nomads. Probably, they're generally a very experienced team that they will roll out in Premier League cricket in Switzerland. But they're actually featuring 4 or 5 guys in this group who are from a younger group, actually play with the second team in the T20 competition, who they've been blooding over the last couple of years. And Azim has actually worked with that team directly himself as well. And they're putting up some good performances, but certainly not quite as experienced as the likes of Wakas Khawaja, Azim, and Fahim Nazir.
Yeah, no, it's obviously got an eye on the future as well. I've been enjoying seeing a few young players and some that I didn't see last time in Switzerland in 2020, although I watched it on TV like so many others around the world. One of the first European cricket series that we ever actually did. Pretty good location, but the batter also finds a gap. May have got a touch from one of the infielders. And we'll come back for a couple.
Yeah, good running between the wickets. Both good athletes, these guys. And that outfield feels like it's quickening up as we go across each day.
Hey, Jay, come here, please. Jason's trying to sneak away. And we get...
Do you know what today is?
He's got to go. I know what it is.
You know what today is.
And I can't sing it, although... probably doesn't have copyright on it.
To be fair, I think if you wanted 2 men to sing you a tune, it would be us.
Come in nice and close with both members of the ECN family as this gets wet for a single. Jason's with us. Happy birthday, Jay.
Thank you ever so much. Thank you.
I've got to say, nice catching. Even the universe was looking after you. That little one that bobbled out, you're able to get it a second time. How's your birthday been?
It's been all right. 1 win, 1 loss.
50-50, really, I think.
Yeah,
is the
it's been a very 50-50 day. A bit like that catch, a little bit up and down, but... yeah, looking good. 8 catches in the tournament makes me feel happy. I need to get some more runs, but that's about it.
I will say congratulations. I've been enjoying your batting as well. I think you're hitting the ball pretty well, getting better and better. End of the 4th over here, 49 without loss after 4. But do you know what the big headlines will be in the tabloids tomorrow here in Switzerland? Selfish Sin steals Andrew Ryan's over because everyone was chanting Rhino, Rhino. Well, somebody was anyway here. And anyway, you took his 10th over. But anyway, it's your birthday. So if one person can steal Rhino's over, and Rhino, we're not quite sure why he's here, it's you. So happy birthday, and I hope you have a lovely night.
Thank you very much. Thanks, guys.
You two look like you're about to kiss each other happy birthday there for a moment. Which,
you know,
look,
3 years
I don't
ago,
want to
you're
stand
not getting away with that.
I don't want to stand in the middle of it. Anyway.
Jay's a great guy, actually. He's a big, valued member of the ECN family. So is Ashwin, of course. Ashwin Vinod from your side as well, helping grow the game.
Absolutely. Two incredibly likeable, charismatic, charming and reasonably good-looking young men. Great to have them as part of Costanay Cricket Club, which they both have for a number of years. And obviously the ECN family. Take it away, Maximo.
Yeah, Tanabala Singham is the new bowler, and he gets worked away for one. It brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership for the Lions. So one of their issues has been losing a bunch of wickets and, you know, constantly turning the batting order over. Hasn't happened here, but the question is, can they go at a pace to test the Nomads? So I think now's the time. They've got to take a few risks. Salonen, he's looked good so far, 31. He gets beaten outside the off stump.
So I'll give you a theory here, Maximo.
Okay.
I think they're almost just as likely to win this if they score 125 as they are, say, 140, 145. Because ultimately, if they don't get Fahim and Hassan out, it won't matter really what they've scored.
Score 160.
Whereas 125 will be a reasonable challenge if they can get Fahim and Hassan out in the first 3 overs.
Yeah, I mean, if you actually were to plot the probability, I mean, by definition, they must have a slightly lower chance. But I get it. The curve's pretty flat there. That they go, just get something defendable on the board, and this game hinges on whether you can take those key wickets or not. And here's the thing, Nomads, they're not just a two-batter team either. They've got other very good batters.
No, but there is a reasonable gap between those two. And obviously Azim Nazir batted pretty well in the last game.
Yeah, there's a reasonable gap, but not because the others are not good. It's because the top two are just
absurd,
cut above at the moment in this country. Tossed up and hit. Hassan, once again, even when he's fielding, he just lopes and makes it look so easy, doesn't he?
He's not a man who likes taking too many steps in the field. Let's be frank.
He glides. Okay, got a random question from John Gray in the chat for you, Rhino. Wait for this ball. This is hit up in the air and out of here. Maximo! Well, just what the doctor ordered for the Lions, who are trying to roar at the halfway point of the first innings of match 40 there, 57 without loss. Nice shot by Prakash.
Yeah, lovely shot from Prakash. It's probably something that people here in Switzerland don't do enough about against Thunny. Actually use their feet. He's not going to pop over the bat. Very flat. So I'd like to see it. But things I like to see, Maximo, there's a fair bit coming up on the ECN.
So it's pretty stacked at the moment. You can see through August. So we have the ECS and ECI continuing. We're in Switzerland at the moment. Then we go to Dresden in Germany. We go to Krefeld in Germany, then Rome. And then that's it. Before the ECC. So after this, there's only 3 more 2-week adventures. Then don't forget all that T10 and T20 international cricket coming your way as well, men's and women's from the Netherlands, and also the Continental Cup men's from Romania. Let's get ready for over number 6, and Amjad Ahmed is coming back. Miss hit. And they think of throwing, and they don't. Now, here's my question. You can't really retire either of these guys out. But it would seem a waste if you didn't get Ankush Lal out there for a fair chunk of this innings.
I think after given now their 5 overs and where they are, they're in a reasonable spot. 58 of 32 is the partnership. That it does give both of these guys the license to go very hard from this point in. There is still some batting to come. You want to give Lal, 4 overs at the very, very least. They've got a license to hit. Not that anyone doesn't in T10 cricket.
6-3 field at the moment. This will go to the leg side where there's 3 fielders, and they're not going to be able to stop it. Cuatro Carreras finds the gap, and the Zurich Lions move into the 60s. That was all about the placement. I don't know if it was 100% deliberate, but again, trying to go leg side, and I think that's partly because there's very few fielders over there. It was a nice effort from Azim Nazir, who you wouldn't believe is 53 years old, but can't quite make the stomp.
He's gone for the Lothario hair now too, which I think is a fantastic addition to his look.
He does go up and over this time. Thick edge, running away, and 4. So you can see them chancing their arm here. Back-to-back boundaries. The Lions building something.
Certainly are. And you just feel like they're getting enough momentum, and they've set a fantastic base. In fact, it's been one of the... it's not too often in T10 cricket you see a partnership that lasts for 5.5 overs.
Yeah, true.
These guys are moving along well. Prakash freeing his arms a little bit. Salanen's timing it well.
Not often you see a 200-run partnership either. We had only our second one ever this morning between the two Nomads. Full toss, steps across, get targets that leg side where there's a few more gaps. This time they'll just get 1. So the first random question was from John Gray. And he's to Rhino. Rhino, how often does your team, Costanay, get to practice in a week?
Good question. We're very fortunate up at Cosnay. We have a ground at a place called En Marche, just on the outskirts of Cosnay Central, and we will usually train at least 2. Occasionally, there might be an elective session where we're going for 3 in a week. So that one's just fielded by Azim, showing plenty of spring in those 50-plus legs.
Because that would be the exception rather than the rule in European cricket, I think. Maybe Switzerland's a little bit different. I mean, is that typical even for Swiss clubs that you get to train twice a week at least?
No, I would say it's atypical. I think we probably focus on training a lot more. There's a lot of teams that won't train a huge amount, but they will play a lot of games. Might play on Saturdays and Sundays.
Games, that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Full toss, hit straight, but there's a fairly straight fielder in Azim Nazir, and that will take us to the end of the 6th over. It's 69 without loss.
So it's an interesting one, actually, and it's one thing that I think we've probably examined ourselves in light of T10 becoming a bigger part of the schedule, that a lot of these teams will end up playing, whether in pick-up tape ball games or sort of that type of cricket themselves, and they clearly benefit from doing that, whereas I think we have a lot of a focus on technical development and drilling ourselves for probably, I would say our club's almost 50-50 now between the T20 content is very important because that's what the national team is playing. The 40-over competition is seen as, it's the Premier League. It's the one that is almost the one that establishes your dominance in Swiss cricket. But T10 becoming so much more important every year.
I think that's a no ball, and he might be run out of it. He will be. So this is a no ball for off the pitch. He drives it anyway, which I think is smart. But Prakash has found a way to run himself out anyway. Well, one will step aside, one will come in. I think it'll be Ankush Lal coming in, and he'll be facing a free hit first up. So a pretty unusual dismissal. Dinesh able to take the stumps in time, and then applies the tag. So the score, according to me, it'll be 70 for 1.
Yeah, to tell you what, he actually timed that shot not too badly, considering it hit the edge of the pitch. So fair play to the man Prakash. But anyway, he's done his job at the top of the order. That's really put his team into a fair position here and given Ankush Lal a platform to strike from. He's got plenty of shots. He's a strong hitter over mid-wicket, got one of the best cut shots in Switzerland. So he's a tough man to keep down because he plays both sides of the wicket.
Yeah, so nothing against Prakash because he did actually strike pretty well, 31 off 16. But you would say it would be a little bit wasteful if they don't end up with kind of 13 plus and over, which would be a pass score or better if this guy doesn't face a few deliveries, or at least get the opportunity to face a few deliveries. So, again, we're going to have another backyard cricket rules. Can't get out first ball for Ankush Lal this time. Tana Balasingham just completely losing his line there. Yeah, interesting what you're saying about the value of training, traditional training, technical-based training, trying to improve your technical skills versus improving your match skills. So one thing about training is that typically all players will get a similar go. People get to bat the same amount, people will get to bowl constantly, so people are in the game, or in the session more often. So you're wide, which means that he won't get to face a free hit because Salonen is going to steal it from him. So, so that's one thing. So as far as like people that aren't maybe batting in the top 4 or 5, probably training's better for them. But for match practice, the guys that aren't kind of premier players, maybe they're getting a bit of both technical work and match practice at the same time. In the air, and the free hit is cashed in. Maximo. That's been a really weird over so far, but Salonen moves into the 40s here. Nice shot, takes on the fielder and wins.
Yeah, certainly isn't. They've clearly got a team plan, the Zurich Lions, to use their feet down to Winterthor, and he's bowling very flat. It's almost round arm, left arm orthodox. Salonen crouching down, swings sweetly. Great shot.
Oh, I think he's gone now. Salanen's going to tell his story walking. And so Tana Balasingham has gone, from memory, no ball off the pitch resulting in a run out, then a wide, then +1, then a 6, and now stump. So, got that one on your bingo card? Again, he's very close at being too close to the in front of the stumps or to the side of the stumps. But I think he's just okay. And so that'll be another wicket. It's 78 for 2. This will bring Saravankumar Subramani to the crease.
Disappointed not to see the handstand from the wicket-keeper there.
Yeah.
It was almost a subdued, I guess, action from him after that wicket. I don't know if it's because they've only taken the 2 wickets in 6 and a bit overs or what it is, but maybe they're just exhausted because it's the third game of the day.
Sore forearms. With a little bit of the sprinkling rain around. Probably not great cartwheeling conditions either. So,
Can you do a cartwheel?
Not. I mean, yes, but I wouldn't say I'm getting my feet again into the vertical. You know, people say they can do it, and they barely. So it looks more like breakdancing. Good random question, though. This is belted. I think that's gone all the way. Maximo! Subramani on the mark. Off the mark as Nazir takes off despite not knowing where he was going to land, jumping the fence. That's a risk as well. That's the lines. They got the wickets in hand. They got guys that can hit the ball. They haven't really had people sticking around for too long. That's been the issue with the exception of Lyle. So the fact that they don't really need to do this. Everyone needs to come out, be able to hit boundaries straight away. That's exactly what Subramani does.
Yeah, certainly. He's a stand and deliver player, Subramani. He's a strong boy. Showed his capability there. He's not going to be charging down the pitch to Thundertheron at all.
Well, it goes again, and this is going to disappear. Abracadabra. Not quite the roof, but it certainly damages something up in the grandstand. Maximo. That was well struck once again by Subramani.
That has been absolutely beasted by the big boy on strike. That's a cracking shot. And the left arm orthodox spinner, he's generally pretty tight with his 2 overs. He's gone for plenty here. 29 off his 1.4, so still 2 balls to go. I reckon Subramani's going to have to want to take him long distance in this next ball.
He got done by a good kind of flatter one from Tahir earlier. Like this. And it's exactly how he went before. Not exactly, but something similar. He was pushed through a little bit. Maybe a little bit of turn from Tarani to get it past the outside edge. And so Subramani, well, not a bad T10 innings. He goes 6-6 out. He's the third wicket to fall, 90 for 3.
I'm not sure what he was doing there, Vinny. He's cracked the previous 2 balls for maximums and then all of a sudden just gets a little bit tentative, tries to play a defensive shot. Go big again, big man. Not sure what you're doing there, but anyway, he's back in the pavilion. Nice little cameo, and Thundertheron gets his revenge for the double Maximo.
Yeah, almost that he was too scared he was going to get too carried away, that he put the big shot away. Whether he would have hit it or not, we'll never know. That's twice he gets out, basically just trying to defend Subramani. He has cracked 3 sixes today as well. Wadwa comes to the crease at number 5. More random questions coming in. Dave been asking Rhino, have you found a karaoke place for tonight? What is the deal with karaoke in St. Gallen?
We have not. In fact, I'll tell you what. You focus on this ball, Maximo. I'm going to do a quick search to see.
I've got more random questions to come, but okay, you do that. And why am I worried that I'm asking you that this is going to end up with me involved somehow? Of course, maybe we can reprise Shallow by Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper. All right, in the air. This is going to go right back to the wall. And Shoop's dropped it. And he may have busted a finger. Remember in Sweden, his fingers looked like a packet of twisties after one pretty unsuccessful effort. And look at him, his eyes lighting up here. Shoop said, yeah, this is mine. This is mine. It was not his in the end. It fell to the ground. End of the over. Why did I enjoy that so much? It's 96 for 3. Shoob, hang in there, but maybe leave the catching to the fielders in the future. Hey, do you want to have a look at what's coming up tomorrow, Rhino?
Certainly do.
Here you go.
Okay, you take me through it, and I'll tell you about karaoke in St. Gallen. So
I'll tell you a team that tamed the Nomads, the Zurich Crickets. They actually beat them in a pretty high-scoring contest earlier in the series. They're going to take on Alton first thing in the morning. That should be a very good one. Paktoon Zalmi are back as well. They'll play twice. We'll get to see Geneva again. Their games are wrapping up pretty quickly. As this has worked away, no fine leg. This will be 4. Rain's just started to fall here. Just kind of lightly raining at the moment. The clouds have come in. They've rolled out. It's been a strange kind of a day. This isn't very well directed by Amjad Rahmani. Gets outside the front leg. Glanced away for 4. While you're looking for that, I'm going to come back to Kroom's question, which I love, which is favourite Simpsons character, but I want Rhino to be able to answer that as well. Zishan Khan watching from Malta. Hello, Zishan. Saying Hoball is good. Zishan and Bilal are watching. They've started the 30 overs tournament in Malta. Oh, it's a T30. Just lose this footing here. Yeah, hello to all my friends in Malta. I was there only about 3 weeks ago, I think it was, for the Valletta Cup, where Malta actually made the final. Switzerland beat them in a pretty close game in the end. Zishan actually took a catch out in front of the grandstand that was packed. That was one of my favourite memories of that tournament. And everyone in the background were riding it with him. And when he took the catch, it was one-handed, popped up, took it on the second opportunity. All the crowd went nuts, kind of spilling onto the ground like the old days. Remember when the crowd would kind of spill towards the boundary line?
Yeah, Maximo, you can stop talking now. You can stop going for filler. We have found the answer.
No. But what night is it? It's Monday.
Well,
Nothing's
you
open
have
on Monday.
You
in
have a
Switzerland.
reprieve tonight. You have a reprieve tomorrow night. The Gala Spa in St. Gallen, the second floor dedicated to karaoke, is open Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday evening.
Oh, dear me. Oh, it dropped twice. It was hit pretty hard at Kazim Chowdhury. That's Hassan Ahmed's brother, by the way. It popped out, and he almost swallowed it in the second attempt. And in lightly falling rain, this is not the kind of opportunity you really want coming your way.
Tell you what, if you're a finger doctor around St. Gallen, you would be in business this week.
Well bowled, full and straight. That time from Romani, just worked away for a single.
Tell you what, both of these teams will be pretty determined to keep on playing through the rain, won't they, Vinny? The Nomads with the chance to finish on top. They won't want to end up having this game as a washout. And the Lions would be sitting there thinking, actually, we're in a decent place to try to upset, and particularly if the Nomads have to bat in the rain.
Good observation. Just quickly there, Wins batting first versus batting second. We'll come back to that in a second. This should just be one. So, yeah, interestingly in Czechia, we seem to have more teams chasing winning. I think there's a bit of randomness to this. Over the history of ECN, batting first has been slightly better, slightly over 50%. I think maybe the pressure of the chase. But scores batting first, averages 13, 0.5 and over batting first. High successful chase, 153. The lowest score defended, 107. So that tells me that he's probably going to be hurt after he stops running. And he might be hurt twice. He slips on the edge of the pitch. So not a great ball for Lyle. He will retain the strike. Leg buys, although I would say it hit fairly high up on the leg. And it's the end of 8 overs. It's 105 for 3. So, yeah, just go back to those figures. No one's defended 100 yet. So, 107. It's a little bit like Czechia as well, where there was a very fast outfield. I don't think we've seen double digits defended in the European Cricket Series or the ECIs for about a month now. That tells you the score's going up and up. Okay, so Wednesday, is it? What's your schedule like? You still here Wednesday night?
We still are. So Costner's got games, obviously, through to the Thursday. We've got a day off tomorrow. Might I say a well-deserved day off after feeling the life of a professional cricketer, as that one is cut away back to the third-man boundary, and the extra pace of Nazir helping Lal get his score moving. So I think for amateur cricketers, but we turned up and had 3 games on day one, and then 2 T20s yesterday. So a double header of T20s yesterday afternoon, and then coming back and playing 2 games today. So I think a few of the boys are starting to feel a little bit sore and sorry for themselves.
Makes
Obviously,
sense.
elite athletes like myself have only bowled about 8 overs in the past.
I said that. I think they were resting you, but I didn't know they were resting you for the whole year. Lyle faces up again, regains his composure, hit a 4 first ball of the over, then watches the wide go down the leg side. Okay, well, it's up to you then. Is it Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday?
No, you name your night.
No, come on. I'm doing the same thing every day. You're the one with the...
All right, let's see how we're positioned after the Wednesday. Okay.
I'm ready to roll.
Yep. Okay. Good.
Now, just quickly, do I need to take out a second mortgage if I'm going to be going to this place?
Take out a third. Oh my goodness! I don't think I've ever seen Fahim do that.
Well, they say bowl to your field. That's exactly what he does, literally. As that one comes off the edge of the pitch, goes down. He's
got a smile on his face, but I'm not sure internally he's particularly happy with himself. The head went down. Then.
Well, the weather's been a bit woolly, but Fahim was a bit sheepish that time, and now we'll have to deliver a free hit.
Can I make a request? Given we've mentioned a lot about my lack of participation in these games, can we take a couple of minutes to talk about the T20 figures from yesterday?
Yeah, I've mentioned it, but I'm happy to mention it again.
I think we can keep on mentioning it for a while, because there's viewers that tune in throughout the coverage as well. We'll let Fahim have his free hit delivery now.
Really chucking down at the moment as well. Well, he's free hit onto his foot. That's not a great result for the Lions. Yeah, this weather, it's just come out of nowhere. Probably get through the 10 overs, but it was to stay like this. I'm not sure we'll get a resumption when we're meant to. Okay, talk us about your T20s then.
Yeah, we will. Let's just let Fahim have this ball, and then I'll take you on a little soliloquy.
All right, high. Who wants it? Probably nobody. Fahim eventually calls it and takes the catch. Oh, he's a good cricketer, isn't he? Made that look easy in the driving rain. He gives it a nonchalant little polish downstairs, but Nazir does break through with a wicket, and that will be the 4th one down for the Lions. It's 112 for 4.
He does make things look sickeningly easy, doesn't he, Video? I mean, this is actually not a particularly simple catch. Driving rain, he's having to run ball coming over the back of his shoulder. Clearly does not want one of his infielders to try to take the catch. He was pretty determined to snare the court and bowl. Very well taken.
This will bring Kanish Shah, the captain, to the crease at number 6. Okay, so yeah, you got a couple of wickets.
No,
didn't you?
but no, a couple of weeks. So I don't want to say we were floundering. Had the opposition 1 for 120 after 9 overs, chasing 218 to win. As Fahim steams in. Gets it through to the bowler, and then yours truly came on. Just a simple little 4-for, turned the game.
So it's not like you've cleaned up the tail or anything. You've
No,
got the top order.
No, top order wickets. 3 of them hitting the top of off stump.
Yeah.
2 big in swingers, 1 decking back off the seam, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, okay. Well, still can't quite understand. We haven't seen you bowling more, but maybe your trivia will be that your last ball in the European Cricket Series was a wicket, because you did take a wicket with the last ball you bowled.
Just won't mention the 5 that came before.
I wasn't going to mention that. Or the fact that you cost your team 5 penalty runs by bowling a wide.
I did actually rewatch the video of that. That was highly amusing.
Well, you're a basketball, you're in the basketball industry, so you'd appreciate a good buzzer beater.
The shot clock.
You got
and particularly the chat around not wanting to bowl a wide on that second last delivery.
All right, here we go. In the air and caught. And not caught. It's been uncaught. Once they dropped, I guess he did drop it deliberately. Azim, he just realised he was running out of room, and this will just be 2 in the end. He just kind of seemed a bit heartbroken, like he didn't want to let it go. A little bit of the Kate Winslet, Leonardo DiCaprio in Titanic here. It was begrudging, and he says, all right, I can see what's happening. I think he drops it just in time. It'll be the end of the over. It's 114 for 4 after 9. They only got 1. They scored as a 1. I thought they got 2, but maybe they just didn't run straight away and it was just a 1.
Maybe they were watching Azim use his nifty footwork on the boundary line, as he did actually well to keep that in. So Zurich Lions, they've been held in check a little bit over the last 4 overs. 1 to go now. They need to make it a big one. That might help. The ball's going to run away for 4, and also at risk of being called no ball.
Yeah, I think it's okay for height, but Lyle gets a gift, and there's nobody in that quarter of the field behind the umpire. So anything here, there's no one to chase it. You can see the rain really picking up. We'll have one more look. Yeah, I think he's crouched. I think he's all right.
I don't mind that as a no call. Generally, I'm in favour of the batters getting those, but he was pretty low.
I think he was pretty low when he hit it. That's fair enough. So we're into the last over. I've got so many more random questions to get through. We're going to have to burn through them here. That's a nice shot. And it's going to go to the other side of the fielder, who might have just snuck around a little bit further towards fine leg, but now he's running the other way. Back-to-back boundaries for Ankush Lal in the 10th.
Yeah, this is what I expected to see a little bit more from Lal. He's pretty good when he clears that front leg and hits to mid-wicket. It seems to have been trying to hit a little bit straighter during the course of this tournament, but he genuinely swings across the line very, very healthily.
Now they're up at that, what we were calling par, 13 and over against the Nomads. Still looks a bit light on, but it gives them a fighting chance, doesn't it? Ramani with 4 to bowl. This should just be 1. Okay, so random questions, and thank you to everyone, and thanks to all the warm wishes for Jay on his birthday. Jay's actually popped into the chat as well. Kroom, who has gifted so many memberships today because he does it for hundreds, for Team 200s as well. He's been giving it out all over the place.
Is that called crooming when he does that?
Yeah, crooming. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, he's a croomer. That's very good by you. But anyway, he's got an actual random question. Favourite Simpsons character?
Unpopular opinion, but probably for the last 25 years I haven't really cared about The Simpsons, so I'm not going to answer.
Wow,
Yeah.
You don't even have... okay, you have to like it. Do you have anyone? You want to mention anyone?
Oh,
Is it ever made you laugh?
I think, but no, the first couple of years of the series, definitely watched it.
Take
but
it back there then.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, and I'm not sure how embarrassing this will be.
They'll take on the 2 here. I thought they would.
They probably should have. I did buy the Do the Bartman cassette single back in the early 90s,
Okay.
which was a fantastic little mini rap track. Do the Bartman.
Yeah.
Do the Bartman.
I'm going to go... I like many. I'm a bit of a fan. Again, I kind of lost touch, like a few people have done in my old age. I'm going to go Troy McClure because of his hosting abilities. Okay. All right. This doesn't get past anyone, and now it's going to be run out. And probably Ankush Lal will have to wear that. But, yeah, so they're going to finish 125. So, again, seems a bit light on. You've chased a lot of scores like this for Cosinate in the 120s. We'll just see this one here. Actually think it, yeah, mate, they might not have even crossed yet. Yeah, so bad luck. You miss it, you get run out. But
pretty nifty bit of work from the keeper.
Pretty handy.
Fair. He's a naturally talented young man with the gloves, Joe Dinesh. I know he's sprightly and he has his own celebrations, but he's got some skill with the gloves.
Yeah, well, when the sun was out, we started the innings, and the Lions asked to bat first by the Nomads skipper Azim Nazir. And a fairly healthy opening partnership. Won't set any records for scoring, but at least they got themselves out of the kind of situation they've been in a few times where wickets lost early in the innings have set them on the back foot.
Yeah, it certainly did. Almost felt like a Cosnay innings, to be honest, reaching up to about 125 after a bright start. Nazir, he put one down that he probably wished he had taken. Fortunately, they ended up with no serious injuries. But that opening partnership, Prakash and Salinan, they kept on finding the boundary with ease. This should have been taken. Fielder coming in, just hard hands, unfortunately. And Salinan lived to fight another day, and he put together a pretty good innings in the end. 40 of 24, struck very, very nicely. 5 fours only. The one Maximo, that was probably the lack of maximums was why the Zurich Lions didn't manage to push up towards the 140, 150 range. But there were still some big bombs struck, and man, Prakash used his feet well, as did all of that as to Danny Theron in his left arm orthodox. Azim, he had some tough times out there at the long on boundary. People down the third man boundary had some tough times as well. Danny Theron doing his best, but was nowhere near that one.
This is a weird one. Bounced off the pitch, drives, admires, gets run out. Doesn't even live to see the free hit. That was his legacy, Prakash. And Dinesh, again, probably not the most technical with Geneva, but he's got really good hand-eye coordination and good reflexes. So I enjoy watching his tournament. This one did get over the top. Salinan, again, set up to open the batting. Pretty good job. Doesn't get fast hands from Dinesh. Ringo Starr, as many likes to call him. They're getting pretty close to encroaching, but you're allowed to get pretty close. He doesn't, and that was the end of Nick. Romani came out, he went a couple of sixes. That one was alright. The next one was even bigger. The next one, it was almost like day 5 of the test match here, trying to keep it out, got done by the turn. That was the end of him for a very quick dozen. And then Ankush Lal tried to get them to a reasonable score. They had a bit more help this time. Wadwa whacking that 6 away. And a bit of errant bowling in the last as well. A couple of boundaries came. But yeah, 125. Look, it still looks a bit light on. Just trying to go back and remember what you made against the Nomads earlier. It was a similar kind of score, wasn't it? And so I think it's essential for the Lions to take early wickets. Otherwise, that guy there, Fahim Nazir, coming off century, Hassan Ahmed and company, they'll fancy themselves to go to the top of the table. That was one. Well, Australian fans will know that. Bit of Rex Hunt there. Had to kiss it, throw it back. But like I said, they do get 11 off the last, and they do get into the 120s. If it's enough, I'm not so sure. Let's have a look at the batting scorecard. And I got to say, Nick Salinan, I like what he brings to the table. He's a very good bowler. I don't think he's a regular opener, but I think they're just trying to give someone an opportunity up there, see if they can get them off to a good start. He ended up with 40 of 24. He was the top scorer in this one. 5 fours and a maximum for him. 31 for Prakash. Also opening up. And they did put on 70 in 6 overs for the first wicket. Apart from that, Ankush Lal, 21, but just faces 11 balls in the innings. 4 fours, wasn't able to clear the ropes. Subramani was able to. He hit 2 sixes in his very fast 12 and 8 to Wadwa. Kanishk Shah, he was run out off the last ball. And as far as the bowling figures went, 2 for 35. Tharani Tanabala Singham, he didn't get 2 breakthroughs, also a little bit expensive. The other wicket went to Fahim Nazir. Well, Rhino, I enjoyed having your company. Will you stay around for the second half of the game?
I'll definitely stay around and hang out with you, Maximo, for another 45 minutes. And we've got a quite interesting chase coming up here. Looking forward to seeing how the Nomads attack this one.
And I want to work on the karaoke list as well, so that's what we'll do in the break. Make sure you join us in just a few minutes. We will be back with the final innings of the day. Nomads hoping to make it a perfect start to the week. They'll need 126 for victory. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. We'll see you after this break for more European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. It's time for the last game of the day. Start of week 2 today of our Swiss Adventure Day 8 here in this European Cricket Series, and we are ready for the conclusion of match number 40. This is a Zurich derby between the Nomads and the Lions. The story of the match so far is that the Lions were asked to bat first by the Nomads skipper Azim Nazir. They have compiled 125 runs off their 10 overs, so the target for the Nomads to win will be 126. And striding to the crease, the absolute showstoppers from the first match of the day. They put on 203 unbroken for the first wicket in the 10 overs. And crazy thing is, that 203 almost looked like it was going to go down at one stage as Geneva batted very, very well. In the end, they were held a little bit quiet towards the end, making 178, but it was the second most runs we've ever seen in an ECN contest. And right now, it's time to see the last things of the day. It's going to be Kanishart to get us going. Starts with a wide. So here, the two left-handers, they're going to be super important. We know that they love to attack. Lenny's just sent me a nice picture of him watching on Swiss Sport TV. So hello, Lenny. Nice to see you putting your feet up. I know that I was a bit worried that he might get frostbite on his toes earlier. He was a little bit chilly. But Lenny's doing a great job, and we'll see him again tomorrow. Down leg side, the swing's just a bit too far. Doesn't grab the pad. This is the difficult thing about bowling to players with no obvious weaknesses. What he's trying to do here is swing the ball in, maybe get one to go through the gate. Clean him up. Third time lucky for Shah. Yeah, just Nazir being a bit careful. He's pretty selective as well. Knows he doesn't have to go after absolutely everything. Well, here's a man that when he's at the karaoke bar, he will sing absolutely anything. It's Andrew Ryan coming back, and Rhino. Nomads, they've got to be big favourites in this chase, but still we know that ECN 10 over cricket is a funny game and anything can happen.
Certainly is. Good to see a little bit of swing coming from Shah in this early over as well. Completely agree. You've got to try to move the ball against players of this quality.
Another good in-swing into the left-hander, but it's going to be carved away for 4. Yeah, Shah. Yeah, I don't mind this delivery. It's not 100% controlled by Nazir, but he does get it up and over the field, 4 runs.
Yeah, pretty good shot from playing with one hand. It's just beating them behind point. Not a bad delivery. In fact, actually, if you're Shah, you're probably really trying to keep that ball off middle and leg stump. A difficult thing to do with both the way the wind is going today, and obviously he's trying to bowl in-swingers to the left-hander. So starting it wide, it's not the worst theory.
Yeah, they've got fielders there for that. There's 2 fielders kind of in the circle at backward point. This is a rare miss from Fahim Nazir. So, yeah, I think you just got to take it one ball at a time. I think the good players out. It helps if you bowl good deliveries, and good deliveries do move off the straight. I think that's what Shah's doing at the moment. And I think what he's trying to do also, when I look at this field, there's only 4 on the leg side, 5 on the off, despite him moving the ball in. So he's trying to keep it outside the off and hoping Nazir will one hit across it. And he can, and that's the problem. You get too close to the pads, and you're going to have a bad time. Maximal. Nazir goes 4 and 6 in the first over.
Yeah, lovely shot. They're almost always proper cricket shots from Fahim and obviously his partner Hassan, who we'll shortly see more of. Like, the question for you, Vinny, you've seen a lot of batters around the ECN traps. Where does Fahim rate in terms of, not necessarily just power hitting, but just that quality of being able to hit big, but in technically superior manner?
Top handful, honestly, that we've ever had on ECN, I think so. We have seen him in the ECS a little bit around the traps as well. We've seen him playing for Ginebra in Italy on occasion. Of course, we've seen him at the ECC as well, representing Switzerland. That's a great shot. That's straight. It's technically great, and it's a great result for the Nomads. Maximal, 6 more. And it's almost like batting practice for him. He just seems under no pressure at all. Hits straight through the line, and nobody's stopping that.
No, it's one of the magnificent things about the way he goes about and plays. There's obviously a lot that rides on his shoulders in terms of this Zurich Nomads batting lineup, but he still plays in such a free manner. And as you say, Vinny, that ball is almost just facing a bowling machine, just a smooth stroke straight down the ground, beautifully timed. And he mishits so few balls.
Yeah, and actually, bowling machine, or even it's like golf, like a very like going to the driving range, the way that he swung that straight down the ground. Shah, cupboard's bare for ideas, I think. So he says, I'm not going to give you anything on the pitch. Maybe I'll just give you the intentional walk.
It's one way to get him off strike.
Yeah, but the problem is, it'll be someone else's problem in a minute, I think. So Hassan Ahmed will get to face his first ball, and it will be a free hit coming up.
Yeah, not the prettiest delivery, but I can understand him trying to move the ball back away from Fahim. So full credit to him. Still going for 20 off this opening over, and certainly the Zurich Lions know that getting both of these batters back in the pavilion is absolutely essential if they're going to have a chance of defending this total.
Considering the angle, he hasn't rolled his fingers on any, trying an off-cutter this over, which I thought maybe could be an option. Here's a free hit, though. He won't get a wicket with this. And he actually makes a pretty good stop. And so a dot ball for Hassan to get him going, but the first does go magical. Hasn't been the only one that the Nomads opponents have suffered today. It's 20 without loss after one.
Well, dot ball, it wasn't far off sticking in his hands, actually. It was
free hit.
Yeah. Oh, it was. You're right. I forgot about that awful
Good stop.
no ball in the previous year.
No
anyway,
fine. 103 matches.
Still almost stuck.
We had a ton this morning. Fahim Nazir with 100, and today we passed 100 matches since the Golden Ball. And that's quite remarkable in that the last Golden Ball was only 2 weeks ago, essentially. It was 16 days ago. And that shows you how quick we've been pumping out the matches over the last couple of weeks. And we're just going to keep going. That doesn't even include the T20 matches. So if you want to include the matches broadcast, then you're talking it's 111.
So I've got a question for you, because do the viewers know who is turning up tomorrow?
Yeah,
they do.
Well,
so I'm not spoiling anything with the
it's not a
reference
surprise.
of Rico Full being on deck tomorrow. So
Rico's here.
I will. Do you know the story about how the people who know the KFC secret herbs and spices, I think they're only allowed to travel a maximum of 3 in the same flight, because there's only, say, 10 across the world who know the recipe
as well. That recipe.
Is there not a bit of a risk having you, me, Rico, Lenny? It could be left to Rutgers if there's something that happens to this.
Know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Here's Nick Zalander to bowl over number 2. Pretty good ball first up. Just squares Fahim Nazir up a touch and knocked away into the offside, no run. As we see a tank going past and another tank. I don't know if we show that.
Maybe they've realised the danger.
They're moving pretty quickly, so I don't know if we'll get them. Wow,
we have had bullets flying around here all day from the shooting range, so this is not as far-fetched as we talk of.
The things you see from this commentary box. Nazir will face Salman, and we'll go back to the Golden Ball discussion. It's well bowled again. Salman's a good bowler. He's a very good cricketer. Played a good level of cricket in South Africa, and I think it shows.
I would also say not just a good bowler, he's sneaky quick.
Yeah.
He ambles up to the wicket, and it's almost all arm and shoulder that generates his pace. But you can see even from those first 2 balls to Nazir, he's actually rushed him a lot more than most bowlers in this tournament.
A lot more than, I mean, Fahim's still able to handle it, but didn't have as much freedom to play an attacking stroke. Hassan faces up to Salman for the first time. And he's going to pull away and nobody in the outfield. So that's going to be 4. So that's going to crash into our camera. Maximal. 6 runs to Hussey and he's off the mark.
Yeah, nice shot from Hassan. Just a little bit short, but he's so effective when he plays that shot, just helping it around to the square leg boundary. Lovely strike.
Don't think there's incentives to hit the camera, but
is it almost
wait for it? Oh, well, that must be a very good stand.
Sturdy.
Yeah, didn't even make an impact. So that's true. We have a very good stable of commentators here. Some by luck, such as the fact that you live here. And a bit more than a guest, though, for us.
But are you not the least bit concerned that if something happens to us all
well,
in this venue, that essentially people will listen to Corey for the next 6 months?
Here's why I'm not concerned, okay? That's going to be called a wide, I think, in the end. Because it actually bounced after the stumps. So I think this won't be a free hit yet. It's been fixed. The Rut only has 1 week that he's commentating before the ECC.
Is that right?
Such as his lifestyle at the moment. Of course, he just did Portugal. Okay, so he did second week of Portugal, to be fair. But he is doing week 1 of Rome with me. And I'll be there, keeping an eye on him. Not that he wasn't trusted by himself. This is going to be cracked through the offside, and this is just a brilliant cricket shot from Hassan Ahmed. Salman slightly over pitch, you'd say, and we know that this pitch doesn't give a lot of assistance to the seamers. That one was placed beautifully and struck very, very well.
Yeah, for all the Maximos that we've seen today, that is one of the shots of the day, Vinny. That is brutalised through the offside. Not a monumental amount of footwork from Hassan, but he's absolutely cracked it. It's a fantastic cricket shot.
So the thing is that the Lions had a pretty good opening partnership as well, but it just wasn't as quick as this one. It's 32 off 10 at the moment. This will be a wide. So, yeah, I think we'll be okay. So if you want commentary roster updates, those of you, if you're watching here last game of the day, we know you must be interested. So I'm actually going to take Dresden off. Got a few things I've got to catch up on because I've got a fairly hefty schedule running into the ECC then and even after. So Dresden will be Rico and Charlie. Charlie will be back for a couple of weeks. Rico will also do Krefeld. So Rico's doing all 4 weeks in Germany. He'll do the first 2 with Charlie and the second 2 with me. This will be a no ball for off the pitch and another free hit. So, yeah, Rico will do the first half of Germany with Charlie. He'll do the second half with me. Then in Rome, I'll be on with Corey. And then we're still working on a few things leading to the ECC because the schedule actually does have us playing ECI cricket on the Sunday. And Corey has to coach Spain on the Monday, and I need to be there as well. So we'll get back to you. Let's see what Srinath's doing, actually. This is cracked down the ground, and Hassan Ahmed's going to get another 4. It's just kind of muscle, not quite as well timed as the other one, but it still races for 4. Salden, he's clever bowled. He pulls the length back a bit, still gets driven down the ground. So
yeah, I thought that was a nice bit of bowling from Salden, and actually he put it on a decent length, banged it into the pitch hard, but Hassan just good enough to get his hands through the ball, hit it straight down the ground, and the mid-off's fairly wide, so no chance of a catch.
In Rome, we always get golden balls as well. Roma CC, I think they're one of the few teams that have 3 golden balls as a team. I think it's 3 or 4 of them now. I think Madrid United are another one. I think that United in Czechia have 3 as well. All right, goes up and over the offside, and there's no outfielder back here, so it's going to be 4. So what I think these guys do really well, they have a mental picture of where the outfielders are. So he plays this shot knowing, okay, I don't actually have to hit it for 6. As long as I hit it over the infield, I'm fine. And so there will be 4 runs to finish the over and a magical start for the Nomads. They're 42 without loss after 2.
They just do it so easily, don't they? And you've just hit the nail on the head there, Vinny. They're just smart cricketers as well as being good strikers of a cricket ball. And that is why the Nomads are well on their way to taking top place, or at least being up there for the moment.
Nomads lost their first 2 games as well, don't forget. They lost to Alton when they put 152 on the board, but then Alton chased it down. This would put them to 14 points. And the question is, who can catch them? Theoretically, Geneva, Vetin, and Alton could all catch them. I suppose Alton would be the one most likely. And if you finish top, you're straight through to the final. Whereas if you finish second, third, fourth, or fifth, you've got to play off, and essentially you're going to have to win 3 games straight to win the trophy. Whereas if you finish top, you just need to win 1. What do you think of that format?
I got it from a...
Honestly.
Given that we're currently 2 and 3, I love it.
Okay.
I'd much rather have 5 teams get through to the finals than 4, so I think it's fantastic for this year. I'm not sure it sort of necessarily rewards in the same way that the other format does, but but that's just an opinion.
This is beautifully swept. Prakash comes on. It's a low full toss, but he's got such a good eye. Cracks it into the boards. 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just the range of shot making as well. It's just waits until the last moment, lets his instinct take over, and beautifully placed between those 2 fielders in the leg.
That's the issue with it. How we've been doing this year up until now is 4 out of 11, but we don't have a double chance. We say, look, you make the 4. It's the 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3. We felt that all teams had earned the right to kind of be on an equal footing. This is up, and it's out of here. Too short over the correction from Prakash. Maximo as the 50, and the 50 partnership comes up for the Zurich Nomads in just 2.2 overs.
Is it any fun for these 2 getting 50 partnerships anymore? It's just so blasé.
Do you know what? I normally see players that are having this good of a time get bored and try something crazy, but these 2 just seem to have an insatiable appetite to twist the knife into their opponents.
Very disciplined, a pair of batters.
If Prakash could find the time machine and go back 2 minutes, I think he's probably...
Might have said I'll have the 4.
Yeah,
Skip.
I won't have this one. And some more as Shub trips over the rope, going back for an impossible catch. Maximo! 6 more to Fahim. And we've got to be close to world record pace of Maximos in a day. I think we had 135 in one day in in Hungary recently, but with 46 in the first game and with these two going the way they're going, maybe we are on record pace.
46 out of 120 balls is extraordinary, isn't it?
It's unbelievable hitting. Well, just cannot get the length right at the moment, and it's another one that's going to disappear. 3 rows back, Maximo, as Prakash started badly, but somehow has gotten worse. He's going magical now with 2 balls to go in his first over.
Yes, not the greatest start for the young man. So I'll pose a question, and it'll be an interesting thing for the Nomads to think about as they go through. Sometimes we do see this in T10 competitions of where you have such a reliance on either a top 2 or a top 3, and then you get to the semi-finals and the bowling attacks come into play a little bit more. They haven't had a great amount of exposure, that middle order.
Earlier in the tournament they did, to be fair. Earlier in the tournament they did. The issue with, like, say if you weren't going to bat these guys at the top this game, you kind of got to because top spot's on the line and it's worth so much.
I certainly do. So, not questioning that they have.
But ordinarily you'd say, you know what, give 3 and 4 a go. Give 4 and 5 a go. It's a rare false shot. This will be no run. Prakash finally get something going his way. Yeah, but I think, with this format, it makes it tough. Just go back to the format before we go to that. Yeah, I've got to say, the other thing I'm a bit worried about is, say, a Geneva comes and only makes the big journey and only plays 1 game. At least with the Final 4, you're guaranteed 2 games. Because even if you lose, you'll play the bronze final. It does make the day an hour longer as well for our viewers and everything.
But aside from that, we love it.
Yeah, and I'm just being honest. We're trying it. We're trying it now, and we'll kind of make a call on it as we get to the end of the 3rd over. And it's a 65-run power play. It's 65 without loss after 3. We had the equal 3rd biggest power play this morning in the 2nd innings against the Nomads. And Geneva scored 81 off their 3 overs. You'll remember, I imagine, the top power play ever was Drew versus Tunbridge Wells in what we called 13 minutes of madness. And they scored 82 off 3, and then they were chasing 88. The next ball went for 6. They chased it in 3.1 overs. Still the highest run rate in a completed innings, which I think was about 27.78 that they were going. And the other was actually matched by Paco Care, though, in the Barcelona Bash last year. Also scored 82.
Bit of a difference doing it in the Barcelona Bash versus the ECL competition against the English representatives.
Yes, but I mean, still a pretty good standard of cricket there in Barcelona, as we know. And it's played on a similar pitch such as this. This is whipped away, and the field's gone back, but it'll be to no avail. Nazir moves to 46. What a day he's having. I think he's scored more runs today than I scored in some seasons.
He certainly has. It's a great comparison. So question for you. Put you on the line here.
Okay.
You've now seen, what is this, 8 days of cricket here. Been talking about the top 5 structure. You have a pretty fair idea that St. Gallen, Nomads, probably Alton, basically locked in there. So there's essentially the rest of the teams fighting for 2 spots. Who do you think are the most likely customers?
Good question.
An interesting one when you've had Geneva this morning, who have had what almost pulled off a miraculous chase against the Nomads. They had a very close loss to Cosnay on the first day. They could easily have been 6-1.
Well, firstly, I'll say I think could be a run-out chance. If he could only stand up, and hopefully he's not hurt there. Sahil Joshi, I think he's all right. Just lost his footing at the critical moment. As if I look at the table, if I see who's in the 5, you've got St. Gallen and Nomads. They're locks at the moment. And Alton, can't see them missing out. So then I'm starting to look at who's outside the 5 that could get in. Okay, we've got Vetin at 4. We've got Geneva at 5 right now. Now, I think for Power, with some of their injury issues, it might be tough for them, even though I know that they're a very, very good side. We might even see them at the ECL. This is going to be hit, and it's going to find the gap. There's 4 runs to Hassan Ahmed as the Nomads just continue to plunder the bowling here. So, for me, Power, it's going to be tough. Cosnay as well, it's going to be tough for you guys, I think, with the 2 and 3 start.
Can I make a little proviso on the Cosnay side of things? And obviously, I try to look at these things incredibly positively. Cosnay's played 5 games. 4 of them have been against teams in the top 5 at the moment. So there are the draw for the run home is easier than it has been.
That's actually a good point as well. This is in the air, and this is 6 as well. Maximo! And Hassan Ahmed, again, just peppering the sight screen. He's got that look in the eye of a man who's had a hard day and wants an early dinner. And right now, the bowlers don't quite have the answers. Yeah, no, that's a good point. So, okay, you could definitely make it. For the Zurich Crickets, they're 9th, and even they could potentially make it if they were to win all 4 of their games, finish 6-4. I feel like you're going to need that 6 wins. I'll say Zalmi are in the mix. They're 3.5 wins out of 6 with 4 to play. Bottom edge this time. They'll just jog a single. The only thing with Zalmi, I think they have been very reliant on Sanger to score runs and Iza to a lesser extent. So, yeah, their consistency is a problem because they're probably going to have to win every single game from here, or at least 3 of the 4, a bit like you guys. They could probably lose 1 game. I guess what I'm really trying to tell you is I have no idea. Probably Vetin kind of surprise packets in 4th with a couple of big wins. They beat Alton and St. Gallen on a day where you thought they're probably walking away empty-handed. They were able to get 2 wins yesterday. So that's a fantastic result for them. So I guess the long story short is I've got no idea. And I think it would still be the same if it was a top 4 or a top 5. I think it's very fuzzy. And that's what you want in these tournaments, to keep it alive as long as possible. 84 without loss after 4. And, yeah, I think you also got to realise, a team like the Lions, okay, they know they're not going to make the 5 now, but they're still going to have an immense amount of pride in their performance. I mean, it's their first European cricket series, whether they can make the finals or not. They're going to want to represent their club with distinction and maybe take down a few giants that are higher ranked on the table.
Yep, certainly. Well, let's 84 for none after 4, so Zurich Nomads cruising to this, so we might just focus on future things for the moment. Just having a look just to work out where this might roll. Look at tomorrow's games. Zurich Crickets, they've got a pair of tough ones. Alton first thing in the morning, and then game 3 tomorrow against Geneva. Yeah. So that's a big day for them. If they can't win both of those, they're probably going to struggle to make it. Paktun Zelmi also facing Geneva and Alton tomorrow. That is absolutely obliterated straight down the ground. Poor Subramani shaking that fairly high volume head of hair that he has. He has got no clue how to stop this rampaging Fahim Nazir. He's up to 54 of 18, a cracking half century.
That ball will not face any more pain. It's been sent to cricket ball heaven. And it was still on the way up when we last saw it. At this stage, see, the Lions hadn't lost a wicket either, but they were only 50. As right now, I'm a bit worried about everyone, because that one's going to crash into the seats and the upper deck. Maximo, 6 more than Nazir now. Lenny has messaged me privately. He's under the covers. He's very cozy. He said these lefties are class. They are absolute class, and as good as anything he's seen in the associate lineup, even recently. So, yeah, as far as continental bats go, you won't get much better. And now it's just going to escort this one out of the ground as well. If I'm not mistaken, that is 666. The 100's up for the Nomads, and there's an air of resignation out there for the Lions.
Jeez, he might not be far off raking in this total just within this over. Nazir, he is on here for 6 sixes and an over. This is outstanding hitting. Partnership 102 off 29 balls, and they have reeled in what was not a hugely challenging target, but certainly one of the ones that the Lions would have thought. A couple of early wickets, and they would have been right in the hunt.
Yeah, well, I've also got some breaking news, but I'm going to just let this play out. First, I'll wait for him to choke on the 6 sixes, which will probably happen this ball now I've mentioned it. Well, Subramani, he handed out a couple of his own, but Nazir, probably get anything for a 6 here. No?
Fahim, you've let us down.
Thank you, because he knew I've got breaking news. All right. So, Rico's flight, he was delayed and he's missed his connecting flight. Breaking Rico news. Will he, won't he be here? So, late drama here on day 8.
There's emotions all around the team. The thought of the big man not making it.
Goes after it offside this time, and so 4 out of 5 ain't bad. Doesn't quite have the ring of a Meatloaf song, but still, this game is rapidly drawing its conclusion. Subramani just pushes one through, says, yeah, go and hit that for 6. And Nazir says, yes, I will. 6 close to the total.
How good is that shot, Vinny, too? Because Subramani's actually done the right thing there. He's pushed his leg spinner really wide of off stump. Fahim's had to reach a long way for it and has still got the power and the elevation to take it a good 20 metres over long off. Sublime hitting from this man.
All right, so now 18 required. Subramani's gone magical. And then he misses it. He's so good, he'll probably get 4 even when he misses the ball. Now, there's some discussion about whether there's a run or not. Unselfishly, Fahim says, no, it's okay, you can have it. So that'll be a dot ball.
Wouldn't that have been an incredible way for them to get run out?
Well, they had time to discuss it like adults. But 5 overs down, the score is 108 without loss. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. And Crickets versus Alton, bit of a make or break for the Crickets. And you mentioned also they played Geneva in match 43. Geneva taking on Paktoon Zalmi. Again, 2 teams in the mix there. So these are the games that matter. Really, everyone you see there tomorrow is potentially still in the mix for the final 5. Finals on Friday, of course. But tomorrow we'll be back, 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe, and 12:15 in India. Join us for day 9 in this European cricket series. So, Rico, won't he be here? You find out. Tune in the morning.
Do we have a Rico tracker? Like, is there an API data feed you can get that you can find out where he is around the world?
He seems too nice of a guy to actually be wearing an ankle bracelet or anything like that. But we'll try and keep up to date with Rico's movements. Hassani draws the short straw and has to bowl the next over. First one's a wide down the leg side.
Yeah, interesting tactic. I think he might have just dragged that one just a touchdown. Love to see a bowler bowling with a towel as well. It's always great to see. Tell you what, I think if he drops another short of a length one on Hassan's leg side, Hassan's probably not going to tuck it for a single.
Up and out of here. Mind the windows, Tino. Maximo. That one turns out to be a pather, not quite a full roofer. And these two, unlike other batters that have maybe been this dominant in periods, then do something kind of crazy like they're bored and they start trying to do a reverse or something like that. These two are just absolutely brutal and ruthless the way they're taking apart the bowling today.
Yeah, I think they're so dominant. I don't think there's a single player who is padded up within the Nomads lineup at the moment. They have every confidence this is going to be done probably in the next 3 balls. Someone is just struck down. Oh, well, it should have been a single out there. It's a long off, but unfortunately, Kush he's a pretty good fielder most of the time, but end of a long day here at Grundamus, and it skips through his hands, and a fall for Hassan.
I got to say, Craig Element has come up with some wonderful comments, and I like this one. Meatloaf-related cricket songs. I would do anything to take a catch, but I won't do that. 7 to win. Oh, make that 6 to win. And I feel that we are potentially one slightly errant ball away from an early finish.
Disappointed we had the replay on where the keeper has thrown the ball back.
What happened?
Oh, it's a shame. He's thrown it into the side of the pitch and probably could have been a single there. But
game. Oh, sorry. It's just loaded up.
Hold it on, mate. Hold it on.
They don't even run. They have the luxury now. This is, talk about wealth inequality. This is runs inequality. They are just picking and choosing when they take runs. Oh, Hassani, good luck to you. Want to get through this over? Oh, yeah, okay. Slower ball. I like it. Credit to Hassani here. Not an easy situation. Yeah, the Lions.
He's possibly bowled the most economical over of the entire innings.
Could be.
Well, he's still got 2 to go. But
well, maybe not. Nazir faces up. 4 to tie it, 6 to win it. Nazir going to face what I think is the last ball of the day here. If it's legal. 4 or 6 now. I mean, this is the one day I've only really come on the microphone for 1.5 matches. So I'm actually...
You want another game, don't you?
I mean, I'm actually just getting into my work, to be honest. 4 to win then. Yeah, well bowled by Hassani. Let's give him some credit here. He stepped up. And I don't think the queue of people that wanted to bowl the 6 over was as long as the queue at the airport that Rico's in at the moment, apparently. Trying to find a flight to Zurich.
Tell you what, if he can get away with a single here, he will have the most, or even a couple, he'll have the most economical over of the innings.
All right, come on, Hassani. I'm backing you in. 3 to tie. 3 to win, pardon me. And this is game, set, match. And so Hassan says enough's enough. He won't quite get to the half century, but he won't mind another century partnership between these two. Has to be the most runs scored by a pair of openers in an ECN day. And the Lions, well, got a feel for them. They tried a few things. They kind of tinkered with their order a little bit. They got more or less a pass score on the board. Right, in the end, it's going to be all over. And the final score will be 129 off 6 to the Nomads, defeating the Lions 125. Let's roll on to the highlights. Oh, sorry, I had to wake Rhino up. He was just dreaming about his plans for the 2 overs that he'll get, I'm sure, the next time that Kosnay hit the park. But right here, all of the hitting was done by Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed as they put on an unbroken 129.
Yeah, it just feels like deja vu every time these two come to the crease. They are just a step above in terms of batting talent, and they combine so well. And particularly the left-handers there enjoying hitting towards the stadium side and belting as many of these Grizzly Bear balls onto the roof of the Geneva Stadium as they can. And they have been absolutely prolific, not just across this tournament, but in particular across the Nomads contest today. Absolutely wonderful display of hitting, clean hitting, strong striking, great placement, and you cannot ask for much more from an opening pair than you have from these two. The Lions, they tried hard, they battled both in the field, and particularly with the bat, I think they'll at least walk away from this and be fairly happy with the runs that they've put on the board to set the Nomads a target. But ultimately, if they couldn't get the wickets of Fahim and Hassan early on, it was never going to be enough, and so it proved. And they have managed to chase down this target with still 24 balls remaining. So a very comprehensive win indeed, Vinny said.
Crazy stuff. Really, even by ECN standards, that we had those two kind of bookending the day in the end with 2 huge opening stands. They bat through the first innings of the day. They bat through the last innings of the day as well. And, well, let's look at the score. And I was going to say that today, their opening partnership, they were only dismissed once, and they put on 338.
It's not a bad day's work, is it?
So, yeah, not too bad at all. You see Nazir with 73 not out in the last game of the day and 46 not out for Hassan Ahmed. They hit 14 sixes in 6 overs. And if you've got small children, maybe direct their eyes away from the television screen right now, because there's some egregious violence in there. Although I'm going to give a shout out to Hassani, even though history will show that he went magical with 21 coming off that over. And, well, the Lions, will see some more of them, and let's just hope they can regroup. That was tough, but they can just kind of find solace, I think, in the fact that they're in company. I don't think anyone really was able to contain those two. I know that when you guys played them, Kosnay played in match 38, were able to get Nazir early, but again, he couldn't really find a way through Hassan Ahmed. Big thanks to everyone for their contributions today, all the Blue crew, as well as our wonderful TV crew from Spring Productions, everyone here at the facility. I want to say a big thank you to all the players, officials, all the umpires, and, yeah, of course, everyone else involved, all the spectators that came down as well. Mostly good weather today, although it was a little bit chilly. Just a reminder, if you haven't already, to like this video if you're watching on YouTube and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Do you know we clicked over to 360,000 subscribers today?
No.
So it's a red letter day, Rhino. Also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket. And if you want more information about this and other tournaments being run on the European Cricket Network, just head to europeancricket.com. So, Rhino, what are you going to get up to tonight?
We've actually got a team dinner, so as you've all probably heard, Kosnay has a day off tomorrow to rest our weary bodies, and the team's getting together for a dinner in Zurich this evening. So if there's any Kosnay groupies around the Zurich town centre, wander through the streets of the old town and you may see some of the young studs from CCC trotting around the place, but I'm sure we'll be back and ready to go for some T10 action on Wednesday, and a big day of cricket indeed.
Careful, because I might put on my Kosnay Cricket Club shirt and meet you out there in the streets, but we're going to leave it here for now. Hope you enjoyed the action. What a day. It was a record-breaking day. We saw the game with the most sixes ever in an ECN match. That's in over 3,000 matches. That was nuts, and we're so glad that we could share it with you. On behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, this is Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Andrew Ryan. On behalf of Andrew Lennon and the whole team, and on behalf of Rico Full, that we'll see you tomorrow. We'll leave you with some of the best bits of Day 8, and we'll see you tomorrow right here in Switzerland for more European Cricket Series. Auf Wiedersehen.